I'm excited. This is good. I've been
so long since I've touched LotFR.
Yeah, I also love this game, especially the card game, because the lore is affected by how tournaments are gone.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's cool.
And it's awesome. It's cool. It's so cool.
Before I forget, Steven, the Rice Krispie treats have caramel and white chocolate.
That sounds wonderful.
Also, 3-player Critical Mass game. I'm excited.
Yeah, you get to focus on character a little.
Yeah, it's again love our group. It's just one of those things where like I've always loved playing in small groups.
As opposed to Sunday's game, where it's just like six people.
Everybody bunch over a little bit.
Rushing to kill us.
Like last week, you were like, "Yeah, let's see if we can get some fresh blood." And I'm like,
that was just for the one game. Right? Yeah. Okay.
I have seen both the characters you made for you, and it's super exciting.
That's right. So for Sunday, all of you guys have made all of your characters already.
Did you make mine? While I was working?
Oh no, that's right. No, your character, Steven's character.
No, hold on. You're saving mine till last because I'm the most important to you.
There
we go. That sounds better.
That's the one.
it has to be crafted with.
It was Lance's character the other day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Love. That's what it is. Yep.
He's got to choke it out. Though, yeah.
But no, I've seen you guys' characters, and pretty good. And Lance's is perfect.
I'm looking forward to it so much.
I hope that I will honor the players and the characters that they've made before. The player
stereotype.
Yeah. And that it won't be like, fuck did you give me this?
Whatever.
You don't know me at all.
I was going to say that I had an idea while driving to work this morning that if we played a game of whatever our normal Sunday is, but each of us makes a character for someone else.
For each other, that's fun.
I've wanted to do that.
Yeah.
That would be cool. Man, that would cause me a lot of anxiety, but that would be cool. Because I would just sit there for hours and go, wait, but
what am I getting?
God, no, but
yeah, because a part of me would be like, I think I can like zero in at least in the same realm of what people like to play based on how their interaction. Or here you go,
buckle up,
buckle up, kid.
Surprise, motherfucker. Would it be like the White Elephant Christmas gift, where it's like, here's the name of the person you're making?
We're all gonna draw a name.
That would be so cool. White Elephant Critical Mass.
Or would you just go like pure random, where you make a character and then you roll the dice to see where it goes, to the point that it might not even move to somebody else.
Yeah.
So if you make a character, you're like, oh, this guy sucks.
I think we'd have to massage that to where it has to go to somebody else.
Yeah, right. That would be doable. A little bit of numbers.
And not the character has to be playable, I suppose, but definitely like how they're constructed would be, or like what their flavor is.
So we could totally do that closer to Christmas.
Right, yeah, White Elephant.
D&D.
Sure, yeah, just remind me about it. We'll do it. That sounds fun.
Get these Cheetos away from me.
I can't.
I remembered why I don't buy Cheetos, because I can't stop eating them.
And then your fingers turn orange, and then you feel bad touching things
until
you wash them off.
I was like, here, I'll feed them to other people.
That's such a fucking cliche about like RPG players Cheeto dusted fingers.
Like that Mountain Dew, but God knows I've come here to
Funyuns.
I disgust myself sometimes.
I mean, out of everybody, you tend to be the one to show up with like a full meal.
Lance has said something too.
Well, it's just especially like after or how my Sundays work. It's like, all right, I'm gaming. And then it's like 6 o'clock rolls around. I'm like, God,
yes, every time.
Yeah.
I'm always like, I'm gonna start cooking dinner at 5, and I'll be ready. And I'm like, oh no, the meal's ready at like 6:10.
What the hell just happened? I wanted to listen to that voicemail, you piece of shit.
And also, like, I live on like the opposite side of town, so
you never know what traffic's.
I didn't want to delete
15,
it. I wanted
minutes.
to listen to it.
Too bad.
Is this going to work?
No.
Okay.
That's what I was saying. Like,
I just didn't know if the dice.
There's some things in common with Genesis, but it's not based on the Genesis system.
Oh, but does it still?
It is its own thing.
Oh, okay, cool. So I just didn't know if it at least borrowed the dice.
No, it's like
Wow.
You know, they're going to make their money.
Because it's Fantasy Flight, and I love them. Like, I love an abusive something game designer.
Yeah, I
Abusive company.
more
Yeah,
than
right.
dice for everything.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Need that.
I love
Time to put those away.
Yep.
Can you get some? Do we have enough for?
Yeah, I was telling them,
Dishes
like,
or
I love
containers?
Fantasy Flight
Yeah.
a lot.
We really just need
But
two.
also,
two.
it does hurt
Sizable.
to be their fan.
Sizable? What do you mean by sizable?
Well,
Like the little bowls that our daughter uses for
no,
ketchup and
not
syrup?
those.
Like the kind I take my lunch in?
Yes.
Those are pretty.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not mad at like having them, but
They are proprietary.
they are proprietary dice. So, and there is a way to play it with normal d6s and d12s, but you
The
know,
conversion
it involves a
always slows
chart,
things
and you're
down,
like,
yeah.
it slows things down. So,
Right. That's cool. Yeah, the fate and the dishonor symbols or something. Yeah. Oh, I just want to play all fun.
One day I will convince Jason to run a fate game.
I have some things I'd like to do with it. It's just that we've had this conversation.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
tend to get
about.
dissatisfied with
It's
it.
just a wonky system to run.
It's
from
so
loose.
yes.
Holding sand, water, those
Yeah.
kind of analogies. Yeah.
And the one thing I love about Fate the most is the, at least I believe, is consistent across most Fate stuff, is the players get to create things.
Yeah, the aspects they get to like
Yeah,
make things and vote.
be like this is a thing now, and I think that's amazing.
That's how we got one of our favorite NPCs back in Georgia. Was this cranky old
Oh, the
Jewish
Jewish
man
guy, yeah.
who had this argument with one of the characters for like 15 minutes, and it was like
One of
the
our players
best.
comes from a
They are Jewish.
strongly Jewish, a Jewish family, right? And so that identity is right there. So it was just fun to have a sort of a Jew off
Of course,
with him.
It was
a classic.
It was
Really.
Yeah, classic Jew off.
and
On your yarmulkes.
I mean, the way that you have the freedom to make your NPCs and villains like cooler and more individualized. I don't want to spoil it in case you ever use that villain again, but the Black Star was just so cool and creepy, and yeah.
Yeah, the more I play, when I first started doing RPGs, I was very much, I thought I was a fan of more rules means more customization, and it's just optimal.
Right.
And
The
everybody makes
3.5 Pathfinder approach.
exactly. And the more I play RPGs, the more I realize no.
No, that's exactly the opposite of one.
But I do enjoy structure.
You want someone in the
You
middle
want
ground.
internal consistency, but you don't necessarily want everything statted out.
Yeah. My only exception for that is the crunchiest game of all time, that show. But that's because if I feel like having at least one game like that,
Everybody needs a little bit of hypocrisy. Just a dash.
I think I'm.
Shadowrun sounded
I
like
think
a
I may-
nightmare.
I think
the
I
way
might-
you guys play it.
Running
I think
it,
I'm
yes.
quoting on that. It's just so. It's just a system that it's really difficult, especially for this type of group, for us to be like, hey, let's just play around to
Yeah,
Shadowrun,
let's just
right?
do it.
There's some
once.
people
It really
that still
isn't
play
that
Shadowrun that play Shadowrun all the time, and those people know the rules inside and out. Where like
They've had enough time to memorize it.
Absorb it. Exactly.
It's why I was able to get into 3.5, because it's like I played the Neverwinter Nights games first. And then there was some like musings of people like, hey, we should run like a D&D game. And I bought the books and I read them for like a month before the game actually started. So I knew so much more.
Yeah, and even with 3.5, like it's one of those games where like if you forgot underwater combat or cover or God knows what or mounted combat, whatever, you can deal with it. Where Shadowrun, it's like when you're going into the Matrix, you can't like
There are no
Hand
half measures.
wave.
You can't fly by the seat of your pants.
yeah, like you kind of need to know kind of at least the basics of what you're doing. So that's why like I really appreciate Shadowrun, especially its character creation process just makes my heart sing. It's one of those ways, it's one of those systems, especially for character creation, where like I try not to now. Like I think I've removed myself from a Munchkin mindset, just by just playing more RPGs and just being a better role player over time. But that doesn't mean like it doesn't hit every once in a while. And just booting up Hero Lab and creating a Shadowrun character typically itches that scratch.
They have a Munchkin Starfinder, by the way.
Oh, jeez.
We just saw that at the Sage Shop tonight.
Man, and Starfinder, I bought the book, read through it. It's cool. There are just some things where I was reading where I was like, that's an interesting thing you did. Why did you do that? Especially the maneuvers. Yeah,
I like a lot of the little things they do, but at the same time, I think a lot of that me liking it comes from having started in 3.5.
Yes. Yeah, exposure.
There's an absorption factor and nostalgia factor and all that stuff.
Yeah, where it's like, oh, this is close enough to something I remember. Like trying to go back to 3.5 when you're like, okay, list off all the bonuses you get. Like potential situations where you get numerical bonuses and then what those bonuses are. Are you flanking? Oh, that's a +2. That's hard ingrained in my mind for all time now.
Every instance of 3.5 just felt like at some point during a session people were looking up rules.
Every time.
And you always ran into a situation where it's like, well, okay, I guess I am in combat, underwater, on a horse.
Attempting to grapple.
I'm being given a handy, but at the same time, the handy's not great. So where does that put my numerical value?
Yeah, let's track all the modifiers.
It's just, I just feel like, and also there's some things about 3.5 where people wear rose-colored glasses. That ranged weapons requires strength to damage. That's crazy.
It's dumb.
That's crazy.
It's dumb.
I mean, it did prevent Dex from being God stuff.
That's true.
But
yeah, but it's just like making an archer. I remember reading the forum. I was like, I want to make an archer. How do you do that? And everybody online's like, don't.
Please don't.
Unfortunately.
Like, I mean, like if you're a ranger, you get like special like other bonuses and stuff. But it's like otherwise it's actually just be a rogue. And it's like okay.
There's some real fun things you could do with it though. Like 3.5, you do Elven Druid, and then you do Zen Archery, so you get to use Wisdom instead of Dexterity.
Yes, that's
and you're just like I'm just amazing at what I do. I can shapeshift to get more hit points, and I can use a bow at range, and then you go to Master of Many Forms, so you can turn into a literal dragon, and ways to break the game. There were so many.
Okay, so let's talk about Legend of the Five Rings and how that is different from your other games, right?
Sure.
Okay, so first, what do you have? No. First things first.
I thought about asking. I was on the drive here. I was like, "Is the Shogun voice?"
Yes.
Okay, then
the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
And I was like, "Yeah." I answered that question. I feel on my drive, and it was like, "Yeah, that it is very much so."
That is something I think we should note, just make a quick note about, is that this is a game that is, despite being, again, the mid-fantasy idealized version of feudal Japan, is still rooted in a lot of the cultural practices and social practices stuff of feudal Japan. And accordingly, since we're all white people,
yes,
it is important that we
honor that.
We treat those things with respect, right?
Absolutely.
So that's basically, there's a really long way of saying don't do the Shogun voice.
Yes.
Right. Speak however your character would speak, but don't try to, it's not a yellow face. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. Don't be a racist.
No, it's exactly.
That having been said, this isn't one-to-one with feudal Japan, as we talked about earlier. So
because I'm playing,
just feel free to stretch your legs a little bit and just treat the aesthetics and the tone and the themes and everything like that. Just make an effort to meet it halfay.
Right, of course. And I think, thankfully, our group is very...
Yeah, we don't really have a problem with that. As far as I've seen from how often we've played, I've never...
With people who have run or held games here...
That's what I'm talking about, yes. Specifically, the stuff we do here.
Other locations...
Have you guys had...
Yeah, no, I heard stories about the bros and
what are you talking
how I would have torn them new assholes.
Oh,
that technically wasn't a critical aspect.
So,
no, that wasn't.
No,
that was a...
There are some bros who tried to make some rape jokes, and I would have literally, You guys haven't ever seen me like super feisty. Can I just say
I
that?
hope not. I hope I never. It's just
Yeah, because what you
so
see here is like low key sass.
it's the same. Like even with games with like heavier content, there's just I feel just some lines that why should you cross it?
Like, what's the value? in
Where,
crossing?
what's the value gained, right?
Right.
And so
you
it's
just tell every woman who's ever met you that you're not safe to be alone with, basically.
There's some value for them, but what's
So
the
it's
value,
value
for everyone?
for women
and
around
so
you.
it's
like,
just one of those, like-
don't be alone with that guy.
and so
Yeah,
in the
that's-
constant like neckbeard response as well. It's getting real. It's like, well,
No, it's
No.
No, it's
Plus,
not.
I don't care. I'm literally playing an elf. in
Yeah, I
some-
don't want it to be.
real. I literally do this so I can get away from real. Like, I'm cool. Like, you want to say I have like forgotten kids? That's fine. Whatever. Just don't.
If it's like
don't,
a meaningful drama thing,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
If it's just, tragedy porn, then like,
Yeah.
why?
Yes.
Especially if you then turn and make a joke about it.
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason why I can't even remember the campaign, but I don't think any of those episodes went up because I'm like, I don't feel comfortable posting episode 2, just period.
Of the bros?
Yeah, because episode 1, if I remember right, wasn't horrible.
I don't
but
think it was
there
terrible, but there was
definitely
just
like
real uncomfortable.
yeah.
No, that's fair. So.
Just great.
Anyway,
one of
like
those
I
lost
appreciate this group
episodes.
because I think that we are like,
Reasonable,
seasoned.
decent
Yeah,
human
yeah.
beings.
exactly.
I just-
seasoned role players that respect each other and
agree.
somewhat like each other.
Yeah, a little. I mean, we tolerate each other.
Yeah,
Let's be
exactly.
fair.
Like, I don't you ever make the mistake that I like you? Don't you?
So I only say that because I feel like out of all the game systems we played, this one in particular is so tied to a cultural backdrop.
It is.
that,
Sure, absolutely.
you know, not that I'm worried about it.
No, it's a good
because-
conversation, especially as a refresher. Like to just
Yeah.
like it's always good to have the code of conduct taught, right? Like,
Because I'll always bring it up with this system. When I first got into it, the title of the book they were handing out was Oriental Adventures.
Yeah.
yeah,
And it's just like, oh man, that was different times.
It was a simpler, worst time.
Yes.
a simpleton time.
Heavy on the words.
Simpleton
Yeah,
time.
there you
Yes. It was a simpleton time. So that having been said, so let's talk about like what Rokugan is, right? So, it's this vast land. It's like 900 miles, sort of vast countryside, right? It's also called the Emerald Lands, right? There's a Great Wall at the north. There's a Carpenter Wall on the desolate southern border. Beyond that wall lies the Shadowlands, which is this blighted place that basically hell itself is there. And, like, there are weird creatures like demons and Oni and, like horrifying things that
We
will
don't
kill
go
you.
to the Shadowlands.
The crab are on the wall, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're
Yes.
defenders of the wall.
And so there are 7 great clans. They preside over basically a corner of the empire. They protect the people there. They try to keep the harmony of the land in balance. They try to honor the kami, the gods that came down and founded these clans centuries and centuries ago. And accordingly, it's very much in line with all of the sort of classic feudal Japanese movies you might have seen, like Seven Samurai. And that sort
Like
of
we don't like each other, but we're in it for all of us, right? Like we need to.
You may actually like each other. There's nothing wrong with that.
well, sure, yeah. Well, that always wax and wanes.
There's a
depending on-
social understanding there that the clans they're competitive and sometimes they're outright hostile towards each other because of conflicting cultural desires, because of conflicting financial desires, political desires, and things like that. But the good thing about this adventure is that you'll be creating characters that are relatively young. They'll be between the ages of 16 and like 21.
Okay.
Right?
Cool.
And they have not graduated into becoming full samurais yet. In fact, that's what this adventure is trying to get them to become full-fledged samurais. Right? And so, samurai, I should say. And accordingly, there are hooks in place depending on the kind of characters that you make. So we can say, like, yes, technically you're from the Scorpion clan, and you're from the Unicorn clan. I mean, they don't necessarily like each other,
Right.
but like you guys went to the same like preparatory academy, like
Sure,
last
right.
winter, or you met each other during one of the winter court sessions or whatever, and like you at least know each other, right?
Right,
So it's not just like I hate you and you hate me, but we're gonna go to this place together
Right.
because of plot reasons.
It's that complex layering of like personal relationships versus political relationships.
Yes. And that's an important thing to note, because there are, more than any other game, more than any other system that we've ever played, it's important that we get into a certain mindset. So we're talking about samurai and their code of Bushido, right? This is actually, now that looks like a big packet that I've given you, but it's really like the essential stuff is just really on the front. That's your character sheet, and then the rest of it's just stuff to help you during the game.
Right.
So the first page after your character sheet is the code of Bushido, which will let you know like the essentials of Bushido: compassion, courage, courtesy, duty and loyalty, honor, righteousness, and sincerity. That's what, as a samurai, you're supposed to live up to. Right. And it is sometimes, almost intentionally so, impossible to play to each element of Bushido at once. Right? Sometimes they're in conflict with each other. And then sometimes the code of Bushido itself is in conflict with your personal desires or your emotional disposition, things like that. And so that's where the tension of the game, more so than like D&D style, like big battles or exploration or adventure and stuff like that, there's a good component of this game that's like, where are you in the spectrum between honor and duty? And where are you on the spectrum between emotion and reason, right? And how those play into each other and what that says about your character and how you interact with the rest of Rokugan, right? That's why you have honor and glory scores. That's why you have a strife score that will go up and down during the game, because you will be embarrassed or frustrated or angered or, overwhelmed with emotion.
Right.
And there will be times when if your strife gets too big, like, there are mechanical consequences for having your strife over your, like, maximum composure, right? And the only way to clear that is to unmask. Which is to basically say, like, all right, I'm going to throw social courtesy aside for a minute and do something. Now, sometimes that's like a violent outburst. Sometimes that's like laughing at somebody, at a person who's above you in a social order. Sometimes that's like touching someone in public when you're not supposed to. Like moments when like you're clearly breaching cultural expectation and etiquette because your emotion is like, I can't do this anymore. I can't keep the face up. Right. And because that's a mechanic in the game, that's why it's important to mention ahead of time that that's how you play the game, right? It's about being in that samurai mindset and saying, like, okay, how am I juggling my compassion for other people, my duty, my sense of righteousness with the orders that my Lord has given me? Like, do I play this cool and, royal on the inside? Or do I take this opportunity to unmask and like do this kind of like emotional thing, this burst,
Faux pas.
yeah, this thing, and risk losing honor or glory, or possibly even setting yourself up for like a duel to the death. If you insult the wrong person, right? Because it's a culture about like stratification and respect and outward appearances. About that sort of thing. So like that, just keep that in mind. As opposed to D&D where you're just like, it's modeled after like weird modern version of like medieval Europe where it's like everybody can just do whatever they want. Like, and like
You're a nobody who's living
you're a
the
nobody.
American dream.
You can go out and like go to the dungeons, you come back with coin, everybody loves you, right? But in Rokugan, that's not necessarily true, right? If you defy your lord's orders, socially, you're dead.
This game is always stressed, even in the card game, a very delicate balance of fighting and political.
Yes, and that is something that's good that you mentioned that, because I should say that the fighting in this game can be lethal, like considerably so, because sometimes these dice can explode, and so the number of successes after the target number adds to damage.
Gets bigger and bigger.
So, if you got a katana out and you do a strike and you did 4 successes after that, that might be enough to trigger a critical strike, which, based on the weapon's deadliness or whatever, could just straight up kill that guy.
Oof.
In turn, it could straight up kill you as well. So, and this tracks with like the expectations of the game, where don't take combat lightly.
Sure.
That's not to say that you shouldn't have fun with it, or that you shouldn't take opportunities to like,
Fight a thing.
fuck this, I'm dueling this guy, or like, I have to stop this, I'm going to draw my blade. Like, just know that it's weightier a response than in, say, D&D or
Yeah,
some
where
system.
somebody sneezes at you and everybody draws blades.
Yeah, that,
Because-
it doesn't
And
really
everybody
work.
understands it too. Like
Yeah.
in 5e, it's like, okay, we're
Oh
fighting.
yeah, we're fighting.
Roll for
Cool.
initiative.
Yeah.
After you.
So that second sheet has got this stuff about Bushido. If you want to, sort of look around more
Peruse
of it.
it.
Like, yeah, so you know like what you're trying to uphold, all of that simultaneously,
Simultaneously.
and how hard it is.
The impossible task.
Right. Let's see. What else do we need to talk about in terms of like theming and stuff?
So,
I mean, but-
okay, so what are these, I see these approaches compared to a skill, right? You have a skill and then you choose an approach based on the rings.
That's right.
How do?
So,
Or
okay.
how does, I guess, the basic dice structure work of the game?
Well, yeah, we'll go ahead and move into like the actual mechanics.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know if you, what you're...
No, I think that's really all we need to say ahead of time. It's just that mid-fantasy Japan, there are social expectations. It's about balancing the personal and the social requirements and expectations and stuff like that.
Right.
And don't draw your blade unless you're ready to kill. Right.
Right, because isn't that's a thing, right? Like,
Yeah. It's
unless like we plan on using that thing.
You keep that in. Yeah.
yeah,
No.
holstered.
Don't just draw your it's not like
You know, we're going to draw your gun.
yeah.
It's why a lot of samurai movies really focus on that moment where it even just pops the blade out so you can see it.
You can
'Cause
see the gleam and like, whoa.
the moment you see that, you know this guy's serious.
Okay, so if you've ever played any of the Legend of the Five Rings games before, and I haven't, this is my first time getting into this stuff. They used to roll and keep. And it works the same way here, except now instead of using D10s like they did in the previous edition, now it's this proprietary dice, right? So,
Oh, this used to be an RPG as well.
Yeah, this
It was an old, I know there was
it
like
was
the
originally
old,
a card game,
Yeah.
and then they put out some editions of the RPG, and then they made a couple of those. Then the card game, the new version of
This
that,
Fantasy
Fantasy
Flight,
Flight, started getting more popular, and then they put out this very recently.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So this is a continuation of the system. Basically, the idea is you will roll a certain amount of dice, a certain amount of ring dice. These are the black ones. They represent your core personality and your fundamental aptitudes, like stuff inbuilt, right? And those correspond with the different scores of the rings that you have on your sheet. Now, there are 5 rings, if I'm remembering correctly, because it's Legend of the Five Rings.
earth, air,
And
water, fire. And
They each represent, like, different means of
Acquisition.
interacting with the world, right? Or interacting with the material world. Or sometimes the spiritual world. So, air is a graceful, cunning, and precise approach. It's subtle and nuanced, right? Earth is a steady, thorough, and grounded approach. Cautious and reliable. And so far, this is kind of checking out with the understanding of, like,
Grounded, right?
classical, like the old
Elemental
notion of like the 4 elements of the world, and like Fire is a ferocious, direct, and inventive approach. It's explosive and intense. Water is adaptable, powerful, and perceptive. It's that thing about Bruce Lee saying that
yeah.
water takes the form of the vessel it's poured in. Balanced and reversible. So it's more sort of reactionary and like adaptable in that respect. And then void is centered and unflinching, enlightened and accepting. So imagine it being sort of like the Zen calm, to borrow from Buddhism, that kind of the notion that like, you are undisturbed, you are, reacting not out of like passion or cunning,
But
or
purely
whatever.
out of truth.
Purely out of like a sense of self, like in touch with the universe, right? And so those rings will have a certain number, right? Depending on, well, when you create your character, you'll get your rings sorted, right? And that ring is the number of these dice that you'll roll when you do a check.
Okay.
Now, you choose the ring when you do the check, based on the way that you want to accomplish the task.
I wondered why that was Determine's approach in here. I was
Interesting.
thinking of that.
So I see you have your approaches are this. Oh, that is wonderful. Yes, that's great.
Yeah, so those rings represent like a general kind of personality or like means of interacting with the world. And then those approaches listed next to the skills are just kind of guide words that will tell you like, okay, well, if I want to do this skill in a, let me get a sheet up.
In a fiery way.
In an earth way, you would restore the damaged pieces through upkeep. If you wanted to use water, you would adapt an existing piece
Right.
to something else.
If you wanted to make a culture roll and you wanted to recall information about culture, that's an earth. So it's not necessarily that, but that's what it's saying, like,
Sure,
that makes
yeah.
sense. That's the immediate 100%, like, that's the obvious roll to make.
Yeah, it's like the and I think this game probably lends this to just based on the nature of it. But when in things like D&D where you make like persuasion roll, right? Like persuasion is so
Wide.
wide,
Right. It could be
Word.
strength persuasion
Yeah,
or,
like-
like, wisdom persuasion. You know, yeah, those
Yeah,
sensitive.
it's so
Broad.
there are so many different ways to tackle that. Where in this game, yeah, it looks like to be like depending on the thing you want to do and how you want to do it is you have your wheelhouse or your not wheelhouse.
Exactly. So let's say
It's no
that you
wheelhouse.
wanted to, like,
House
an
of
example here. If you wanted to, try to like command a person, right? So influence a person. That's where you're looking at your like kind of what do I want to do, generally speaking, and then you hone in like, okay, that's a social skill, obviously. So what social skill do I use here? Well, command, right? Because I want to tell somebody to do something. But how do I want to do that? Do I want to trick them into doing it? Do I want to reason with them? Do I want to try to incite them, charm them, enlighten them? And then based on that, you can go, okay, well, I should probably roll with this ring. So that gives you an idea of like, it gives you an idea of what each of those pairings, as you're taking rings and skills together, what they mean, right? But again, like, there's not a check that says like necessarily that like you must use this ring. And then you must use this. Now, in combat, that may be different. That may be a similar, like, obviously you need to make a water or something else here. Right. But the notion is that, like, you figure out what ring you're going to use, and that's how many black you got, right?
Okay.
Then, if you figure out which skill that you're using, which is a particular piece of training or expertise, right? That's how many of these D12s, the white ones, that you're going to have.
And this is the how many of those? How do you determine that?
The skill ranking.
Oh, the ranks. Okay.
Yeah. And so that might be 2, so you might have those.
And that's white dice.
Yes. And then you might have 3 if you decide to do, let's say you're going to do fire. So in your fire rank, your ring is 3, right? 1, 2, 3. And then you're going to do fitness because you're trying to, that's like an explosive burst of like, imagine that you're trying to put as much distance as possible between you and another person. If you want to like, all right, I'm throwing out all the stops. I'm not doing a slow and steady approach. I'm trying to basically like a
Jackrabbit.
fast twitch muscle fibers just burn through. That would be fitness. And maybe I have 2 ranks in fitness. So there you go. Those are my 2.
So I see. This is your ranks versus your ring number of rings. Okay.
The number in your rings, which represents your like ability, like
Your potency,
stuff. Yeah. So you put that dice pool together, right? And then you roll. Okay, so now that is the result that we've got here. Now, the way that this works is that the number of the ring that you used is the amount of dice that you can keep.
Okay.
You see how that works?
I see.
So if my fire ring was 3, I get to keep 3 of those dice and discard the rest. Like put them aside. So I'll say, okay, so I can keep 3 of these. So obviously I don't want that one because that doesn't do anything for me. This is a success.
Mm-hmm.
That is also a success. You see the little... It's a sperm, let's be honest.
Right.
The brush stroke here. Let's try that. This...
Explosive success.
That is an opportunity.
Oh.
Yep. When it bursts out like that, that's an opportunity. 3 of these in a row like that is an explosive success. Okay? So let me explain what... So successes are pretty straightforward, right? You need to get as many successes as the target number.
Okay,
So
but there is a already predetermined target number.
Yes.
Okay.
So if I'll tell you, like, okay, you want to try to match that. You want to try to like put as much distance between this guy and you as possible. You're going to do a fitness fire roll to like just blaze it 420.
Yeah, of course.
Then do that roll, and you're going to need 2 successes. All right. So already here, I've done it. Okay, that's 2 successes. I've already made it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Now this here, with the 3 brushstrokes kind of going into each other, right? That's an explosive success. What that is, it counts as a success, kind of like a triumph or a, in Star Wars, right?
Yep.
But you get to roll an additional die of that same type and decide whether to add the result to the check. So, okay, I get to roll another 1.
For free?
Yeah,
Right,
just
you
for
get
free.
to- okay,
you just do it.
Right.
Okay, that's another success. So I could add that if I wanted to, or if it comes up,
You have
some
to
other
choose
way.
to take the die, though. For example, because there's a strife on there, too, right?
Yeah.
So, in order to roll the die, you have to choose that you're taking that
Yes, you have
strike.
to accept that and go, okay, I'm going to double down on that and explode it and make it happen. Right.
Got it.
Yeah.
That way there's that kind of risk reward built into
Yeah.
the dice.
So I rolled another success, so there you go. Now these, where sort of the brushstrokes are like coming out in kind of like a flower pattern, that is an opportunity. What that means is that it's a chance to do or notice something useful that's kind of unrelated. Think of it as like an advantage. I hesitate to say that because there are things in this game called advantages and disadvantages, but
Understand.
or if it's you can expand on your success with like an additional effect or a
Like a
story
flourish,
detail
yeah.
or something. Now there is a portion of the packet where it shows like examples of using opportunities, like fire. You can spend an opportunity, inflame another character in the scene with your presence, causing them to receive 2 strife. Water opportunity, remove 2 strife from yourself. Air, learn another character in the scene's demeanor, if an NPC, and current strife. You see how that works? So it's like spending advantages and what are they called in Star Wars?
What are you talking about? Oh, it's
I
the
keep
triumph and
The
Triumph is
middle
the big
ones.
one.
Yeah.
it's the what we mean in the middle ones.
I keep
So like there's
wanting to say
success and failure,
yeah.
there's triumph and despair, and then there's
Advantage and
Threat?
disadvantage.
well, you know what I
The other
mean. So
one's
it's like spending those, right? It's like using those to like get additional stuff, right?
Threat.
Yes, right.
threat advantage.
So that's so those are things that you can take to like get extra things that will help you, right? It's not directly related to your success, but if you've succeeded on the check, you can kind of amp up your success. Now, as Nick already pointed out, these like little cherry blossoms, essentially. These little heart-shaped symbols here. That's strife. What that means is that, you remember I told you about your strife score, right? If you choose to keep
Any die.
the dice with strife in it, you take that much strife. Does that make sense? So the roll and keep system, how that works is like, so you have a certain amount that you can keep, and you say, okay, based on this roll, okay, well, I need 2 successes, so I'm good if I just keep these, okay? But
Zoe, take a bag.
do I want
Needs
this
to go poo.
opportunity as well? I could get that opportunity, but I'd have to take strife as well. Do I really want to do that? Or do I just want to make it 3 successes? You see what I'm saying? So there's always this sort of like, you look at the roll and you say, okay, what do I want to keep? What do I want to discard? And how is it going to affect me? Right?
Who needs honor anyway?
Now, note that.
Scorpion Clan doesn't.
Now, make sure to remember that accumulating strife is not bad. It just is.
Yeah.
It's not negative emotion, but it's also not necessarily positive emotion either. It's just like
Emotion.
it's like a barometer of your emotional state, right?
Conflict.
And again, if your strife goes over your what's the word?
Starts with C.
Your composure, then you have to do that unmasking thing and try to clear your strife. Because if you don't, there are mechanical disadvantages for
Because you're trying to do things while being distracted.
exactly
Yeah.
emotionally disrupted. So you've rolled that. Sometimes before you like choose to keep and discard, sometimes you'll have an advantage or a disadvantage, like a distinction or an adversity or a passion or an anxiety that will allow you to modify things. It might be like, okay, well, this distinction counts for my check. It's relevant, so I'm going to re-roll 2 dice.
Zoe, I asked you to take that one. Go
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Roll 2. Okay, cool.
take the dog out. Come on.
So the way that it works is like, you say what you're going to do. We figure out the ring that you're trying to use, the skill you're trying to use. I tell you what the target number is. Then you roll, and then you say, okay, anything over here, my advantages and disadvantages, do they count? Oh, this one does. Okay, then you do the thing that it says, right? Remove 3 strife, re-roll 2 dice containing these, blah, 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 whatever. And then you decide what dice to keep, right? Based on your ring number, the ring that you're using, right? And then we figure out what those symbols mean in the context of the game, right? And we'll say like, oh, I want to use my opportunity to keep an eye on this NPC or whatever. It's like, okay, so I made 3 successes. I only needed 2, so that extra success, since this is like a combat time, is added onto the damage. Or see what I'm saying? So that it's pretty straightforward, but it's you need to kind of come to grips with it, and then then it'll start to feel natural.
Cool. No, I think it's pretty cool. I think I really like this.
about it, yeah.
This is very unique.
Those are the systems I like best. Stuff you can glean from them.
Yes. Yeah.
So because there are only so many symbols, like generally speaking on your skill, you're going to have more opportunities for explosion and success than on just these.
Your basic.
Right, your ring dice. So being skilled in something means that you're,
Gonna be better,
you're going to
yeah.
be more likely to accomplish the task. Your average target number is going to be 2. Okay, that's like an average task.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Jumping a 10-foot ditch, recognizing someone in disguise. That's an average task. Then a difficult task, scaling a cliff without a rope, or finding a well-hidden object. That's 3. Very hard would be 4. Extremely hard would be 5, and so on and so forth.
Because the difficulty may not necessarily even be with like rolling the dice, but you can only get to keep. So
Exactly.
many you're-
It may be TN2, but it might be difficult for you because the ring that you used lets you keep 1 dice.
Yeah, so you're looking. You're basically trying to go for explosions at that point.
Yeah.
Yep. You need it.
Or hoping that an advantage or disadvantage you has can cause you to add dice or re-roll.
Which is really cool because I think it inherently kind of, maybe not organically, but kind of makes you consider what your capabilities are. Where in D&D, it's like we're going for it.
Yeah, we'll just try it.
More
I got
numbers.
+1 to my mod. Let's go for it. Where in this, it's like your certain approaches are restricted by your innate capabilities. So
It is kind of nice to see some hard limits where it's like you can try, but you will fail.
yeah, that's always been my thing about D&D. Always been like, all right, there's the chance.
Zoe, take the leash off.
Because then you run into the classic of everybody roll perception. All right, that's 6 perception checks.
Okay, and Jerry-
statistically speaking.
Right. And Jerry here, who hasn't seen a thing all damn day, finally rolled a 20 and spotted the thing.
Or everyone rolls a 2 and you go, shit.
Yeah.
What are we not seeing right now?
It's like, yeah, we've all been seeing
Nervous
great.
sweats.
There's nothing quite as intimidating as your DM going, everyone roll me a perception check. Oh, fuck. All right.
So you may be wondering, like, okay, so suppose I keep dice with strife on them, and I get a bunch of strife. Like, what does that mean mechanically speaking? I know it provides an opportunity to roleplay because, like, my emotions have overwhelmed me, right? But what does that mean mechanically speaking? Well, your composure attribute, right, the one on the back, I should say, like, earth plus water times 2 or whatever.
Nice.
So that's your maximum composure, right? If you
Oh, these are also attributes. So cool.
so you'll rack up strife, right? And then if you get to a point where your strife is in excess of your composure, right? It's exceeded. Matching is fine, but exceeding, right?
Is danger territory.
Then you're compromised, which means that you can't keep any dice containing strife symbols anymore.
Oh wow.
Okay, that's a good like low.
Hard cut.
Yeah, like
It
Your
seems like there's some good stuff associated with strife on some of those guys.
your vigilance attribute, which has to do with like your wariness and general ability to perceive threats in all spheres, right? Has to do with like battle and certain checks and stuff like that. That becomes a 1. Just straight 1 because you're
Direct.
you're overwhelmed. You're not like paying attention to your surroundings, right? So there are reasons not to be compromised.
right.
Now, how do I get rid of strife, right? You know, like how does it? What are the ways I can do that?
How do you self-care?
At the end of each scene, which I'll tell you when the end of the scene is, you remove strife until it's equal to half your composure rounded up. So you go down until you're basically half your composure. Strife can be reduced further through restful contemplative activities, like the pursuit of one's ninjo, and I'll explain that in a second. Pursuing a passion, meditating, that sort of thing. It makes sense.
Right.
Or you can remove all your strife at once by doing the unmasking thing, like I was talking about, just like an emotional exposure, right? And then that way strife goes away immediately.
But it's like I assume something to the equivalent of a despair.
Something, well, basically it depends on the context, right?
Right.
Something bad may happen, especially if you do that in court or in public or,
There
you know,
is your
with
honor.
with the daimyo in, you know, like present in front of you, right? Like you may lose honor, you may lose glory, you may be tried, you may be exiled, like.
You may lose your head.
So there are reasons not to unmask and not to unmask. So it's a push-pull kind of thing, right? Let's see here. Blah, blah.
Nifty. This is cool.
There's also something you have called void points. You begin the game with void points equal to half your void ring, rounded up. And you can't get more void points than the total of your void ring. Does that make sense?
Okay.
When you spend those, you... Well, I'll read you the thing in the text. It says, offer a brief explanation about why their character chooses to draw a line at that moment. And what parts of their character's core beliefs and motivations factor into it. There are ways that you can spend void points. I believe it's on the back of your character sheet. Maybe not. Either way, I'll let you know what you can do. You can seize the moment. You may spend 1 void point to add 1 additional ring die, and subsequently keep an additional die. You can do a shattering parry, where you can, if you're trying to survive a critical strike, you can spend a void point to intercept the attack and in turn, like, damage or possibly destroy your weapon, right? And then there are certain techniques and other things that require you to spend void points, right?
Cool. All right.
And you can gain them and lose them based on certain things, right? Then there's honor, glory, and status. Those things are, you know, they're social attributes, and they will go up and down depending on like
How you act.
how you
what
act in the
do.
game and what you do, and like it'll affect how other people see you and stuff like that. But that's not really something you need to. Don't trouble yourself with the numbers of them right now.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That's fair.
We're still samurai in training.
Yes. Now, your ninjo and your giri, that's your desire and your duty, respectively, right? And part of the character creation process is saying, like, okay, what's my personal desire? and then what's my duty, my sworn duty, right? And how do those things like complicate each other? What do I want to go after in a particular scene or a particular moment, like, and how does that affect my honor and glory, respectively? Right. Any other questions about what you see on the character sheet or anything like that? I mean, that's pretty straightforward about all the
School
stuff.
rank?
Your school rank is like, you know, what's your... It's literally what you're like...
How well you're doing?
Training level?
Yeah, it's like your training level in the school. Like, oh, I'm a master in this, or like, I'm an apprentice samurai, or so forth and so on.
Oh, okay.
It can also be like, it also can like come into play with your, when you pick a school, you are a certain rank depending on like the kinds of things you can get. There's like an advancement chart. So like, if you're rank 2, then you're in this part where you're getting like smithing as a skill or whatever, depending on the school that you picked, right?
Is this book basically you all like just playing characters that are young?
No,
Okay.
no. It's just that this particular adventure is about like going through your genpuku, which is your sort of like graduation thing where you're becoming a full-fledged samurai. There are options to like just to play established samurai, to play courtiers, to play shugenja, to play ninja, for lack of a better word. There's another word for it or whatever. Yeah, there's some other word for it I can't recall. And then, or you can even play masterless samurai. You can play Ronin if you wanted. Like, my lord died, or I've been exiled of the clan. Like, there's an option for that in the character creation.
That's
so,
cool.
you know.
Gonna go cause trouble across all of Rokugan,
Yeah.
as one does.
Yeah.
And so the back stuff about about conflicts, we'll get into that when we actually get into
Right, I figured
like a
that
fight. You know, there are different kind of conflicts that you can have. There's like a duel where it's just one-on-one, right? A skirmish, which is more like a traditional like a D&D style battle where there's multiple opponents and there's multiple people participating, right? There's a mass battle, which is armies clashing together, which we won't get into. And then there's intrigue, where it's like social combat.
Yeah, social combat, right?
Where it's like, oh, you need a certain amount of rhetorical points or whatever to convince this guy before your opponent convinces him or her, right?
Right.
So, but the adventure that we're playing through from the beginner's box is designed to ease mechanics in a way that feels nice. Okay, if there's nothing else on the character sheet then I'll just move on and we'll actually start making characters.
Sounds good.
So,
is it making characters or characters given to us?
I figured that you would be more satisfied making characters. There are
You're not
pre-gen
wrong.
characters in the beginner's box, and they're fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that it's one of those things where like, this is your character sheet, and now when the GM tells you to, flip this over, and then here's the new page.
Oh,
right?
that's fine. Oh, so
Star Wars did that.
no, that's fine. Was that not this game that you? What were you making characters for?
Sunday.
That's
I was
Sunday?
talking about Sunday.
Okay, cool,
Yeah.
sweet. All right, awesome, cool.
When we go and storm Strahd's castle.
Yeah,
Because it's far easier for me to whip up characters in D&D.
sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
We know what level we're doing?
Yeah, it's level 6.
It's a nice crunchy level.
So, at the very back of that little packet that I gave you are 2 sheets. It seems like a lot, but it's just to help you keep track of the choices that you're going to make during character creation.
Right.
All the Legend of the Five Rings games do the game of 20 questions in order to figure out
So
who you are.
Okay. Appreciate this.
This is
Let me
great.
let me get decongestant first because my head hurts and my ear keeps popping.
So some things to note about, like, before we get into the game of 20 questions. Just like creating a character in, like, say, Genesis or Star Wars or a bunch of other systems, right? There are limits to what you can raise during character creation. Starting, your rank in each ring, right? Air, water, fire, and everything, is 1. Okay? It starts at 1. And obviously in skills, ranks are it starts at 0. You could be unskilled. Now your ring or your skill can't go above rank 3. during character creation, right? Mm-hmm. And if you make a choice that would make something go up past rank 3, you have to choose a different thing to increase. That makes sense?
Okay. So you get to keep the choice, but you just have to allocate the points.
You must choose a different ring to increase instead, as long as that ring would not also be increased above rank 3. Yeah,
Okay.
for instance.
Makes sense.
It could be anything, though? Or
It doesn't specify that it has to be a particular other thing. It's like... Specifically, it says if a choice would result in a ring rising above rank 3, you must choose a different ring. If a choice would result in a skill rising above rank 3, you must choose a different skill. So it's just like...
Like kind.
It doesn't say like, oh, you have to pick a social skill, you have to pick this. It's just like, pick one that isn't already 3.
Okay.
Just so that you don't waste...
You don't waste points.
Don't waste points. So first things first, what clan does your character belong to? Now, as I said before, there are 7 great clans, 4, 5, 6, 7, this is right? And there are different clans, and they generally
They have their own things.
they have
a
their
flavor.
own styles, desires, motivations, like because they are descended from these kami who like had their own personalities and powers and stuff like that. So, and accordingly, they give you a certain ring increase and a certain skill increase, which is what you can see over here. And they also give you a status, like where you are in terms of like the current like political playing field.
Oh, does each clan give you that inherently?
Each clan gives you a ring increase, a skill increase, and a certain status score.
Wow.
I'm guessing you've got the stats then?
Yes, I do. Mhm.
What do we have for Pheonix? 'Cause that's what I was looking at.
So, the Pheonix clan.
Just going to write that down.
A symbol of contradictions, explosive power and great restraint, vast intelligence and deep humility, immolating self-sacrifice and glorious rebirth. These entwined virtues illuminate the path of Rokugan's most mystical great clan, the keepers of the Tao of Shinsei and caretakers of the Empire's soul. They're familiar, Pheonix clan members are familiar with the religious practices of Rokugan, invocations of Shigenja, rites of priesthood, blah, blah, blah. They know some of the most significant kami who reside in those lands, and they can tell you the stories and all that stuff. They know the names and locations of all major shrines in Rokugan, so it's like a clan that behooves itself to like the Shigenja, the priestly sort of the religious aspect. But in terms of Bushido, they're all about righteousness. Like that's their foremost element of Bushido.
I got a feel for it then.
They all, however, they take a selective view of sincerity, certain in their belief that they're best equipped to protect and wield certain knowledge. So each clan has a kind of like element of Bushido that they lean into, and one that they're like, it's not really their thing. You know.
Look, I won't tell you the truth because it'll only hurt you.
Right.
So
So
no, I'm on board with Pheonix. That sounds
okay, then the Pheonix clan, you get +1 to your Void Ring,
Ooh, yes.
+1 to Theology,
Yeah.
which is one of the skill that you roll to do like invocations and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Spells, basically. And your status is 30.
30. Okay.
For the rest of you,
Yeah, what are the other clans?
there is the Crab clan, Guardians and Warriors. Again, as Nick mentioned, they like
The guard the wall.
they basically guard the southern border, on the wall, from like the corrupted armies of Jigoku, like the demons and stuff like that,
Yeah.
in the Shadowlands, right? And accordingly, they are
Are they like the Night's Watch? Is that what you're telling me?
in a way, yeah. They are, in comparison with the rest of Rokugan, rowdy, direct to the point of rudeness, and they tend to look for pragmatic solutions.
Is that why you're interested in the crab clan?
No, I'm a scorpion. I just know of crab.
Weakness of the individual is weakness of the group. For a single failure could bring down disaster upon all. They are known as taciturn, battle-weary, or even disillusioned. Still, these people find ways to live and express themselves, and many revel in the small joys that life provides them.
Okay.
And accordingly, the crab can identify
nice cup of
common Shadowlands creatures like goblins and zombies and stuff, and know how to kill them.
Okay.
They grew up hearing stories and songs of heroes who faced greater evils, but they haven't encountered those personally. Like, they don't know anybody who's fought an Oni. And they know about the taint of the Shadowlands and how it corrupts people, and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Their main virtue is courage,
Makes sense.
and they're not so good at courtesy, obviously.
Sounds like it.
The Crane clan,
Diplomat.
they are the left hand of the Emperor.
Okay.
They are refinement, grace, and sensitivity.
Second favorite.
The embodiment of elegance and
I can
grace.
see
Basically, they are expected to be well-spoken, subtle in the extreme, and unfailingly polite. So they're excellent at political and social engagements, right? About being like advisors and courtiers and that sort of thing. Courtesy is of deep importance to them. Courage in excess can lead to foolhardiness. So,
Yeah.
there you go.
That's why they're a foil to the lions.
You know about the general state of political affairs. You know proper etiquette and protocol in the imperial capital. And you have a working knowledge of the high arts and the great masters of old in the various arts and so on and so forth. Then there's the Dragon Clan, which is they're sort of enigmatic. They place more emphasis on the individual search, like, what's my journey? How do I get to enlightenment and expertise, right? They're diverse in their pursuits, but they're committed to bettering oneself and, accordingly, bettering the empire.
Okay.
Right. So they're more like, in terms of clans, they're like very much individuals, right? They're all about individuality. That having been said, a lot of them have taken like monastic ways, right?
Oh.
They have esoteric practices, innate curiosity, and they have a veritable tradition of disregarding tradition in the eyes of the other clans, right? So people expect them to be insightful and humble, but also individualistic, unpredictable, maybe even dangerous, because they can't be predicted in that way. They look at problems from unexpected angles, right? Sincerity is most important to them, aligning your words and your deeds with your intentions. And they define duty and loyalty somewhat differently. Because, obviously, as individuals, like, Dragon Clan lords have been known to tolerate and even value criticism that others would see as grave insubordination. Right? So it means duty and loyalty mean different things to the dragon.
Okay.
Then the Lion Clan, the right hand of the Emperor, which is all about war, right? They have no fear. Their military is unrivaled. They've got sharp tacticians. They've got a proud military heritage. It's courage, honor, and duty. Honor is most important to them. Compassion, not so much. And they're the most well-known battlefield warriors in the Empire, right?
Okay.
Ferocity, loyalty, and courage. That's basically them. So they're like as Nick said, the kind of polar opposite of the Crane Clan in that respect. The Pheonix Clan, which I already mentioned, were like the priestly kind of. They're about mystical. They caretakers of the soul, right? Matters of religious and spiritual importance.
You have to follow the Tao.
The Scorpion Clan. Scorpion Clan's whole thing is they're the kami that established their clan, the kami Bayushi, said to like Hante, the kami from which the emperor is linked, basically said, "I'm going to be your villain." And that was the clan's whole thing. So now, the Scorpion Clan, though they're not inherently evil, they're not inherently malicious. It's just that their whole thing is that they know that, okay, the Crab Clan's taking care of enemies outside of Rokugan, in the Shadowlands. Or the Lion Clan is taking care of war from maybe another country, or internal strife. They're people inside the government and society which are trying to bring down Rokugan.
They fully believe, based on a conversation like that, where it was that they do what they need to do to help Rokugan, whatever that needs to
Any
be.
means necessary. They do what has to be done. Right. And accordingly, the Scorpion Clan is known as the underhand of the Emperor. It goes where those other hands can't reach.
I see.
Right. They lie, they cheat, they steal. Their weapons are blackmail, poison, and sabotage. They dirty their hands so that the others' hands can remain pure. Right. But Scorpion Clan members are like, first and foremost, they're like really loyal. Duty and loyalty are core tenets to them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna do anything and sacrifice anything to make sure that the Empire is surfaced properly, is alive. Honor and righteousness, obviously not so much,
Sure.
because of the nature of their clan's duties. Right.
Zoe, come take the dog's leash off.
Then we have the Unicorn Clan.
They're so cool.
The Unicorn Clan values novelty and flexibility of tradition in a way that other clans do not.
Just said unicorn.
They tend to be very receptive to new ideas and cultural elements without fearing the loss or erosion of their own. They're all, however, driven by an ambition that's not easy to quell, and those seen as lacking in drive are often pushed out by more aggressive members of the clan. Basically, their whole thing is that 1,000 years ago, they left Rokugan,
They're like peace
and then they came back
with powers.
wearing fur, speaking strange languages, having strange weapons, weird powers, and they were like, "Sorry, we're back."
They even broke through the crab's like defensive line.
Yeah.
And then they're like, "We're here now," and it's just like, okay, well,
What are you going to do with that?
that's cool. We'll figure out what to do with you at some point. So
So
Cool,
in
we'll be
the in the context of this edition of the game, they are riders, skirmishers, messengers. They're trained in foreign fighting techniques, schools of philosophy. They're worldly and gregarious, if perhaps a bit rough around the edges, because so many of their members spend time in the wilds or beyond Rokugan.
their form of politicalness is different.
Compassion is most important to them. For mutual understanding and cooperation was the key to the clan's survival during its long journey away from Rokugan and across the world. And obviously courtesy's not great for them because, again, they're kind of
We've been removed.
they're cousins of the crab in that sense, where they're like, we've been gone for a while. We don't know is this what we do? They don't do that over there. But whatever. So you choose the clan that you would like, and I will tell you what your increases are. So you can jot that down, and then jot down the ring and skill and status that you get. And again, I have like sort of small mechanisms in place to make sure that Scorpion Clan and then like Crane Clan and like whatever can all like
Work together.
get
Yeah,
along.
makes
Like,
sense.
yeah. So you're not starting the adventure like they literally when our sandals hit dirt, I'm gonna fucking kill you before this game begins, right?
Just look to your left and right. Let's get one thing straight. I don't like either.
Yeah. You don't want to start it like that.
No,
Plus, you
of
guys
course
are
not.
teenagers. You aren't necessarily like
Caught up in
There's other dramas.
the fun
Right.
thing. And one thing it'll be clear as we're going through the game of 20 questions is like, you may be a person who like bucks tradition within the clan.
Yeah.
Like you're not in lockstep with the understanding of the clan. Maybe you've always been a little different. Maybe you disagree with clan leadership, like, or maybe you're in a position where you're in this clan and you really should be in another clan entirely, right? So you don't have to play it like by the number. In the same sense that like there are races in D&D. Like if you're an orc, you're expected to be like
Bloodthirsty.
a bloodthirsty
Murderous.
monster. But there are orc communities and orc players, half orc players who are like straddling in between that
and like in the card,
Trying to make a union.
and like in the card game
Or
too.
dapper gentlemen.
There's-
Green
yes.
teeth, have monocles. The best works.
Like very much like in the card game, like the Lions, like very good at like military, but that doesn't mean they don't have decent diplomatic cards. Or,
Sure,
or
yeah.
people. So that's
Yeah,
why, like, even
does.
if you want to be that, like a lion diplomat, they exist. They have to, right? So
Because if you want to advance and maneuver and thrive in the Emerald Empire, you have to be at least a little good at all of these elements of the game.
you have to be marketable.
Yeah. So,
Well, I'm leaning towards dragon or unicorn.
They're both so cool. All the clans are cool. This, Rocket
You
Gods.
gotta pick one.
it's a cool place.
And now, like after this, I'm thinking about like FFG ever since like the Winter Court like tournaments and things of that nature. I thought about like on their webpage,
in the resources for the card game, there's like downloadable PDFs of all the lore that's been added on since the decisions of like.
Ooh, that'd be fun to read.
Yeah, it's like the big thing was when they did the new version of the game, the Unicorn Clan just came in. So one of the big decisions of the Emperor, the person who won Worlds, was do you force the Unicorn Clan to make them share their knowledge of magic for the Emperor's personal guard?
Right.
And also there was this whole thing about like the Lion Clan, the Cranes, like getting at it or what have you.
Yeah, they're
at war right now. Or
they're disputing between like some lands and stuff that are valuable to them. And...
As one does.
So anyway, it's cool.
Yeah.
Card games are great.
I think I'm going to go with Unicorn.
So what I was going to say is that dragons are like, think of them as like monkly type characters, and the unicorns are more suited to like rangery type things. They ride horses. And... So if you want to do unicorn,
the leader of the
come back
of the dragons is like this really cool ninja dude. He's really awesome.
So your water ring increases, plus 1 to your water ring, plus 1 to your survival skill, and your status is 30.
Oh, okay, that type of number.
Big number.
Because there's a scale from like basically 1 to 100 where...
Sure.
What you got?
Let's go with Scorpion. Why not?
Scorpion it is. Plus 1 to air, your air ring.
Fitting.
And then plus 1 to skullduggery as your skill. Your status is 35. Because like the Lion Clan and the Crane Clan, you're a little bit higher than the other clans because like...
Just the nature of the clan.
You act on the will of like the Emperor and the Empire, right? You know, you're not just merely existing in it. You help work. You control things, right? Okay, so that's your clan. Right?
Sure.
And we move on to question number 2. What family in that clan does your character belong to? Now, the families will give you a choice of ring increase, a choice. Well, you'll get your choice of ring increase, 2 skill increases. You'll get your glory, and it'll tell you how much wealth you start with.
Sick. Okay.
Now, each clan has got like a sort of a founding family, basically, and then other families underneath them that are still part of the clan, right? For instance, the Crab clan, their main family is the Hida family. So a lot of Crab members, if you see a person that's like Hida something or other, that's a Crab guy. You know, that's a Crab clan guy. But you may also see somebody who is Hiruma something or other, and you know, oh, well, that's a family within the Crab clan. They're also a Crab clan too, right? But the Hida family is most associated with it, right? And so...
so you're choosing a parent family.
You're essentially choosing a family within the clan, which all, like, their bloodlines and their families... Sometimes they adopt people, too, into the families and stuff. They're not necessarily related. That they have different, like, specialties, if you want to think of it that way, within the clan's general purpose, right? So you were Pheonix clan, right? So you got the Asako family, the Kaito family, the Shiba family, or the Isawa family.
Are any of those families associated with Earth?
The Shiba family is associated with Earth.
Shiba sounds pretty
The Shiba family descends from the kami Shiba and provides the Pheonix with a champion. But it bent the knee to the Isawa family early in its history and has dutifully served it ever since. The Shiba focus on keeping the Pheonix clan safe and rely first and foremost on diplomacy before resorting to force. They are expected to be learned in scholarly ways as well as the warrior arts, and they understand the Shugenja they serve better than do most Bushi families. So Shiba is kind of like a Bushi family, which is more of a warrior family, right? But they, because of their training and specialties, they kind of understand Shugenja better than like your average military family, your warrior family.
That sounds good. So the ring would be Earth?
Well, earth or water.
Earth or water? Let's go with Earth on that.
Plus 1 to earth. Your skill increases are meditation and tactics.
Okay.
Your glory is 40. And your starting wealth is 5 koku.
Yay.
Which are these? Those are the gold coins with the holes in it that you can like string together, which then break down into like other
Boo and Zen.
units and stuff like that. But that's not really important right now.
Always remember, one koku is supposed to be enough rice to feed a person for a year.
Something like that. Yeah, it's because it is a feudal society. It means having just like one of these gold coins is significantly more important than like inflation doesn't hit really strongly yet. So you're a unicorn clan, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. So here are the unicorn clan families:
Okay.
Ide, Iuchi, Moto, Shinjo, and Utaku.
I don't know what any of those things mean.
Sure, I know. That's why I was listening. The Ide tirelessly serve as diplomats, couriers, and merchants. The Iuchi are a priestly family. The Moto are considered to be the least civilized of the unicorn families by the standards of the Empire.
Nice.
The Shinjo are the core of the unicorn, the clan of explorers who followed their kami, Shinjo, into the dangerous world beyond the Empire. So, like, they're the family that started the whole unicorn thing of, like, so yeah. And the Utaku family, no other unicorn family has so deeply and spiritually embraced Bushido. They embody it in their elite battle maidens, the Shiotome. There's no heavy cavalry in the Empire than the battle maidens. So, like, they're all about, like, Bushido is my life. I'm going to ride this horse better than anybody who I've ever met. And I'm going to kill you on the battlefield. The matriarchal Utaku allow only their women to ride to war. The Utaku men serve afoot as infantry and in the stables and households, making them unusual among their own clan.
Yep. That one. Sounds great.
Awesome.
Okay, so that's your family name, right?
You're going to have to spell it for me.
U-T-A-K-U.
U-T-A-K-U.
K-U. Mm-hmm. Taku? So when you're referred to, as you may already understand, it's surname and then sort of personal name, right? So family name and then...
Yeah.
So you will be Utaku something.
Whatever my name is, yeah.
So you can choose earth or fire to increase. And again, remember your rings all start at 1 to begin with.
And they can't go above 3.
Can't go above 3.
Okay.
Fire or what?
Family name
Earth.
Shiba. Personal name.
Earth or fire? Shiba Inu.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll go with Earth.
Earth. +1 to Earth. Your skill increases are in survival and tactics. Your glory is 44. And you start with 6 koku. So you get a little more money. Let's compare that to the Crane family Doji, who are like the core of the Crane family. They start with 8 koku.
Okay.
Because, they're politicians, right?
Mm-hmm. Got that money.
So, Scorpion clan families. There are 4 choices for your neck.
Shoshiro and Bayushi in there.
Shosuro,
Yeah.
Soshi, Yogo, and then, of course, the core of the Scorpion clan, the Bayushi.
Okay. Shoshiro is in there, I assume, assassin-y stuff.
Many of the finest Scorpion spies are Shosuro, living as other people among the clans. When the Shosuro family is known to outsiders, it's for their acting talent and theatrical skills. While they are master entertainers, they're often asked to turn their skills in acrobatics, acting, and other arts to darker and bloodier ends.
Okay. And then the Bayushi's like they're like, well, like...
Charming, ruthless, deceitful, and vicious, the Bayushi appear as the villains they claim to be. The ends justify the means. They're the sinister side of power, using blackmail, poison, and seduction to control the enemies of the Empire, all while dancing a fine line to avoid falling to true villainy themselves.
Yeah, that's okay. Let's do that.
Bayushi?
Yeah.
Okay, you can choose to increase air or fire.
Air, I suppose.
And your skill increases are in courtesy and design. Your glory is 44. And you start with 8 Koku.
Got that money.
And Bayushi is B-A-Y-U-S-H.
Yeah, I was about to say B what?
B-A,
Yeah.
and then Y-U,
Yeah.
and then S-H-I. Bayushi. So everybody's got their
Family.
right?
Sure
Good.
do.
Cool.
That's so cool.
Now you pick a school. What's your character's school? And then accordingly, what kind of general role does that school fall into?
Do we all have to be? Are we for this adventure? We are samurai or not? Samurai?
No, you are samurai in training, basically.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, so we. Does that mean we have to embody some type of martial?
No,
Pro-
no.
Samurai is almost more like a title if you want to think.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
why I wasn't.
Yeah,
that's
not-
where I keep. I
Yeah.
am not
Yeah,
the most well versed in.
It's like a social class almost. It's a servant of the empire and of their daimyo and things like that. But you can be a samurai and like maybe you've had some sword training, but like that's not what you do. You're like a diplomat or a courtier.
Okay,
But
cool.
you're still technically a samurai.
Gotcha.
So the different roles, and I did mention some of this earlier. The bushi
Yeah.
are the warriors, guards, and instructors. The courtiers are politicians, emissaries, civil servants. Artisans are, that's what it says in the 10. They're creators, scholars, engineers. Shugenja are the priests of the samurai caste. It's right there. They're a caste rather than like a soldier type thing. Share a special bond with the kami. They're few in number but substantial in their influence. They can do like invocations, which are spells, basically, right?
Sounds fun.
There are monks, and then shinobi is the word we were looking for.
That was it. Yeah.
Assassins and spies.
So I'm guessing you're taking Shinobi?
And then, well, no, each school like covers one or more roles, right?
Oh, okay.
So it's like, for instance, if you were in the Crab Clan and you chose the Haruma Scout School, that's a school that covers Bushi and Shinobi, right? Whereas the Kaiju Engineer School is Artisan and Bushi. Does that make sense?
Oh, and that's all based on your family as well, or your clan school, right?
You choose a single school within your clan for the character.
Okay.
Yeah. If you wish for your character to study at another school outside of your clan, then you have to like jury rig a reason why
Like you would study outside.
they'd let you do that. Yeah.
Why did the secretive Scorpion clan let you train with them?
Yeah.
A snake, not a scope.
Yes.
So let's
I'm sorry.
continue working in the order. Pheonix. Pheonix schools. Scorpion schools.
I am looking for
Phoenix
the
was-
more of that like mystical side with potentially the martial or creative side of things.
Now, your family has the school of the Shiba Guardian School. That covers Bushi and Courtier. As Shiba swore to protect Isawa, so the Shiba Guardian School emphasizes the defense of and cooperation with the Isawa family, right? There's kind of servants to the Isawa, right? Its members complement and protect priests, shrine keepers, and shugenja. They're broadly trained, often as much scholars as warriors, and they approach conflict as a problem to be solved without bloodshed if possible. Their commitment to theological study and long hours of meditation have taught the Shiba Guardians how to dance in harmony with elemental kami called forth by the invocations of the Shugenja. There's also the Kaito Shrine Keepers School, which is like a monk kind of school. There
Sounds
is
kinda
the
interesting.
Isawa Elementalist School, which is all about Shugenja, right?
I'm in.
And then there's the Sako Lore Master School, which are courtiers, right?
Let's go with the Elementalist one.
Okay.
What was the full title on that one?
Isawa Elementalist School.
ISAWA.
ISAWA,
Okay.
and then Elementalist. So you were part of the other family, the Shiba, and then you were
Cross-trained.
at some point like. It kind of sounds like fantasy football. You were just traded away. Like this person has been born in our clan, who's clearly they're more suited to this school rather than our own, or to this school. So you shall train with them, right?
That's cool.
No tradition has a more complete mastery of the way of the spirits.
Cool.
That's what I was
So,
looking for.
so each clan has like how many schools attached to it?
4.
4. Okay, that's pretty cool.
Each for one of the families within the clan, right?
Wow, that is neat.
So, this is what you get because you've chosen that school. Buckle up.
Dude, these are little.
+1 to any 2 different rings.
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh,
I think I'm going to do Void and Fire.
Sorry.
Okay.
that's so cool.
Now, normally, like if you picked the Asako school, that would be +1 air and +1 earth. But because the elemental school's like, okay, well, I'm going to master like calling upon the invocations of like water or fire or whatever. So they kind of go to their thing. I mean, basically.
Well, that's the thing about like
There's
from what
only
I've gathered
one
about
of them
Pheonix too,
left.
they're like so in tune
Sorry,
with
so I
all
was
of
literally
the
watching that before you guys came over.
It's a great
all of
series.
the elements, right? So,
Jason bought it for a couple Christmases ago.
Nice.
Starting skills. Choose 3 of these.
Okay.
Each increases by +1, right? Composition, courtesy, medicine, meditation, performance, or theology. Choose 3 of those.
Medicine, theology, and meditation.
Okay. Your honor. Your starting honor. 40.
Seems okay.
Square in the middle. Here are the techniques available to you. Invocations,
Okay.
rituals, and shuji.
Okay.
What that means is that these are the types of techniques your character can purchase when they advance after character creation. You start with these techniques. Choose 3 of the following invocations. Extinguish, Grasp of Earth, Path to Inner Peace, Tempest of Air. So choose 3 of those and basically discard 1 because there are 4 choices. And if you want to know more about these invocations, I can tell you what they are.
Going completely off of feel. Yeah. Was that
If you can, if you wish.
Path of...
Path to Inner Peace,
Path 2.
Extinguish, Grasp of Earth, and Tempest of Air.
We'll do Tempest of Air. Well, let's do Grasp of Earth. I've got Earth right there.
So you've got 3 choices. So you're going to go Grasp of Earth, Tempest of Air,
Or Grasp of Earth, Path of Inner Peace, and Extinguish.
Path to Inner Peace, and Extinguish. Cool. You also start with the rituals, Commune with the Spirits, and Divination. So that all goes in the starting techniques box. Commune with the Spirits and Divination. Here's your school ability. 1 with the elements. Once per scene, when making the check to activate an invocation technique, say Tempest of Air or whatever, before rolling your dice, you may reduce the target number of the check by your school rank.
Okay. So reduce target number.
By school rank. When you're trying to activate an invocation technique. So since you're rank 1 right now in the school.
When invocating specifically?
Yeah. Before you roll your dice, you can say, okay, it's a TN2, well, it's just TN1 for me. But you can only do that once per scene.
Yeah.
Right.
Were the 2 rituals Commune with Spirits and...
Commune with the Spirits and Divination.
Divination. Got it. Starting outfit?
Sanctified robes. So that's fun.
Oh, monkey.
Scroll satchel.
Yay.
Traveling pack. And because you are a samurai in training, you have a, and I may be getting this wrong, but you have a wooden wakizashi, a short sword.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Doink.
Because you're not permitted to have the full samurai
Yeah, you
actual
haven't
killing swords yet. Yeah.
you haven't earned your samurai spirit yet.
You do, however, I think it's fair for you to have a knife.
Yeah, probably.
It says includes a knife, and I can see that a teenager with a knife is.
I mean, it's not the same as a blade.
It's not the
right?
same as a giant, like a katana. This 16-year-old kid's walking around with a katana. No, we don't do that.
No.
If you got a knife, son,
For a
what
number
are you
of
going to do
reasons.
with that?
Right.
I have this.
Every
Water
adult
reach.
shakes theirs.
It shakes, yeah. And so then there's, on the same page, and you don't need to know about this yet, but there's a table organized into ranks, each with a number of advancements. And as you use experience points, you increase your rank, and then eventually you go to rank 2, and rank 3, and rank 4. And that affects your school ability and all that stuff.
Neat.
But we don't need to worry about that right now. Okay. So, Nick, looking at Scorpion schools.
Is there something for Shinobi and Courtier?
Yes, the Shosuro Infiltrator School.
Nailed it.
Right there. That's family.
The what is it called?
The Shosuro Infiltrator School. So it is the same school as your family. No, you picked Bayushi, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, you picked Bayushi, and then you
Yes.
traded off to the Shosuro School.
Right.
Okay. Yes, that's Shinobi and Kurdia. Well honed in acrobatics, disguise, and stealth. Agents of surprise and disruption. They sow chaos and vanish. Many a Yojimbo has thwarted an apparent assassination attempt that was merely a distraction from the target the Shosuro infiltrators truly sought. So your air and fire rings increase.
Okay, we have maxed air.
Choose 5 of the following skills to increase.
5?
5.
Wow.
Buckle
Okay.
up.
Okay.
Courtesy. Fitness. Games.
What does that? What does that mean?
Go.
Okay, so
Not-
literally
Like literal games.
Okay,
But
that's
there may
fine.
be applications for that,
Right. Sure.
you know.
Of course. Just wanted to make sure I got that right.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, it is literally like games. Yeah.
All right.
Martial arts melee. Martial arts unarmed. Performance. And skullduggery. So choose 5 of those.
And how many are there listed there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7. Okay.
Drop 2.
Drop 2. Can I see the list?
Yeah,
It's actually
absolutely.
probably easier to. And then I'll return that to you. We're.
Right there on that
choose
page in
what-
front of
yeah. Mhm. Is performance purely a kind of a theater type?
No, it's
As I attempt to.
it basically is like anytime you're, I guess artistically, like dance, painting.
Okay, that's what I was saying.
Like
yeah,
all stuff, yeah.
But it is an art.
It's an art-related thing. Yeah,
Self-expression.
poetry, self-expression, that sort of thing. Yeah, like it's meant to be for artistic expression.
Sick. Okay.
Now, what we're going through in the game of 20 questions right now is like quite a few. Like the first couple of questions are like,
Dense.
yeah, they're kind of dense. Basically, they're like, here's all the mechanical stuff, and then there's a bunch of questions toward the end, which is like, how does your character react to stressful situations, or how would your character's parents describe you? And like, so those are more like role-playing questions that you don't necessarily need to draft an exhaustive answer to right now, obviously.
Okay.
How should your character die?
That's an important one. Yeah. How do you feel?
No, it
what's
is
your
about samurai, yeah.
What's your ideal death? Actually, no. Do we have any tape? Here.
We have ooh, the clear tape in the drawer, like the
Yes.
packing
Do I
tape.
have that?
Oh yeah, you want me to get it for you?
Yes.
Okay. I gave her a child Cheetos, told her to eat them quickly and go to bed. Get ready for bed.
Devour these cheetos.
I think it will be more valuable to all of us if I post this on the wall so that we can refer to it rather than being in a weird, like, looking at it
And
backwards.
if you look right here,
Yeah.
well, this is where we are.
If you look out your window to the left, you'll see Roku.
Wonderful.
How lovely. Okay,
So she didn't-
I think...
Necessarily clean her room a ton, but she did clean off the bookshelf that she wants to get rid of. And put where she wants her big bookshelf. So just let you lay it's not straight. Here we go.
Oh, so this is also just the manipulated skill, which is just courier, but I see. That's cool.
Temporary things.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're not leaving it up there forever.
I know. I've been playing this game a long time. I'm a friend after friend. Okay.
I see. So far we have a monk. I mean, I guess we haven't gotten to what.
More priestly. So, like when
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Sorry, that is just actually pure ignorance on my part to just
I mean, yeah, it's,
throw it under one umbrella. But I was saying, that, yeah, you seem to have a little bit of some spiritualness going
The way
on.
that your clan and school is interacting, it's like the Isawa are like the true like connect the true Shugenja, right?
Mhm.
And then you are like not also ran, but you're like, you know, we also have spiritual connections, but like our foremost duty is to like support the Shugenja and protect them. So you're like the associate pastor.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And I suppose this will be fine right now because I didn't notice. Yeah, that the Bayushi are just courtiers, and that's also really cool. But I won't.
Sometimes all you gotta do is talk.
So your honor is 30. Here are the techniques available to you. Kata. You can just bubble in that.
Oh, is it all of it or just one of them?
Well, no,
Yeah,
I'm
like
going to list
yeah,
3
okay.
that are available to you. Kata, which is the sword one.
Mm-hmm.
Rituals, the incense
Mm-hmm.
thing. And then Shuji, which is the brushstroke.
Gotcha. Okay.
Rituals and Shuji. So
Connected to like penmanship.
those are the techniques that you can like get as you are going through your
Sure.
advancement. And so that's not as important right now, but
Okay. That's no
They're
problem.
for historical purposes.
starting techniques.
Okay.
In starting techniques, you gain the ninjutsu technique, Deadly Sting. Deadly Sting, which is a ninjutsu technique, which is exactly what it sounds like.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
And then you can choose one of these shuji techniques, which are like social techniques. Whispers of Court or Sensational Distraction.
Do those have?
I can tell you what they are.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
And I choose 2
You choose one of the 2.
of those 2.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to bog down with.
No, it's fine.
explanation.
They're social techniques. So here we go. Whispers of Court. As a scheme action, you may make a courtesy air check targeting each character in the scene. If you succeed, you create a rumor that sweeps across the room like a storm. Everyone in the scene hears it, and characters with vigilance lower than your bonus successes even come to give it some credence.
Wow.
That's rad.
And then Sensational Distraction. with fire. Yes. When making a social skill fire check targeting one or more characters, you can spend your opportunity in the following way. When interacting with other characters, the target treats their vigilance as one lower per opportunity spent this way. When interacting with you, the target treats their vigilance as one higher. So you're basically like a vigilance soak. So their vigilance towards you is higher, but their vigilance towards everyone else is lower.
I see.
Per opportunities you spend. This effect persists until the end of the scene.
I see. Both are cool, but that rumor is pretty damn nifty.
Whispers of Court it is then.
Not to mention it jives pretty well with air, and I already have that maxed out, so it seems pretty...
It is an air shuji. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay. Your school ability is the Path of Shadows. While performing an attack action against a target who is compromised, incapacitated, unconscious, or simply unaware of your presence, treat the damage and deadliness of your weapon as being increased by your school rank, which right now is 1. So in those situations, attacking those targets, the damage and deadliness of your weapon goes up by 1.
Cool.
Starting outfit: ceremonial clothes, common clothes, traveling clothes, you also have a wooden wakizashi.
Is there more? Is there like a special spot for this or no?
It's a starting outfit.
Oh, okay, never mind.
All that stuff's
Oh.
in. It's like starting
Equipment.
Outfit.
your outfitting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The general term.
Yeah, ceremonial clothes, common clothes, traveling clothes,
One sword.
wooden wakizashi. You have a knife. And a traveling pack. Now, when you become full-fledged samurai, for instance, you get your like daisho, which is a katana and a wakizashi. I will give you the yumi, which is a bow, and you'll get a quiver of arrows. And
I see.
but again, you're in training, so you don't necessarily have those things. Okay.
Also equipped with a devilish smile.
That's built into you. That's built in, though. You don't have to equip them. So there are, just like the rest of the unicorn schools,
4.
there are actually 5 unicorn schools.
Well, okay.
So many unicorns.
Because I think there are technically 5 families in a unicorn. I mean, most of the clans have 4 families. So there's the Ide Trader School, the Iuchi Maishodo Master School, there is the Moto Conqueror School, the Shinjo Outrider School, and the Utaku Battle Maiden School.
Might as well go whole hog into the Battle Maiden.
Okay. The most traditional and prestigious of the Uniclan schools, the Shiotome, or Battle Magens, are revered as legendary cavalry.
Could you spell the name for me?
What? Which one? The name of the school?
Yeah.
Utaku. Battle Maiden School.
Battle Maiden School. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I want to make sure I wrote it down properly.
So your air and earth rings increase.
Okay.
Choose 5 from these skills: command, fitness, government, martial arts melee, meditation, smithing, and survival.
Well, I'll take survival and that'll max me out.
Max
there.
out survival. You got 3. Okay. Choose 4 more skills.
What was the martial art melee?
Martial arts melee. Three more.
What were the other ones? I'm sorry.
Command, fitness, government.
Yeah, I'll take fitness.
Fitness. Two more.
I think I'll take command.
Command. One more.
And that leaves smithy.
Government, meditation, smithing.
Hey,
Government meditations.
you gotta stop doing that. Else I'm just
Smithing,
keep
like,
hitting
you know.
I know. It's
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
You cute dog. Cute little harness.
The slowly
Um,
deflating dog.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now I messed up.
Meditation.
Now it's
Meditation, okay. Your
Okay.
starting
Love.
honor is 50.
Wow.
okay.
Ooh, very
The
honorable.
battle maidens are well
Mhm.
well known, are well regarded.
Better not suck.
The techniques available to you: kata,
The way of the blade.
rituals, and shuji, which is basically your technique outfit, I think, Nick, if I remember correctly.
The what?
I think, yeah, your techniques are the same thing. Kata, rituals, and shuji.
Yeah.
Starting techniques. You can choose one of these kata techniques. Crescent Moon style or Iron Forest style.
Differences?
I shall tell you.
Okay. Sorry.
You don't have to apologize for me explaining how the game works that you haven't read before.
But
Perhaps I should make that clear.
I could.
Crescent Moon style. Okay? When you perform the guard action, you can spend your opportunity in the following way. After a character at range 1 to 2 performs an attack action targeting you or another character you're guarding, you may perform a strike action with one readied martial arts weapon targeting that character. Then, so it's Crescent Moon style and Iron Forest style. Iron Forest. When you make a martial arts melee check using a pole arm, you may spend opportunity in the following way. The area in range of your weapon counts as dangerous terrain for one target of your action per opportunity spent that way.
Damn right it does.
When an affected character attempts to move closer to you, they must make a TN4 fitness check. If they fail, they cannot advance. This effect persists until the start of your next turn. Of
It's
course,
a hard no.
that requires you to wield a pole arm,
Pole arm, yeah.
which would be under martial arts
Melee.
melee.
Which I took.
That sounds fun.
No, didn't you take martial arts unarmed?
No, I took melee.
Okay, it's you that took unarmed. That's right.
Yeah, I'm totally doing the pole. I'm gonna whack the shit out of people. Yeah.
Okay.
Again. So that was Iron Forest.
Iron Forest style.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, currently I took melee, but I'm very, like, until I think by the time I'm done, I really won't have a clear picture
Yeah,
of,
yeah.
like, how I want this person to approach.
You'll also get the kata Warrior's Resolve.
Boy, if Robert were here, we'd both be battle maidens, wouldn't we?
Warrior's Resolve.
So much ass kicking.
So Warrior's Resolve, once per scene, as a support action, you spend one void point to remove fatigue equal to your honor rank.
Wow.
Not your honor score, your
Honor
honor
rank.
rank,
Yeah. Okay.
which is somewhere
Which is-
between 1 and 5, I think, or 6 or something.
Okay.
So it's like, think of it as like second wind, right? Because
Yeah.
when you're damaged, you take fatigue and, blah, blah. So, that's Warrior's Resolve.
That's pretty cool. It seems like you got a lot of cool stuff.
Thanks.
You also have the school ability Heroic Charge. When you
Somebody's got
succeed at an attack action check,
It's not me.
add bonus successes equal to the number of range bands you've
better
moved
like
this
the,
round.
Okay, hold on.
To a maximum of your school rank. So it's only one for it.
Okay. Add bonus what? Rank?
successes equal to the number of range bands you've moved this round. So if your rank in your school was 3, and you moved 3 range bands charging to attack, you would add 3 bonus successes onto that. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right now you're only adding 1 bonus.
That first swing, though. Yeah. And next one.
Also,
Turned around to someone else.
during a duel or mass battle, if you're mounted on your steed, you always count as having moved a number of range bands equal to your school rank this turn.
Ooh.
Okay.
And we'll, obviously this is more information, we'll get into that later. Starting outfit. Ceremonial clothes. Lacquered armor. And again, you're samurai in training, you're like 17, like maybe you don't have great armor. Maybe you don't have armor entirely to begin with, but you start with a wooden wakizashi.
Do you know how to spell that? Wooden sword.
Wakizashi. It's a particular kind. It's a shorter sword than, like, say, a katana.
Wakizashi. Okay.
Wakizashi.
Kazashi.
You have a knife, a traveling pack,
The odds on these dice are pretty good.
and you have an Utaku steed.
Yes.
An Utaku steed is like one of...
Actually, even only...
It's like a war horse. Right.
I will not name her Roach.
The sacred steeds of the
But you
Utaku
should.
battle maidens are paragons of horses. They're fiery and ferocious, but utterly loyal to their riders and fearless in the field.
So she'll bite the shit out of anyone who tries to steal her.
Nay.
Yay.
What kind of rule would I make to check if I can teach my horse that? Sorry. Go around just
You
biting
guys see
people on the ass.
you see the reveal, I forget what his name
Leon.
is. He's playing
Hush.
Geralton,
Yeah, Henry Cavill.
yeah. Seemed interesting. So, seemed like it.
Oh, yeah.
They did that.
I saw the screen test.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'm determined that I really just don't like his face. Like, I was
Supposed
looking
to
at
be-
him
it
as
just-
Geralt, and I was like, I
I'm
don't.
surprised they didn't go with someone a little
I
bit
think you'll
more
find it's
rougher.
Geralt. Thank you very much.
You mean
Sorry.
Jerry?
Yeah, Jerry.
Jerry, yeah, no. I'm sorry, you're right.
Good old Jerry.
Good old Jerry of Rivia.
Jerry the Witcher.
I really takes on a whole.
Now
new-
that-
Jerry of the River, let's be
That
honest.
would be funny.
Yeah.
That would be hilarious.
Like it's like
and
God,
clearly it's like Nick Cage that
No,
plays it,
no,
right?
it's not Nick
Oh,
Cage. It's hold on a second.
How are you going to beat Nick Cage here? Because Jerry of the River.
Jerry of Rivia is clearly damn it. He has such a particular face. I'm trying to
Let's imagine Dandelion trying to.
He's on Boardwalk Empire.
Oh. Like,
You know the
lead
guy
bad guys on it?
was
Steve
like-
Buscemi.
oh, I was like-
It's Steve Buscemi.
The whole time, like he can't mean Steve Buscemi.
It's Steve Buscemi as Jerry of Rivia.
Rivia.
It's like, hey, I'm just here to like you got a
monster
you got a monster I
problem?
gotta slay? Yeah.
I just don't like. What is it, Henry?
Henry Cavill.
I don't like Henry Cavill's face.
That's
For-
fine.
I
You don't,
just-
or you're not required to. I'm reserving my judgment. I'll watch like the first episode and see.
how the acting goes. That's
Yeah.
really...
Yeah, because he
That was
plays
weird.
Superman so dead inside.
That's not his problem. That's
That was the script problem.
literally everybody else's.
Problem.
Okay, alright, cool.
Okay, so how does your character stand out within your school?
How many fucking battle maidens can there be?
A lot.
Yeah.
It means that, like, not in terms of accomplishments, but it means, like, are you more creative than your average schoolmate? Or
Oh,
are
I
you
see.
more adaptable than your average schoolmate? Basically, you choose one of the following options and it increases one of the relevant rings, right?
Sure.
So, you can be recognized by your teachers and peers for your creativity, passion, or drive. That's plus fire.
Sounds good.
Grace, eloquence, or empathy. That's +1 to air. Adaptability, friendliness, or awareness. That's +1 to water. Thoroughness, patience, or calm. +1 to earth. And then self-awareness, insight, or mysticism. That's +1 to void.
Tempting that I'm maxed.
What was water?
Adaptability, friendliness, or awareness. Your character's willingness to roll with the punches, gregariousness, or understanding of their environment stands out among their peers. Your character tends not to get stuck in mental ruts the same way many people do, or at least they have ways to get out of them.
Can you read the fire one to me? Creativity,
Your
passion.
character is recognized by their teachers and peers for their inventive ideas, their sincere love for the craft of their school, or their intense and irrepressible desire to succeed in their field.
Yep.
Their energy and enthusiasm inspire fellow students and galvanize rivals to put forth their best as well. So that's +1 to fire.
Okay.
Oh, I see. After this, like the
You stop getting rings.
You
and
stop
start
getting-
Start getting
everything
real.
Yeah. Just got real.
So when you add one to this, do you go to 2 or do you start at 1?
No, all your rings start at 1.
I see. Okay, gotcha.
So I'm maxed on Earth.
So if you've got multiple air, you'll have to.
You can just put that wherever you want.
Yep.
Okay.
You can choose a different ring that's not already 3.
I see.
So if it would have given you air, you can then say, okay, well, since air is already maxed out, I'll put it in this instead.
Yeah, I
Gotcha.
have 3 in Earth, 2 in everything else. Cool. Because you said they all start at 1, right?
All the rings start at 1. Skills are obviously 0 because...
Right, yeah. I'm going to see if our kid's ready for bed yet, okay?
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
You have a dog following you.
Dude, she's already taking
So some of your rings can be really specialized, or otherwise they can be kind of.
Generic. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like you could potentially be like completely all around, like 2 in each,
2 and everything. Yeah.
or have some specialization as things go. But yeah, you've got some flexibility and some choice there. So.
It's pretty nifty. Cool. Oh yeah.
And ninja.
I like this. I like where it's going. All right. All right.
What is your character's relationship with their clan?
We're cool. But I mean,
That's it.
I mean,
It's
we're
just-
right. I mean, but not like.
So we've done this
Aye.
this first part of the this first
Page
part of
1.
the page. Flip it over. Who is your lord and what is your character's duty to them?
So this is your Geary then.
It's your Giri. Yes.
Who is your lord and what does he do? Yeah, exactly.
Who's your daddy?
What does he do?
Who said they could take my cookie?
So I actually have. I actually have information
I think
about
that's
like
sound. Never mind.
the lord. Like if you need a lord, I can tell you like
Yeah.
straight up who the lord is.
The Pheonix Lord? of some
Yeah.
sort?
Let me get to that. Or the daimyo that you are the
Currently
lord.
serving him.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yes, Whistle Dog. Yes. Just yeah, it's just got that little bit of like that caramel saltiness to it. It's just good stuff. Okay. Theology 2 ranks. Meditation 2 ranks. Tactics and medicine 1 and 1. And that's all I got so far.
Did you already mention that you want to continue this game next Friday?
yeah, the I'm planning to because next Friday is also where we can't do La Marazma. I'm planning to
Yeah, I mean that's totally cool with
extend
me.
this over.
That way we know we aren't spending this long on characters to never touch them again. Yeah. Like we're literally going to roll into it next week.
always nice.
To be
be
fair,
able to
this is a
play
really
the
cool
characters.
character creation process. And
Yeah.
it's also very fun. Also, it's just nice. I had nothing going on this Friday besides Red Dead Redemption, so it's nice to be able to hang out with you guys.
The Crunchy Cowboy Simulator.
I like the Photoshop cover, which is
Rootin'
Rootin' Tootin'
Tootin'
Cowboy Shootin'. Rootin' Tootin' Cowboy Shootin' 2. Yeah.
You done too.
Because there's part of this character creation process who I'd love to see, just like a cheap $2 to $4 printout of here's all the information you need condensed into a player handbook, so you can just grab a couple of them and pass them out. Smooth out that character creation process.
Could see that.
This game involves the thing about a lot of this creation seems to involve a lot of it really helps the more you know about the universe.
Well, I mean, it's
Definitely.
faster, obviously, if you know.
But even then, there's plenty of mechanics that you've got to adjust and make some
Look at
guesses
some
on
like the
the-
Lord.
What are you looking at, baby?
Well, I'm trying to see if any of the materials will give, like, a Phoenix Lord
Specifically.
that Stephen's character can serve.
I mean, I'm happy to work for some interesting folk. Let's say, what, page 88, somewhere around there?
88 is where it explains what the geary thing is.
Okay.
Your character's lord might be a clan magistrate, a city governor, a provincial daimyo, or even a great clan family daimyo. So, I mean, the notion is like you can invent your lord.
a
right?
person, yeah.
It's not a... Just trying to see if there's any...
Is that something
built out.
you would like actually filled out? Does that make sense?
It's not really important right now, given that you're like... You're
I figured that would be, considering that might be something we may need to spend like a little bit of time on.
Do some research. What about Ninja? Do you think we'll be using
Ninja is...
Using that? the...
yeah, what does your character
person-
long for, and how might this impede their duty?
I mean, at the very least, that's easy enough to...
Conceptualize, right?
Yeah.
Instead of making...
Yeah, I think I would fill out a little bit for your ninja at the very least.
I mean, what's Geary? Like, what's the... I
Here
know
is
that's-
your sworn duty,
Duty. Yeah.
to your lord or whatever.
Duty versus desire.
So let's think about your giri right now as being like becoming a samurai.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know.
And then can come up with Ninja to kind of flavor the character. But
Right, ninja being your personal feelings. So can they? What is at odds with your wanting to become a samurai, or like your path to becoming a samurai? Selecting one's ninja properly. You should be able to answer the following questions. Yes. Is this ninja something you want to see your character pursue or contend with during the story? The player should be excited about the prospect of the character struggling with it, right? Is this ninja likely to arise no matter where the campaign takes your character? It should tug at your heart, right? Something that can influence your character's choices no matter where they are. Is this ninja something for which your character might sully their honor or defy their lord? So again, you don't have to... We're doing the beginner game, so it's not something you need to, like, belabor. But if it helps you get in touch with your character, then
Sure.
please go ahead.
That'd move us on to what is your character's relationship with their clan? Page 91.
So there are two options here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe... This is scoring question 7 now. Okay. Do you believe firmly in the precepts of your clan and the values? Or do you have a fundamental disagreement with the beliefs, policies, or practices, and you've defied those in the past?
Say I believe.
You believe?
Mm-hmm.
Gain +5 glory. Because you're an upstanding member of that community.
So we'll add that to the existing glory of 45.
So do you believe firmly in your clan's traditions, or do you buck the disagree? It seems like you're A1 for the Battle Maidens, like you're all about their whole thing.
Yeah, that's I agree.
Then +5 to your glory. Glory, not honor.
Glory.
Are you in tune with the Scorpion clan? Or do you have a fundamental disagreement with something?
Part of me wants to make him like even more brutal, like personal, like more personal gain rather than
I
like
see.
helping the emperor
Yeah.
or empire.
Starting to go Ronin.
Starting to go, rogue and Ronin. Like, where you're like, no, I'm in it for me.
Well, yeah. Still within my, like I want to, like I did as far as like my ninja, like I put be the best, but it's supposed to be
Sure,
like,
yeah.
like be
Personal advancement.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. So
Be the best at what you.
Well, in that case, I would think that there is a disagreement there,
yeah.
right? Gain 1 rank in a skill in which you have 0 ranks.
Gesundheit.
Excuse me.
So a skill you don't have a rank in yet, gain 1 rank in that. Consider why this skill represents a divergence from the clan's training or values.
Will you go see Zoe's ready for bed this time? I've gone in there like 3 times already. Sometimes she just, no, most of the time she just listens better to him,
Sometimes just needs the right motivation.
which is him. And her desire for him to never be angry with her ever.
What is commerce?
Commerce is like trade.
Well, I guess I should have more specific, like in the context of this.
I would assume like building off that, making trades, being able to like get a good deal, find certain items.
Oh, I see.
The theoretical 5th edition, we're having an auction for a magic item kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That I need to just use that as a jumping off point for a 5th edition game at this point. Because they keep talking about it, and I've never actually seen it in action.
What do you mean?
They specifically try to set up like magic items in the setting, unlike in 4th edition, where it's like, oh, they're everywhere. You can buy them from your local like pawn shop.
Oh, yes.
In 5e, there's this idea where it's like, if you're looking for one, you can probably find it, but it's going to be at an auction. It's going to sell for ridiculous amounts of money.
Right.
Those kind of things. I think that'd be a fun place to either start or center a little game around.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Especially if the
Is
merchant
commerce,
is a certain skeleton.
is commerce like you're trying
That
to
would be
find
awesome.
things, or
Commerce is... That's not a trade, right? Buy and sell goods for profit.
There you go. Yeah. Straightforward.
And trade skills are thought of as kind of lower skills, right? They're like... The samurai are meant to not necessarily dabble in those things.
Those are for common folk.
Those are for peasants. Peasants and merchants. And that having been said, you do what you will. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
but
there may be
you're
people
good at
judging
you're good
you
at
for
what
your
you're good
actions.
at.
I'm not
so-
suggesting that you not pick those skills. It's just that culturally they're like,
You might
should
get
samurai
judged.
sully themselves by doing simple bean counting? Or, you know.
You have people for that.
But of course, you'll notice that skullduggery is also a trade skill. So is survival, right? So they're not courtly skills.
Yeah,
They're not-
you shouldn't have to be doing that. You should have money,
yeah.
power, and influence, and somebody who knows what they're doing.
I gave you a bone. Shush.
You threw him a bone.
I did literally throw him a bone. A teeth cleaning bone.
Can you give me tea before you sit down?
Yes, before I burrito myself.
Yes, I noticed when you were burrowing.
We're getting to that time of year. Yeah.
All right, so we have.
What does your
Did you pick
character
your-
think?
Yeah, so
rank?
I took government.
Cool. Government is know how the empire operates, which makes sense. Right?
I figured that's the most thing.
It's certainly flavorful with the rest of your clan, your school. Like,
Right, it still adopts a sense of clan without it being while still furthering
yeah.
self motivation. So.
What does your character think of Bushido?
I think it's pretty great.
Plus 10 honor.
Dang.
Lame.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by you.
If your character's
Honors for
belief
suckers.
in living by an orthodox interpretation of Bushido is very staunch, you gain 10 honor. If your character diverges from some or all common beliefs about how a samurai should behave honorably, you gain 1 rank in one of the following skills to reflect past behavior that was unbefitting of a samurai or deeply defied the norm. Guess what those
Skullduggery,
Skullduggery.
tradecraft
commerce,
options?
labor, Seafaring, skullduggery, survival, and medicine is included in that as well.
Interesting.
That's weird. Okay.
Given that the unicorns are like weird and outlandish already,
Kind of bucking tradition to begin
kind of
with.
bucking to tradition to begin with, I think that fits.
So you have a complicated relationship with Bushido.
Yeah.
So put a rank in commerce, labor, medicine, seafaring, skullduggery, or survival.
I already have 3 ranks in survival.
But you can't do that.
What's the likelihood we're going to need seafaring?
No
How are you gonna end up
likelihood
a
whatsoever.
samurai?
So the other ones are commerce.
Yeah, so just ignore seafaring. There's no
commerce, skullduggery,
labor.
labor. What's labor?
Conduct
Any
manual tasks such as farming.
Or perhaps mining.
Medicine.
What if you just take seafaring in like a broader term? Like,
Seafaring is operate boats and
what if it's like
subsist
a
at
sea
sea.
of babes?
It's not really the setting for that.
That's a shame.
Now, if you guys want to go play Mutant Chronicles, that's cool.
I'll take
That's cool too.
I'll take medicine.
Medicine? Okay. So everybody did their Bushido? Yeah.
Or even like a sea of food. Like, you know, just
This is where your advantages and disadvantages come out, right?
cool.
What is your character's greatest accomplishment so far? Now, you can create these out of whole cloth. However, there are specific advantages.
Sure.
Specifically, these are distinctions, which your
Right.
character's greatest achievement has been.
I watched all the Lord of the Rings movies, extended edition, in one sitting.
Not invented. So,
I'm impressed.
here are the distinctions.
I did not.
Did
I
you
did
get
not do
two
that.
from-
That is, my
I'm
character
sorry?
has.
Did you
I
get
have not.
Yeah, I left it in the kitchen. I'm sorry, my headache's starting to come back.
So here are your specific distinctions. Ally, name. Or so you have an ally. Have a name. That's a water-related thing. Ambidexterity. It's an air-related thing. Benten's blessing. It's an air thing.
Like Ben 10, the animated series?
No, not Ben 10.
Oh.
Benten.
Ben 10.
That's what I heard.
I think it liked it more Stephen than Stephen's way.
You can
You get a weird
shape-shift into
watch.
things. It's great.
You get Bishamon's blessing. It's a water thing. You have blackmail on insert name here. That's a fire one.
Sounds like a you thing.
Blessed lineage, void. Blissful betrothal, water. Daikoku's blessing, water. Dangerous allure, fire. Ibisu's blessing, earth. Famously honest, air. Famously lucky, void.
Ooh, that's tempting.
That is cool.
Famously reliable, earth. Famously successful, fire.
Ooh.
Famously wealthy, water. Flexibility, water. Fukurokujin's blessing, fire. Can't believe I did that one. Indomitable will, earth. Jurojin's blessing, void. Keen balance, earth. Keen hearing, air. Keen sight, water. Can you follow along? Keen smell, fire.
Okay.
Karmic tie, void. Kisoten's blessing, water. Large stature, earth. Paragon of a Bushido tenant, depending on what tenant it is.
Of course.
Precise memory, earth. Quick reflexes, fire. Seasoned, void. Seasoned obviously doesn't make much sense for these young
We're
people.
seasoned students. This is our extra year.
You're 21. You've been around a couple times.
Sixth sense, void. Small stature, air. Subtle observer, air. Or support of a group.
What is this? So this. What do these do?
So this is it's an advantage. Specifically, it's a distinction, and what that means is that if it applies to a check, right, it'll do a certain thing. Like look at
Like I think I want quick reflexes.
on the front of your character sheet.
Yeah.
Distinctions. Reroll up to 2 dice of your choice when the distinction helps you on a check.
Okay, I guess I could say, does the ring matter? Or is it just kind of a flavorful description of what it embodies?
The ring doesn't entirely matter as long as the distinction itself applies. It's just that normally it's like it's associated with
Right.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, that ring, that temperament.
Sweet. And what's that? So we had
Famously successful.
something deadly allure.
Dangerous allure, which is fire. Let me tell you what these things do. You always make an impression, and NPCs remember your name and face after interacting with you for one or more scenes, unless you take pains to disguise yourself.
Gonna have to be careful.
When performing a
true.
check for which your good looks are a benefit, you may re-roll up to 2 dice.
It's the reason why James Bond never made any sense. Too memorable of a face.
That's true. Not in a name. Everyone knows. Like every one of his villains is like, yeah, I know you from just the phone book.
introduce yourself. Which is funny because in the books, he's specifically described as having like a very nobody sort of face.
Yeah, like brown hair, medium height.
No,
You
like
know.
the most generic-looking white male you can find.
Then you probably shouldn't cast Daniel Craig.
Yeah, no,
Oh, that man.
not at all.
This is very striking, gentleman.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I also like that he's just like a bruiser, and he's
Yeah.
blonde.
No,
he
I
bucks
mean-
the trend entirely,
Mhm.
and somehow
I-
it still works.
I really liked his Bond.
Well, like I believe that his whole stint is like Bond origin, right?
Yeah, it's like
Like- It's almost as though the movies work, like the actors work in reverse, where like you have Craig, who's very rough around the edges, still trying to become Bond, where Brosnan is like rough, not as rough, but still like keeps it cool, but still very like action hero.
Yeah.
The one I grew up with.
Yeah,
Can't stand it.
There's one good Pierce
They,
Brosnan
no,
Bond
we
movie.
watched it, yeah.
Yeah, we watched it.
Oh, you should have seen me watch the Sean Connery Bonds.
Oh,
He said what?
Jesus.
He prepped me.
dude. When Sean Connery is at Thunderball, where like he goes into, it's one of the Bond ladies, and she's like, "Well, you're gonna give me something to wear," and he passes her shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, wonderful. He's so smooth. I love Sean Connery. All the Bonds are smooth.
I mean, that goes along with a healthy Susan of 60s sexism, but,
Mhm.
you know, what do you expect?
Well, better nowadays, but yeah, looking back on those.
No, I don't expect better.
Watching with
Yeah.
From Russia with Love for the first time, I
Oh,
was like,
jeez, yeah.
because you told me, he was like, no, sexist.
Oh yeah, you gotta like you have to.
You have to adjust your expectations.
A lot.
So I spent a lot of the movie going,
Yeah. Trying not to
there are
hyperventilate.
there are a lot of lines from like that, and like Roger Moore, and it's just
The Roger Moore ones, I can't. I just can't get on with the Roger Moore ones. It feels too. It feels hammy to me.
Yeah.
It feels like really artificial to me in a way that
There's
it
something
didn't-
weird about
Yeah, I don't
all
like
the stories are just.
Yeah, it's one of those. A lot of the lines you gotta watch out because of it's very, I guess, classless. But I'd like to think there's some that are relatively.
You want to believe that.
That's
But
fair.
There's
that's
some
true.
that I
Don't
think.
get me wrong. I've been there. I
Yeah.
grew up with Bond. It was something where it's like looking back and I'm like,
No, this is. Yeah.
It's hard.
I think I kind of agree with you in that there's probably a spectrum between like horribly sexist and like just barely playful, and I feel like there's some lines that go on this side of the spectrum, and there's some that are way over here.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like there's some that are more.
Because you want to like, yeah, you don't want to be, like creepy being the least offensive of that. Where and on the more offensive being just straight up.
Offensive.
Yes, right. So, like, I think I forget which Bond or multiple Bonds films where he like just straight up hits one of the,
Yeah,
and it's just like, okay, I guess that's happening,
that's a thing that happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess.
or slaps her or something.
Yeah. So is that the distinction you're going to take? Dangerous allure, that you're very handsome, you're a very handsome man.
I think you should go with it and have that fighting playfulness.
That's
with
what
it.
I was. That's what I'm trying to do. But basically, I guess I'm just building just a jerk bond or just bond. Or just-
So you'll have someone to roll their eyes at you
yeah,
every step of the way.
you know,
that person
it's something.
being-
I just feel like. Rich, I feel like all your characters somehow want to just roll their eyes at me.
I mean,
It
there's
might be
good
the kind of
reason.
characters I play.
That's fair.
I tend to lean into
So yes,
the
that's
you
the-
want me to do what?
The name is James Bond James.
It's a bond check.
Remember family name first.
Yeah.
Bayushi James Bond. So it's like one word.
just gonna Tom Cruise it in The Last Samurai here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Be the white
yeah.
guy.
The one white guy.
So you're gonna go with Dangerous Allure.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to go with famously successful. Is there anything I should know about that outside of being
Famously successful. Here are the things
Famous
that
insolent.
happen. Okay.
Successful.
Other people have heard of you for your ability to get results at any cost, and they believe it by default unless given evidence to the contrary. When performing a check for which you need to leverage your reputation for efficiency,
Oh, okay.
you may re-roll up to 2 dice.
Cool.
Neat.
Such as a courtesy fire to convince your lord to give you a position, or tactics fire to get enemy troops to withdraw in the face of a show of force. Just examples of how that works.
Cool.
It's fame and interpersonal in terms of the types.
Fame interpersonal.
I think I want to take quick reflexes.
Quick reflexes. That's a fire one as well.
Yeah.
At the start of each scene, you can always grab an item within reach or reposition it a few paces within your environment. The GM is the final arbiter of how much you can prepare or how much distance you can achieve before the rest of the scene goes on. When performing a check for which you must act swiftly, you may re-roll up to 2 dice. Meditation fire to generate initiative during a duel. Survival fire to put together a makeshift weapon. Examples of that. So we got the accomplishments. And I'll, if you guys want, I can take a moment and I'll print the pages you need so that you can look at your distinction or your thing. if
Oh,
you
cool.
need 'em. Yeah.
That'd be nice.
That's no problem because I have a printer-friendly version of the book where I can just be just
We need a couple pages for
show you a
quick
couple
reference.
pages for reference. Yeah. Okay.
What?
So quick reflexes,
pretty
dangerous
striking.
allure, and then famously
Famously
successful. Okay. Now the next question is, what holds your character back the most in life? These are adversities. This is a disadvantage. Right? Benten's curse, Bishamon's curse,
Yeah, can't
bitter betrothal, blackmailed by someone, blindness.
That
That's-
makes sense.
That can, yeah.
Some book of Eli shit.
Well, it's some Zatoichi shit, really.
Right. Sorry, I just didn't know that reference.
Bluntness, clumsiness, cognitive lapses, Daikoku's curse, damaged heart or organ, deafness, discomfiting countenance, disdain for a Bushido tenant,
Ooh.
Ibizu's curse, fractured spine,
Oh, good.
Oh my god.
Fukurokujin's curse.
This is so brutal.
Did it again.
Here's
First
for the
try.
Tom Cruise. Gaijin name, culture, or appearance.
Nice.
So you could be.
You could be completely foreign. Yeah, you could be James Bond. in-
Haunting.
What's haunting?
There's
I'm
a spirit
curious.
haunting you.
Oh, good.
Oh,
I'm
that's
taking
so
that.
cool.
I'm
You want
taking
haunting?
that. Yeah.
All three of us are going to take haunting now.
That's how we bond. It's actually the same spirit.
Haunting is a void adversity, right?
Makes sense.
The spirit has their own agenda determined by the GM, which interferes with yours at inopportune times.
I love it.
When you make a check to defy the will of the spirit haunting you, you must choose and re-roll 2 dice containing a success or an explosive success.
Woof.
After resolving the check, if you failed, you get a void point.
Okay. So if it's something that I'm okay with failing, we can...
Or if you
maybe-
feel like you have to make that check.
Mm-hmm. Can potentially pull some ghosties into it.
So if you fail, it does kind of still reward you. You get a void point. So It's not all bad.
Yeah, you still get something out of
That's so flavorful. What a cool.
it. Haunting Spirit.
Okay.
Incurable illness. Jirojin's curse. Kisoten's curse.
So many curses.
Lost arm or lost hand.
That could be fun.
Lost eye. Lost fingers. Lost leg. Lost memories. Maimed arm. Maimed
Oh,
visage.
man. That's a name. I'm like,
Momoku.
This is Jim.
Muteness. Nerve damage. Scorn of a certain group. Shadowlands taint.
Ooh.
What's Shadowlands taint?
You are a tainted being. Depending on, and then based on the nature of the Shadowlands taint, if it's air, earth, whatever. For instance, Shadowlands taint earth. Your ability to feel physical sensations is significantly diminished. And when you perish, your body rises as a zombie peasant, which pursues your last goal with bestial purpose before turning on anyone else nearby.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
You shouldn't have been out in the
has some-
Shadowlands.
Yeah, Shadowlands has some real neat stuff, but oh man,
And again,
it's real.
much like the wizened, whatever the advantage was, like it's unlikely that you young samurai in training were like, I'm just gonna take a quick walk out of the Shadowlands to like 900 miles to the south and come back.
Yeah, okay, that's
You know?
fair. Yeah.
Right. But especially as unicorn.
As I say,
Yeah, I was like,
unicorn,
unicorn,
I
that
thought
makes
maybe
total
Unicorn
traveling.
could conceivably make sense. Yeah.
What are the other ones if it's not Earth?
Fire, void, water, and air.
Yeah, what are there different?
Well, let me tell you the rest of it.
I'm sorry.
Sworn enemy. Whispers
That's
of
fair, right?
cruelty.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Whispers of Cruelty.
Ooh.
You are well known, but not for the right reasons.
Oh.
Characters who do not know you personally always assume that you will act in a ruthless and destructive manner, and they act accordingly.
That could be fun to like team up with famously successful.
Yeah.
You also have Whispers of Doom. Characters who do not know you personally always assume that those around you will perish or meet bad ends.
That's perfect for Bond.
Whispers of Failure. Whispers of Poverty. Whispers of Treachery. And that's it.
Those Shadowland taints, though.
Dude, the
I know.
That one, the betrothed seemed funny.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Bitter Betrothed is like, it's the opposite of the other one where it's like you have
You have someone you're about to marry and they hate
something
you.
significantly complicates your relationship with your betrothed or spouse, so they undermine your efforts out of malice, negligence, or just their goals are incompatible.
So cool. I think with missing eye.
So Lost Eye or yeah, okay.
Well, I
Whatever the term is.
yeah.
Lost Eye. You have only one eye, your field of vision is narrower, and your depth perception is somewhat diminished. When you make a check for which your reduced ability to observe a wide field or discern the exact distance to faraway objects would cause difficulties. You must choose and re-roll 2 dice containing successes or explosive successes. The adversities all work the same way. It's like you got to re-roll
Right.
2 dice.
For the exception of the little individual bit of it. Okay.
So if you were trying to make a martial arts ranged water check to hit targets while moving, this disadvantage would apply. Tactics water to check to spot incoming threats, this disadvantage would apply.
Right. But if they're already near you, that isn't particularly an issue, correct?
Not necessarily, yeah, because it's not about
Depth perception.
not about distance or depth perception there. Like, I got this guy. He's right in front of me.
You'll never be a good archer.
Yeah.
So be it.
Or maybe you'd be like the world's best archer.
I'm sure.
Like, by some strange twist of fate.
Well, you work so much to compensate for your.
That you're super good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're
Hey,
fucking
Hawkeye.
Legolas.
We don't talk about that.
What are you man's talking, man?
That's the land next door.
Yeah.
That's the land.
They're the ones we're trying to keep out.
Middle Earth. That's what the armies of the Jigoku are. It's just white people storming at the wall. You guys want an Arby's?
No, go away.
Too expensive. Get out.
You guys want to be fat? Come on. Hey, come here. We'll share fat with you.
Come on.
We're all doing it.
We'll pump you full of fat and sodium. Also, we hate you.
And that same teacher,
You want cigarettes?
one of our teachers, somehow Nancy, our old director, decided to give her like all the children of like the Purdue students who spoke Mandarin, and so whenever we would have pancake wraps for lunch, it was literally like a breakfast turkey sausage with a pancake wrapped around it. She would just give it to them, and they'd be like, "What is this?" And she's like, "Welcome to America. It's meat on a stick. Have fun." And I was like, "Oh shit, you're right." Like,
have you been to a county fair?
I mean, like all these kids from China are just like, "What is this?"
This isn't food.
Like it took them a long time to even want to try it, and I'm like, I don't blame you, man. It's weird. Anyway, sorry.
I think we go with missing or a lost eye.
Lost eye?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think I take very appropriate measures to try to cover it up
Sure.
with my
yeah.
hair. My
Well, you know,
beautiful hair.
Well, you know, the scorpions.
man.
If you remember the cards, the scorpions often wear those like these like masks and
Yes.
stuff when they're working. So
Yeah.
That's true.
you may have like an eye patch or a false eye or something, and then when you go to work, put the mask on.
Right.
Not a problem.
On the
Okay,
plus side, you can
lost
swap the eye
eye.
out. And that's...
Yeah, for a laser eye.
What about you?
I would like to hear
Legend
more
of the
about
Five
Shadow.
Rings 2020.
I
Or no,
would-
2099.
I would like to hear more about the Shadowlands thing, if that's okay.
Sure.
Given that I'm
Shadowlands.
Unicorn Clan and
Taint.
stuff.
I get the feeling Void's going to be a real interesting one.
I was totally wanting to listen to all the options there.
You are a tainted being. Each time you spend your last void point, someone near you suffers a misfortune as the woven cord of fate frays.
Someone, not even
Oh,
you.
that's neat.
Woof. All right.
And we're your friends.
I just don't spend any void points, I guess.
Shadowland taint water. When your blood is spilled, foulness spills forth. Anyone who touches it suffers the afflicted condition.
That's
Holy
cool.
shit. Okay, what is air and fire? And
Shadowland's fire. I
That's
just
super
did
cool
the void
for a
one. That's the
warrior.
don't spend.
Oh, that's the joints. Okay, sorry.
The fire one, you can identify Shadowland's creatures and forces. You know how to turn them to destructive ends, and you're drawn inexorably to such forbidden powers.
Oh.
This is an adversity?
Well, it never ends well.
Right.
That's always the catch.
For air,
That's tempting.
you have trouble sympathizing with other humans, but you can understand the emotions of corrupted beings easily.
God, that's
So, like, it's hard for you to
Yeah.
to show compassion to other human beings
right.
or connect with the emotions of other human beings.
I kind of want to change mine now. I don't know which of them I'd go with, but like 3 of those sound awesome.
Right? I think I'm gonna
Someone
go,
here is walking away with haunting, so that's...
I think I'm gonna go with Shadowlands Fire.
Shadowland's taint, fire.
I think I'm gonna do Shadowlands Taint Void. I
Okay.
love that idea of just ran out of void points. Oh, somebody got brained by a falling, I don't know, potted plant or something like that. Just
A piano fell on that man.
Is
Yeah.
that just like a
sounds
void
awesome.
equivalent of bad luck?
effectively.
In a way,
I'm
yeah.
trying to think of like, if I were to take something like that, that'd be a natural way for us to bond as people who are burdened by misfortune. And so
That's
each
it.
of us,
I
all of
mean-
us.
All tainted in some way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I was like the haunting. Like I think it'd be funny if we all took it and then we all had the same spirit
spirit.
haunting us.
Hey guys, how's it going?
So I am drawn towards the corrupted being's power.
Yes.
'Cause, yeah.
When you make a check to foresee possible negative outcomes of your actions, you must choose and re-roll 2 dice containing successes. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay. But I can identify Shadowland beings.
You can identify Shadowland's creatures and forces. You know how to turn them to destructive ends, and
Cool.
you are attracted to their power.
Cool.
So shit. Okay. So shit.
Dude, we need someone else to run this game so you can play it too, because I know you love this stuff.
It's cool,
Like, on a deep level.
but like, you know,
Who else?
Somebody else has to do it.
I need to get the books.
Oh, man, I like the concept of Shadowlands Taint Air, which is like, you know, trouble sympathizing with other humans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which would be cool. This character, almost like a Dexter type deal.
Right, yeah.
But I feel like that would just get in my way so much.
In terms of your work, yeah.
Yeah. That's like, I like it. If it was like slightly annoying, that'd be one thing. But the...
Because, yeah, that's like borderland sociopathy there. Or what's the proper term nowadays? I'm going to have to look it up.
It's one of those overused and misused terms.
Yeah.
Sociopath and psychopath.
Because I know the definitions, but now they've rolled them together. And I'm trying to remember what the term is, or what the umbrella term is, and then the two are effectively parts of it.
I mean...
Douchebag.
So what's the... so you have Void and you have...
Fire.
Antisocial personality disorder.
I think Earth would be
I've heard
fun.
of that. I've
Physical
researched that.
sensations are diminished.
Yeah, like you.
Yeah.
Your pain receptors, your...
Even like
You're like that one Bond villain who got the bullet in his brain. He's slowly dying. And that was kind of...
00... like 008 or something?
No, it was the
No.
guy from...
I'm trying to remember.
it's the guy that Robert Carlyle was playing. He got shot, and that caused him to, like... He had only a certain amount of time to live, but he couldn't feel pain, and, like...
Yeah.
Was
I'm
crazy
trying to
strong.
remember what the
Might
movie
have
was.
been
I
World Is Not
remember-
Enough.
Yeah, it's the one with the nuclear sub.
That's probably World Is Not Enough, because
Yeah.
Tomorrow Never Dies was about the media empire.
Yeah,
with
that one's
Jonathan Pryce.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then the last one is Halle Berry and...
And the Korean dude who's actually a
who's
white
actually
dude.
a white dude?
Because
that
of-
movie's
Yeah,
horrible.
it's weird. Dine of the Day, that's right.
With Madonna doing the
I mean,
theme.
it was a decent opening. It was.
I
catchy.
will admit,
You can't fight it.
no, that whole opening sequence I thought was really cool.
There are parts to love about about those movies. About the later Brosnans.
Yes.
You just said Robert Carlyle, so...
Robert Carlyle.
That would be the part to like.
Okay, so if I take this, I'm trying to figure out like what would be a very good rationale. Like maybe some unicorn mystic.
Well, I almost want to say if we've all got it, then maybe it was like, I hate to use the term, but
A
like
field trip?
a field trip gone wrong, or ended up in some location where we were tasked with something, and it just happened to be that there was corruption there that was strong enough that
Sure.
we got exposed to
Yeah.
it. Because you're having a whole group of people ride out to the Shadowlands.
Right, that's what I was saying. Maybe
Would be a bit odd.
some unicorn elder just hates us. Just is like
Go out there, fight.
Why don't you go out past the wall? It's great there.
he's also Steve Buscemi.
Yeah.
Or we were friends before,
was
and I
imagining
made a
as,
really stupid mistake for us to go have fun.
Okay, so
That voice almost reminded me of God, what's his name? Plays the parrot in Aladdin.
Oh, yeah.
Gilbert
Gilbert
Godfrey.
Godfrey.
Yeah.
Why don't you go out past the wall? It'll be amazing.
okay.
I believe him.
I'm Japanese. Anyway. Okay. So that's
In
your.
the attempt to bond all of us.
You've all been somehow corrupted by
The shadow.
the taint of the Shadowlands. So your taint's on fire.
I've been
waiting for that
I've
joke.
been struggling.
You have a very earthly taste.
You have a
Because-
musty.
What is it?
I was
You
like,
have an empty taint. Yeah.
We've been talking about taints, and what was the other word that kept coming out before when we were going through these questions?
oh my god.
Benton?
Huh?
The Benton? AKA
No,
Benton?
not the Benton, but like just the way you phrase something. Like every time you asked us a question, I was
With just
like,
that moment of like self-control.
This whole time, like,
I wanted to make
I'm
it
gonna be-
perverted, and I couldn't.
I'm gonna be polite, and I'm not gonna.
No, man,
You
I've
were
been
doing yourself a disservice.
I know. I was like, I'm already.
You know what we do.
I've already
I've been
slightly
trying real
favored
hard
with
not
Bond a little
to-
more than I
yeah.
probably should this evening.
Well,
That's fair.
So number 11. What activity makes your character feel at peace? And this is where you will select a passion.
cool.
Now, passion, stuff like animal bond, armament, brushwork, curiosity,
Playing a game.
daredevil.
What does it mean by curiosity? Like you have a curiosity, or you are curious about stuff?
You are curious
Some kinds of
about
stuff.
the first time you attempt.
Taking it.
Okay, the first time you attempt a new task and fail, you always think of another route you could take to try to overcome or learn more about the problem.
Definitely.
When performing a check to seek answers to an intriguing question, you remove 3 strife.
Yeah,
So it encourages you to
branch out, try new things. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
theology fire to try to determine the metaphysical underpinnings of a particular kami's behavior.
Oh, yeah.
Medicine fire to create a new chemical concoction, for instance. It is a fire one, but anyway.
That's fitting. I'm playing a very fiery character.
Daredevil, enlightenment, fashion, fortune telling, generosity, gossip, history, ikebana, flower arranger, playfulness, provocation, sake, secrets, stories, tea, travel, wordplay.
Tea is so good, though.
Oh.
Dang.
I was actually surprised that, like gaming wasn't on there. Like a sense of strategy or something of that nature.
Yeah.
That was something I was kind of hoping for.
I mean, you can...
Yeah, no, it's fine. I actually...
It does encourage you to, like, make specific passions. Because, again, the mechanics
Are all
are all
the
the
same.
same.
Yeah.
Right. So if you wanted to put something like where...
Yeah.
When performing a check that involves, like, gamesmanship or tactics or something like that, that could be your passion, if that's what you wanted.
I can't not imagine your character's like a Zap Brannigan type, though.
That's only Drac. And that wasn't even supposed
With
to happen.
zero interest in, like, what do these pieces do? These aren't edible.
In the game of chess, you must never let your opponent see your pieces.
Or know that they're playing chess. I like to play my chess moves under the table. That way they won't know. There is a Cheeto in the skill list.
We're trying to shove them around so none of us eat the rest of them. Because you can't help it. Here, you eat the rest of the Cheetos.
I don't like Cheetos.
Well, fuck. Why did I buy them then?
Just throw them at her daughter.
I put them in her lunch
She's a
today.
cheese machine. Just
She's a cheese. Okay, this all started because one of our clients' parents brought in this, like, huge
thank you for
Boss,
sacrificing
thank you.
yourself.
of individual bags of Cheetos for all of the therapists. And so I didn't have time to eat breakfast the other day, and I don't like giving that to you. Yeah, okay. So I went to work, and I had like a bag or 2 of Cheetos for breakfast. Don't look at me like that. And I was like, boy, I really want some fucking Cheetos.
So what passion did you want to pick, Nick?
Cheetos?
Cheetos haven't been
Well,
invented.
well, let's see. So, have you chosen?
No, I've been going around.
Oh, that's
He's
fair.
ignoring me now because he realizes I
Yeah.
haven't been eating breakfast as well as I should have been this past week.
Cheetos, the breakfast of champions.
That's also something I need to just do more
Don't
successfully.
Don't look.
You
at
got to
me.
do it because it jumpstarts your metabolism.
Yeah.
And I mean, I managed to like at least down a couple pieces of turkey bacon, but that's all I've had time to do before I leave
I
the
just
house.
Okay, that's protein.
I just make so many compromises in the morning to just cut time away from things to sleep.
Honestly, what I do is like literally get everything ready that I can the night before.
Mm-hmm.
So I literally just have to come out and like throw the fucking turkey bacon in the pan and turn it on, and I can go get dressed. And come back a couple minutes later, flip it over, go like brush my hair or something, and then
It's so good.
Prep and ready to go.
of course I have to make the coffee first because I can't do anything else. Coffee, but anyway, digress.
Yes.
Um,
Let's stop digressing.
sorry.
I don't want the time to get too far away from us so we can actually start.
Right? No.
No,
Right.
that's absolutely fair.
Passion. What is travel?
You are not unsettled by foreign customs and can comfortably fit in even in strange environments. When performing a check to travel to a new location or interact with a novel thing, you remove 3 strife. I will say that this adventure is taking place inside the Emerald Empire, so the likelihood of that is...
Okay, just that fits well with my unicorn character.
That's fine. I mean, if you can find a way to creatively apply that.
Well, I can think about it a little bit more and think about the other ones.
Can you go over just wordplay? I figured it's straightforward. Just want to kind of get an idea of what prerequisites are trigger it.
You always identify rhetorical and literary patterns in the works of others when reading or listening to them. After performing a check to interpret or create a play on words, you remove 3 strife.
Never mind. Okay, so I will not be associated with puns.
Well, no, it says like
that's
performance error to subtly imply something to your audience via a double meaning.
Mhm.
Composition error to write a poem with a perfectly executed poetic pun. So puns are involved. But it doesn't have to be puns.
Yeah, the other would be what? Actual irony?
Symbolism, metaphor, and simile. Verbal legerdemain is what they say.
Another word that doesn't get used that often.
Legerdemain? Legerdemain's a great word.
I'm gonna make one. I'm gonna go with like something.
I'm sorry, I kicked that over.
I guess gaming. Since it played off the skill.
Sure. Yeah.
And so anything involving like
So gaming
grand,
help remove strife for you. It sort of makes you
Yeah.
feels good.
Wasn't there an Animal Bond one?
Animal Bond, yeah.
Yep.
go cuddle a raccoon.
Well, this
I have
isn't
a horse.
This isn't this.
Oh, I
this
suppose.
specifically isn't the horse.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
When reciprocating your interest, a small mundane animal of some kind has attached itself to you.
Fantastic. That sounds great.
Choose one silhouette 0 or one animal. It follows you around wherever you go and generally acts as your companion.
Oh my god, you're a Disney princess. Oh,
I'm fucking Mulan. Okay.
I'll say Moana, yeah, or like, yeah, there you go. Just
All right. So animal. What is it?
Moana is better. Moana, you have the chicken, man.
Give me a kiss.
That's not the best
That
day of
was,
life every far.
I was Alan Tudyk
Mm-hmm.
who voiced that chicken.
I'm surprised how much stuff he's been popping up in.
I'm delighted.
Mm-hmm. Every time.
Yeah.
See, you have an Utaku steed, and that's a silhouette 3.
Okay. I can pick a
Human sized is silhouette 2, for
Okay,
instance. So
that's fine. I'll take a little like cat or mouse or something. That's fine.
actually, let me look at the.
Is that okay, or you want me to take something else?
Well, no, what I'm saying is they've got some animals in the back. I can tell you what their silhouettes are. Cat, silhouette 0.
Okay.
Hunting cat, like a cougar or a lion, is silhouette 3. Dog is silhouette.
Do they have red pandas? Mm-hmm.
Small dog is silhouette 1. Large dog is silhouette 2.
Okay.
Hawk is silhouette 0.
Ooh.
Don't have pandas listed.
Oh.
Damn it.
Wolf is silhouette 1 as well.
I can have a wolf. Are you serious right now?
Well, try walking around in your general environment with a wolf following you.
I bet everyone's gonna get out of my way.
Everyone will avoid you and will not let you into
Actually,
buildings.
you're just slowly becoming.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
I don't want to harsh your mellow, but
No, it's fair.
again, I have to remind you
You're
about the
just-
setting.
Are we? I think just becoming Mononoke.
I mean, basically, yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
Highly recommend it.
Very brutal.
Yes.
What about a hawk? That won't have to be contained in. It can
Free
be
range hawk.
outside. You know what I mean? Like.
Many samurai see a certain kinship with these lords of the skies. Some even tame them for sport hunting. So, yeah.
Okay.
It's a silhouette 0. So you got a hawk. It can be cajoled to do what you want, but it might need incentives, usually food, to perform difficult tasks on demand.
Yeah, it sounds like
Oh, okay. Hold on. If you're granted an animal as part of your starting outfit, that animal can be your companion. So if you do want the horse to be your companion, it can be.
Well, I don't want my horse to literally follow me around everywhere, though.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
After performing a check to interact with an animal,
Your
you
horse
remove
gets
3
jealous.
strife. So specifically this companion. So interacting with your horse will help you remove strife.
Okay. So maybe, I'll just have my horse do that.
When it says it follows you around wherever you go, it means that,
same
it's
cities,
with you.
towns.
You know what I mean? I ride in, he's in town, I'm going to go do my thing, but the horse is still there.
Okay.
It's not like, stay here, horse, and I'm going to ride 700 miles that way, away from you.
On a different horse.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's cruel.
It says Passion 1. Do I need to write anything in that box particularly, or?
No, that's the passion you put down. Animal bond.
Yeah, okay, I just wrote it over here. Okay, cool.
Well, specifically, like, some details might be underneath where the big blank is, and then
Yeah.
passion is where you can put, like, the specific name of it, like animal bond.
The animal thing is cool. I would assist their pet.
And then, question number 12.
What concern, fear, or formidable troubles, or
Foible.
troubles your character the most?
This is another adversity, specifically an anxiety.
Yeah, I was going to say, what do you mean we have to pick one?
You can only pick one.
That's why it's RPG, not real life, Steve.
Yeah.
So, we have addiction, battle trauma, cynicism, dark secret,
Would the taint...
delusions of grandeur. Okay, children, I understand. We got it out,
I'm sorry.
but we have to keep going.
Oh, but it's all her fault.
I'm sorry.
Delusions of grandeur, fear of death, which for samurai is not
Is
Right.
weird, yeah.
ferocity, impatience, intolerance, irrepressible flirtation,
We're both looking at you.
jealousy, materialism,
Me?
meekness, painful honesty, paranoia, perfectionism, phobia, which is pretty straightforward, soft-heartedness, and superstition.
Spooky ghosties.
What do we have for superstition? How does that...
When faced with signs of the supernatural, you become visibly agitated, and you attempt to leave the scene, appease the being or phenomenon in question, or acquire supernatural protection of some kind.
Sounds good.
Which is interesting for you, coming from
Yeah.
a clan that's all about, like, the spiritual.
Well, I think that would work even better because
He has a better understanding of said.
Right, so unlike other Bushi, you're like, not seeing the Shigenja, like, they
Yeah.
call shit, and like,
You
I ain't fuck with that. That's weird, man.
I've seen some stuff.
I'll do some invocations, but like I've seen some shit. Like
you'll know what
Leave
I'm
the
into.
kami alone.
so what that means in the mechanics is after performing a check to interact with or learn about a supernatural being or phenomenon, you receive 3 strife.
Ooh.
Wow.
If this is the first time this has occurred, this scene, you gain a void point.
Oh, nice. Okay. So what is it called? Just supernatural...
Superstition.
Oh,
That's just what it's
superstition.
called.
I think it's better for this character to go with impatience.
Impatience.
I hate to disappoint the crowd, but
You find it difficult to repress yourself, and when you're forced to wait, it causes you palpable discomfort. If given the choice between seizing an opportunity and waiting for a better moment, you strive to seize the opportunity despite risks that might be mitigated if you acted later. After performing a check to strategically weigh your options, you receive 3 strife. If this is the first time this has occurred this scene, gain 1 void point. For example,
You're not a planner.
Tactics Earth to check to identify the right moment to strike. Government Earth to think of a historical anecdote related to your situation.
so go through those last 2. You said those situations, the ones. Oh god, the elements, the rings.
Those are both Earth. This is an Earth related.
Yes. Can you go over those again? You said what
Yeah.
are these for?
Those are examples of...
Those are
those
just
are-
examples.
Oh, I see.
When
Yeah.
after performing a check to strategically weigh your options.
Right. Well, I like to think because I'm thinking along the lines of still very much a schemer but an impatient one, like kind of like a villain who is very like
Here's my plan. Let's get on with it.
yes,
Yeah.
like here's what I want to do, and this plan's great because it's quick
And we're gonna do it
and
now.
it's now.
Yeah.
Then maybe more so like the egomaniac side of things, because that's very much so like, I've come up with this, let's do it, instead of we don't have time to plan, we need to do it.
Delusions of grandeur.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That might fit what you're looking for.
You
Is
believe
that-
yourself destined for greatness, and nothing will dissuade you from your fixation upon this goal. When you're presented with a chance to advance your glory, you must attempt to pursue it.
Oh, hell yeah. That's so...
There you go.
Delusions of grandeur. After performing a check that requires facing your humble place in an uncaring universe, you receive 3 strife. Labor void, to eke out a living in the fields. Meditation void, to contemplate your place in the cosmos.
Not a very voidy person.
No, I'm not.
We are very much so opposites.
Yeah.
In some regards.
And that's why, at the end of this adventure, you will be married.
Absolutely.
What's slappy? No.
Don't worry, it's an arranged marriage, so you won't like each other.
What's the...
I rolled to
What was that
attack
thing
the
you
orc.
posted that the
Yeah.
clown, the flappy?
Yeah.
Well,
That's session
episode.
40. Yeah.
Throw a pie at him.
Okay, so that's Delusions of Grandeur. You picked Superstition.
Can I look at the book? They're
Improvised
alone. I don't want to make
weapons.
you reread them.
Sure, yes. If you want to get my
one of those
iPad
moments
from
where it's
the
just-
bedroom, the book is on that. If you want.
Okay.
Prepped in.
That way you don't have to reread them all.
12 Boston cream.
You can take a look at them.
Never mind.
It starts-
It's already-
It's fine. It starts from right here, and then
Okay. I don't think it'll take me long. I just didn't want to make you reread them.
that's fine.
Specific
Yeah,
anxieties.
after that.
It's so weird to be like,
Yeah,
let me
pick
pick an
one.
anxiety.
I mean, I like doing that from like a character writing point of view, where you start picking those things out. But it's weird when they're like, "No, just one." I'm like, "All right, what's the strongest of them?" And we have, who has your character learned the most from during their life? Oh. Which may give you an extra advantage or a disadvantage and a skill increase.
Oh.
Let me pull up the book and keep going. I have a copy on here as well.
Oh shit.
Oh, shit.
I was reading about ferocity.
Gonna go with it?
When you strike, you have trouble holding back your power, and you tend to lash out even more, even when a subtler approach would be more appropriate. When you defeat a minion NPC, the minion is always killed, even if you would prefer to incapacitate them.
Oh, nice. That will definitely have some repercussions, to say the least.
In the relationship section of your character sheet, record the name of the person from whom your character has learned the most, along with the nature of that relationship. Then choose one of the following. One advantage related to your character's mentor and their relationship to that mentor. One disadvantage, and then one rank in a skill.
Of your choice?
In a skill that your character developed as a result of your character's closest confidant in their relationship. So yeah, it would be of your choice. So basically, you get an advantage or a disadvantage and a free skill rank.
Sick. And
So-
have we done an advantage yet?
Yeah, what
Yeah.
are those?
Remember, the advantages we've already done. Like, advantages are passion is an advantage, distinction is an advantage.
Oh, okay.
So we picked two
Oh,
of
those are all advantages.
Yeah, distinctions and passions are advantages, whereas anxieties and adversities
Because I think I want
are
my
disadvantages.
Own, I'm not gonna lie, I really want my own pet too. That's so cool.
Do you want a hawk?
I want a snake.
I
won't take that away. I think it'd be really cool.
An instructor, a parent, a lord, a good marriage, a bad marriage, a younger sibling or child, a loved one, a bad relationship, long-running feud with a rival. Might have even met a supernatural being who served as a guide or a patron. Or one who set a curse upon your character in exchange for giving your character power.
Oh, cool.
Or punishment for transgressions against the celestial order. As you do.
I think instructor sounds cool.
I'm definitely picking up a passion for tea. Oh, that's a must.
So that'll be
an advantage. Okay, so that means
Keep up the
just get that
passions.
and then pull some things. Cool.
Passion to Japan.
Starts on this page here with the fox and goes to 116. Okay.
I'll be expedient.
So you get to pick a passion. Is that what?
Well, the nature is like you say. Okay, who did I learn the most from during my admittedly short life, and what advantage or disadvantage in skill rank came out of that? Like maybe the instructor I had was a fucking tyrant, but he was the best goddamn archer in the war, in the land. So like I'm really good at archery now, but I'm also like traumatized by his instruction. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
or I learned a lot from my younger brother who died and left me his squirrel or something.
It's a really nice squirrel.
So I have animal bond squirrel or whatever.
Provocation seems awesome. A popular pastime at Winter Court. The game of Sedane is a test of quick thinking and sharp tongues in which two contestants take turns exchanging politely worded insults. Each insult must be a new contribution to the argument. No repetitions or thematic restatements are permitted. Criticisms continue until someone admits defeat or is merely at a loss for words. Losing one's temper is considered a major breach of etiquette, as is saying anything overly impolite.
So it's like minor dissing battles.
There was a version of that. There's a great film called. It's an R word.
What is it about?
It's a French period piece.
It's not about that guy who's trying to go.
Ridicule. It's called Ridicule. To get royal backing on
Yes.
a needed drainage project,
Yes.
poor French lord must learn to play the delicate games of wit and court at Versailles. It's a great movie.
Yeah, I
And
saw.
It's like that, right?
I saw a scene where he's like talking to the person he's going to, and he's like, tell me, make me the subject of a joke. And he's like, the king is never a subject.
Right.
And I was like mini mic drop, mini. So
Yeah, it's exactly that.
Yeah.
That sounds like the equivalent of that sort of thing about French exchanges during like the court of the king at Versailles and that sort of thing.
Getting a name.
yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that. I took a modern history of France course during one of my last.
Yeah, it's a good period piece and a cool movie.
Yeah. Okay.
That's one.
And
Of the
also
period,
incredibly accurate, apparently.
yeah, that's one of the period pieces that we watched when we were doing period styles and acting. Was like, here's an example of like French sort of
Court games, yeah.
courtly Versailles era kind of, stuff that you might play in like you might play a Voltaire or like a Moliere or something in this fashion or whatever, So like, pay attention to this style. Okay. So once you have that and have picked either a skill increase and disadvantage or an advantage, so you went for T, right? Okay. Do you have yours? Yeah.
No, I was gonna look through the book.
So, and you're choosing your horse as your animal bond, right?
Yeah. Can I look?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So
That's this, but it's either animal
that's
bond
turned
or.
to be. Yeah, that's the passion.
Okay, what
Right.
am I supposed to be looking at?
Well, what I'm saying is like it depends on the nature of your relationship
Sure.
with this person.
Yeah, I was gonna go with my father.
Okay. So was that a disadvantageous but
beneficial.
beneficial relationship or a
Yes.
generally advantageous relationship? See what I'm saying?
Disadvantage, but also advantageous.
Okay. So that means you need to pick a skill to get a rank in related
Okay.
to what he taught you.
Okay.
And then a disadvantage, which is either an anxiety or a what's the word for it? Adversity that your relationship with him generated in you. Specifically, you're going to want to look at disadvantages.
I have my disadvantage already. I picked an
No, you
anxiety.
get another one, is what I'm saying, if you pick.
Oh, right. In theory, this advantage
Right,
or anything
so
should
I
be
picked this
somewhat
one over here,
related
and
to
then
the
or
question,
I picked this one
right?
up here, and then I
Yeah.
just picked one.
Okay,
Because
gotcha.
of my relationship.
My love of tea comes from a master tea maker.
The one I just picked.
Oh,
is
that's
up
pretty
here.
cool.
You have an
nice.
adversity, you have soft-heartedness,
Yep, and then I just picked that
perfectionism.
as a result of my disadvantaged relationship with my father. Is that not right?
I'm just checking to see if that's anxiety,
fitting.
right?
Yeah.
All right, well then you're good.
Okay.
That's all you need. We'll pick a skill to put it right.
Yeah. Yeah. Is there?
Just on the front of the sheet, you can see.
Okay.
All right, cool, sweet.
After that, question 14 is like, what do people notice first upon encountering your character? You jot that stuff down as personality, habits, and quirks, which again, you don't have to do exhaustive, but like, what do you like? And then pick one distinctive aesthetic accoutrement that your character carries or wears most of the time. Scarf, eye patch, hair ornament, engraved scabbard, blah, blah, blah. It's a bit of personal flair that like somebody could see and go, oh, that's him.
You need at least 12 pieces of flair.
It's true.
Can it be? Yeah, could it be something that's like, yeah? So it has to be a personal piece that you wear, or something just about you.
Well, you need so you can record things about your personality, quirks, habits, mannerisms, that sort of thing, and you additionally choose one aesthetic thing that you are wearing or carrying with you most of the time. Just so that you've got some personality and mental stuff that sort of puts you apart, but also a physical, like visible thing that also sets you apart.
Yeah, we'll do that.
And don't feel like you have to spend a lot of time on this.
For sure.
Pheonix and Brooch.
Does the so we have like this clothing, right? So like our ceremonial
You've got
clothing.
several sets of clothes because of your nature as a courtier. And
Sure, that's why I was like, can it be? Yeah. So if I wanted to say like I wear something a little bit more like extravagant. or something
Sure.
more
Yeah.
striking,
No, that's
fine.
something.
Okay.
If that's something you wear regularly, like
Right,
like
yeah.
a cloak or something like that, it's very
Something like black and red and striking.
during your
So-
public appearances. You always wear that thing. Yeah. No, that's if you want to do that, that's fine.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. It can be whatever
Sure.
makes
yeah.
sense for you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty open ended, this part.
It's actually go in the front.
It's hard to rationalize because I know we're like kids, so I'm like.
Yeah,
It's
but
like-
you may have inherited it, you may have stolen it, you may have borrowed it without asking, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
Somebody gave you.
This is one of those like when making these characters and be like everyone notices you, but also they notice you in the same way. Some hotshot high schooler may also.
Unfortunately,
Yes.
yeah.
Yep.
Of course, you may not necessarily. You may be one of those kids who, like, you may be 17, but you look like you're 28, or like, you know, you're 16 and you look like you're 12. It may be either direction. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or you may be 21. Like the Kampuku usually occurs between the ages of like 16 and 21, depending on
Mm-hmm.
you know, where you were in your training and you know all that stuff. When you started in your school and how that fared and all that stuff. The question after that, question 15, is just a place where you could jot down something about like how do you react how when your strife rises, what are the physiological, verbal, or mental signs that kind of give it away, right? Do you get loud and abrasive when enraged, or does your voice fall to an icy whisper? Do you fall to your knees in prayer when racked with uncertainty, or respond to everything as if it's a violent threat? Maybe you idly flex your fingers, or shift subtly to a guarded posture. Maybe you have a particular turn of phrase you tend to use when you're excited or frustrated. Like that.
Just a quick, oh shit. Okay.
Come up with one or two examples that help breathe life into your character as they approach their emotional threshold. Right? So it's like, when your strife is rising and threatening to overcome your composure, like, how does that show? Right? Does your voice get harder, sterner? Is there a desperateness to it? Like, do you reflexively, like, keep your distance from people? Like, hang your head, fidget? You know, that sort of thing.
Got it. Next one's a bit of a doozy.
Yeah, you can just kind of skip over this question for now. What are your character's pre-existing relationships with other clans, families, organizations, and traditions?
Yeah.
And again, you don't have to... It just says,
A lot there.
record any noteworthy history, quarrels, alliances, or grievances your character has with other groups in that section. And you would choose one item of rarity 7 or lower that you received as a gift, or took in battle fighting against them, or it symbolizes the past and the relationship.
Sure.
But that's, again, you're starting with a limited number of things in your starting outfit, so I would skip that for now.
Okay. Okay. How would your character's parents describe them?
Record the nature of the relationship between your character and their parents or immediate family members. So, like, does your character have a proper relationship, or are they estranged? Was your childhood a happy one? Were you a torment to your parents, or vice versa? Are your parents still alive? Additionally, gain 1 rank of 1 skill in which your character's got 0 ranks,
Nice.
and determine whether your character's parents approve or disapprove of this extracurricular thing.
And what is it? Where is this?
That's question 17.
Oh,
So it's on that. It's on the very back.
this and yeah, and this could be either a what or a what. Like, what is this in this in relation to? It says, how would your parents describe them? Who's
You specifically. You're talking about you.
oh, they're talking about me. Oh,
Yeah. So
okay.
what's your relationship with your parents?
I see.
Are they loving? Are they distant? Do you have a proper relationship? Was your childhood happy, or did you torment them, or did they torment you? And then you pick a skill that you have 0 ranks in, add a rank to it, and then kind of explain why. Do your parents like that you do that, or they dislike that you do that?
Mm-hmm.
If they're still alive, even. Or
Right.
did they dislike it before they died, or, you know.
What is sentiment?
Sentiment is like a skill.
Yeah.
Would it be something like knowing the proper... That sounds more social, though, in sentiments.
That's what I was trying to.
Psychology, emotions, and motivations.
Ah, okay.
So if you were trying to judge somebody's like intent, you'd use sentiment. Unless you were taking it from like a tactics perspective or like a culture perspective.
So it's more in
Think of it as insight.
insight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
With a dash of like psychology and emotions and that sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like how humans behave and how they act, how they show what they're thinking.
This is cool. I like these questions, especially at the end. They help you very much like fine tune some of the direction of your, and especially coming as like a kid. Essentially, we're kids, so it's. I think it's interesting.
You don't run into or trip over the D&D trope of my parents are dead.
Yeah. As far as like we're about as hotshot or not or whatever as we think we are.
I mean, we are in training to be samurai.
Oh,
So
yeah.
there is some hotness there.
Oh yeah, not to say that we don't have some of the skill sets to back us up, but there's still, especially an older community who look down upon us, or not, or necessarily just regard us. Yeah.
Inexperienced.
Also, we're just playing a high school anime, so that's pretty cool.
Ah, yes. Medieval samurai high school.
Let's get a time. There'll be one.
Will Ichigo notice me today?
No, he's been dead for years. Damn. And only you can see it.
Oh, that explains.
Oh
a
wait,
lot.
that's your sixth sense.
Superstitiously trying to.
So once you've done your relationship with your parents and the skill that increases because of that, who was your character named to honor? Now this is a fun part because it's random.
Ooh, neat.
Actually, we do need. So get a
I've got my die bag.
D10.
So I've got plenty in here.
Get a 1d10 or 2, and you just roll one of them twice or roll them both, right? You're going to get 2 results. And then based on that, you'll get entries on 2 potential famous relatives from the last few generations.
Oh, nice.
And you'll choose one of those 2 options as the relative for whom your character is named. Whose name is your character's derived from? What was meant by the bestowal of this name upon your character? Does your character have a personal relationship with his ancestor? Do they feel pride in the name, or do they fear failing to live up to it?
7 and then 10.
7 and 10. 7, elevated for service, or 10, unusual name origin.
Unusual name origin.
Your character was not named for an ancestor. Perhaps they were named for an outsider who did a great service to the clan. Perhaps their name was bestowed upon them for a unique deed, or perhaps someone was trying to send a specific message in the selection of their name.
And what was the other one you got?
Elevated for service. One of your ancestors was a jisamurai, or even a commoner, who served with such distinction that their position was elevated to that of a great clan samurai by marriage or mandate of a daimyo.
Ooh.
As a child, you learned the basics of the skills for which they won their esteem.
What was that exactly?
Elevated for service.
Elevated for service.
Decrease your glory by 3, if you're going to take that,
Mm-hmm.
and increase your honor by 3. So glory minus 3, honor plus 3.
And you did this. You did the elevated for service.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 5.
Well, he's got to do one more thing.
Oh, I see.
Give me just a second here.
So I need another set of 10s?
No, just roll 1d10 again.
Oh, okay. Well, the first one was a 7. The second one was a 10.
Well, I'm saying, now that you've made those, you
Mhm.
chose between the 2. Now roll a d10 again.
Okay. 2.
2.
To dishonor your name.
Dishonor of your family?
So, you gain +1 in commerce.
Okay.
That was the trait of your ancestor that, accordingly, you gained some.
Bought our
some
way
skill
up.
in. Yeah.
Merchant samurai.
So what'd you get?
A 5 and a 1.
5 and a 1. 1, famous deed. 5, discovery. Famous deed's pretty self-explanatory. Discovery, one of your ancestors made an incredible discovery, invented something of great importance, or uncovered an ancient secret.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I think famous.
Famous deed.
Yeah.
One of your ancestors won a great victory for their clan or even the emperor and was rewarded with an item of incredible quality. Increase your glory by 3. +3 glory. And then roll a 10-sided die again. 1. Add the resulting family heirloom to your starting items. You have received a weapon. You choose one quality, and the GM chooses one quality from the list of item qualities and apply that to the item.
That's pretty cool.
So so a sword from your ancestor, or any kind of weapon,
Right.
passed down to you among your personal artifacts. And basically, we'll say, like, we'll look at the item qualities and we'll say, like, okay, well...
We'll keep it basic. I don't want to, like,
Yeah.
extensively go through this, but, like, I was thinking, it's a great ninja weapon. Like a kai?
I'm trying to remember some.
Or is
You
it
can
sai,
do
or like how's it?
like Sire an option, Ninjato, which you can kind of think of it like your short sword, but if I remember right, it's like painted black, or it removes its shine. Yeah, let's see. Ninjato are allegedly, again, the preferred weapon to the shinobi of feudal Japan. Is portrayed as a portrayed by modern ninjutsu practitioners as a weapon of the ninja. It is prominently featured in pop culture. It's about 48 centimeters or 19 inches in length.
What is it called?
Ninjato. Ninjato.
I do not have that in the equipment, so...
What about sai?
Size. No, not in there either.
That's Super Ninja Turtles.
You're right.
I have different types of swords available: axes, blunt weapons, hand weapons, polearms, and also specialist weapons like shurikens or kama, the sickles.
Also goes by Ninjaken, Ninjaken, or Shinobi Gatana. Shinobigatana.
I don't mind what,
Good.
but as long as it's
That's
like
weird.
Ninja E.
Yeah.
And I doubt that I'm passing around like shuriken.
I have this special shuriken.
Oh,
There
it's
it
going on.
goes.
Yeah. So I guess I'll take a.
That's always that fear with like magical thrown weapons. You're like, how they're going.
Especially if you like use it like really wrongly.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes off the cliff. Sorry, Dad.
So you can take a look at the weapons here and see if you want to. There's some examples of like what are the different swords and what are the specials
Cool.
with.
Okay. So they're slightly shorter than a katana, but otherwise they're designed to be used in an identical manner.
There's a jitty. That'll do.
Do they have the meteor hammer? Oh, that was Chinese. Right. Whoops.
Yeah, see that's also
Whoops.
something I wanted to mention is like
Yeah.
forget Crouching Tiger, Hidden
Hidden
Dragon,
Dragon.
Hero, and all those things. Technically Chinese stuff doesn't really apply here.
I always forget with some of those. It's just a fun one because it's a chain with two balls on either end.
Oh,
and that's
no,
your
yeah.
weapon.
Yeah,
like
it's
this. What's not to love? Tiger Claw Meteor Hammer from Kill
I mean, you
Bill.
can take like a combat knife or something like that. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I was like.
Aiguchi is an example of one.
Yeah, that's what I was
designed for combat. You could take a kama, like a sickle, or the kusarigama is like hard to wield, but it's like
What is it? Like
It's the.
that's not the
it's a blade on a chain.
chain,
essentially,
yeah, right?
Yep, and
Yeah,
then weight at the end of the chain.
Like a morning star?
Yeah, I think it's like a counterweight or something.
Yeah, it looks more like your regular like standard unit of measurement kind of weight.
Oh, okay.
Long hafted
it's
kama
kinda
with a
weird, yeah.
lengthy chain attached to either the back of the blade or the bottom of the haft. A heavy iron weight called a fundo is mounted at the end of the chain. You spin the chain over your head with one hand while holding the comma in the other. They whip the chain forward, entangling opponent's weapons or limbs, then rush in with a killing blow with the comma part. You can also attack with the weighted end of the chain, using it as like a bludgeon to keep opponents at range and at bay.
That can definitely be effective. Or you can do the martial arts classic of smacking yourself with one.
Sure.
I don't know, 13 Assassins, there was that dude who just, like, whacked everybody with a huge rock in a sling.
Oh, in 13 Assassins, there's a hunter who's not a samurai, but he's the comic
Master
relief
of the
character.
sling.
And basically,
Oh,
he
sorry.
puts big rocks in slings and like beats the crap out of people.
And I commented
Nice.
during the movie that that's, like, what I felt like we did as D&D characters. We just walked in and, like, started smacking people with large, heavy objects.
Elegance and subtlety are not really,
Yeah, it's the problem is all it takes is one party member to ruin any hope of that.
Yeah, I know, because we're usually the ones with the hopes.
We have hopes. They don't last long.
And everyone else...
Zach, no, come back.
Wait, no! Robert, they didn't mean it. Okay, they did mean it. Cool. Or Nick's characters are going, did someone say guns?
Yeah.
You know, like,
No, put those away.
Yeah.
they saw them.
I saw you said it in front of Michael. You can't say that. He just gets a little excited, that's all.
Keep it in your holster, Michael.
Very agreeable character. Just a little gun-ho. Gun-ho.
Literally, yeah.
Oh, guess what's cooler? A Tessin, which is like the fan blade, or the Kasarigama.
I mean, I'm gonna go with the Kasarigama
I think it's
personally, but I do like the bladed fan. It's got heavy plates of iron built into it.
Solid way to go.
usually made of wood with steel tines. They generally serve as defensive weapons, but wielders can also use them to deliver clubbing blows or reinforce a punch.
Tessin.
Openly carried even into formal court chambers or negotiations. Not commonly viewed as weapons.
That's a fair point. Yeah, that might
There you
fit you
go.
better in that regard.
Okay, let's go with Tessin then. Yeah, some
Okay.
like a very like ornate, beautiful, type deal. That's been passed on.
Okay, so Tessin, they have their qualities are ceremonial and concealable. Now,
Yes.
concealable obviously makes a lot of sense. Ceremonial, when wearing one or more ceremonial items openly, reduce the target number of checks to convince others of your real or assumed identity by one. At the end of any scene in which you use a ceremonial item of a character with higher status than you, without their permission, you have to lose honor. But, I mean,
Yeah.
it's yours. It was by your ancestor,
Right.
so that's not really a problem. Concealable is, that makes sense already. So what we got to do is pick the two of us, pick
Two
conditional qualities, right?
Wow.
So,
Time to start writing things down.
We'll try to keep it.
Your
We'll try to
item
keep
will
it
grow.
quick, but
Oh yeah.
That's fine.
Again, you got a neat thing. We want to know what it is.
Yeah.
let me see here. What would be appropriate?
Honor and glory to mankind.
if we get two, that'd be cool. If one of them, if there's, I don't know if there's anything for a weapon that like gives me like a social benefit, or like people look at it and be like, "Dang, that's pretty cool."
Ceremonial almost does that. But
Yeah.
yeah, it might
Like
be like a well-known weapon
or like beautifully made or something.
ornate.
I'm going to say that this weapon, this Tessin, or weapon, passed down to you from your ancestor, is unholy.
Oh.
That's cool. I like that.
Some physical artifacts carry a dreadful miasma. They may have been tainted by direct exposure to the power of the Shadowlands, or by foul rituals. Some are made of obsidian, said to be the shed blood of Onotangu, the god of the moon, an ancient foe of the kami. Here's how that works. After a character suffers a critical strike from an unholy weapon, they suffer the afflicted condition.
Oh.
At the end of each scene in which you use an unholy item, you suffer the afflicted condition.
What does afflicted do in a nutshell?
Afflicted as a condition?
Yeah.
Let me pull that up real quick.
It is cursed.
Yeah. We are a cursed group.
You're,
So.
Yeah.
you're spookified.
Afflicted. The character's vigilance counts as 1, and when they make a check, the GM may alter one kept black die, or ring die, to a face set to opportunity and strife.
That's not too bad.
No, that's pretty cool.
The vigilance is the worst part of it.
271. Give an example of, like, the character's possessed or otherwise tormented by an unreal, kansen, or other malevolent spiritual entity. Given time, this evil force threatens to plant the seeds of the Shadowlands taint.
Maybe
And
that's
depending on... Additionally, when an afflicted character becomes compromised, one of the following effects occurs based on the ring the character last used for a check. Here's an example. Fire. The character becomes possessed by a desire, pursuing it to their own destruction. When they become compromised, they also become enraged.
And this happens when I use it with a...
When you use it, or when somebody suffers a critical strike from it.
And that also... So, and the critical effect is... That affect's based on the ring that was used to either afflict or or become afflicted by?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you're trying to overwhelm with a weapon, then that would be fire.
And then based on that, it would be
As red.
enraged thing. So they would become afflicted, and then if they became compromised on top of that, bad things would happen.
Sure.
Yeah.
Which could really play well or poorly, depending on the situation.
So, yeah, it's going to be like a thing where, like, man, my ancestor won a great victory against a demon of the Shadowland or whatever by using this fan to, like, destroy it. But the fan has also been tainted. We keep it as a reminder, but try not to use it because bad things.
Cool.
So you
That's
can
fun.
choose an item quality as well.
Cool. Is there just a list?
Yes. 240. Obviously, some of these qualities you already have, like ceremonial and concealable.
Right.
Some of them you probably don't want to pick. Cumbersome, damaged, but durable, razor-edged, resplendent, subtle.
Resplendent kind of sounds like what you were looking at.
Subtle would be the opposite quality of resplendent. People tend to overlook it.
Yeah, resplendent seems pretty... That, or unless I wanted to make it, like, really dangerous, I can make it razor-edged.
Brutal.
Oh, and brittle. Oh, okay, so it would be sharp, but also brittle.
Makes sense.
Which is not what I want. This is, like, mainly because it's an heirloom, right?
Right.
So,
Yeah.
don't want to start.
You just have to get it repaired every time you use it. Down to the old corner store.
Where they fix haunted fans all the time.
We'll repair haunted items.
Discounted rate. Sorry.
Yeah, resplendent, that's fine. Let's
Okay.
go with that.
So it'll be unholy and resplendent.
It's not two things you ever really want to come together.
This will be fun.
I figured, like, it's like the parts of it are, like, that can be adorned, or like a really nice, beautiful
It's
thing.
beautiful and ornate,
Like
It
but
sounds-
also it makes people kind of uncomfortable to look at. Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like a vampire fan. Like,
Yeah.
let's just be real.
It's like obsidian plated with, like, rubies.
So add that to your starting outfit. It should be in the boxes in the previous thing. Just
You bet I
jot
fought
down
this
that you have a
thing.
test. Now, because that's an heirloom and because it doesn't look like
Yeah.
a weapon, you already have that.
Yeah.
You got that all. You can
Right.
carry that with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, almost done here. So we need to do your
I rolled a 5 and a 6.
5 and a 6.
Yes, sir.
So a 5 and a 6.
The name's gonna be the hardest part. I really don't know how to.
You can just
Google
I can get some
random
examples.
name.
And
Okay.
stuff.
Yeah.
5 and a 6.
Just
5
don't
is
pick ones that
discovery,
have, like, clearly been used. You
and
can't be a hero.
6 is ruthless victor.
Oh, no.
In accordance to my name, I was
I
named
think
to honor
its big anniversary is coming up.
An ancestor
30th.
who did one of these things.
Discovery.
Or ruthless victor.
Ruthless Victor.
You want to
Fits
choose
the
that one?
part.
Yeah.
One of your ancestors claimed a bloody victory over a rival, smashing their forces with a cunning maneuver or seizing their domain after vanquishing them in battle. From this relative or their story, you learned well the importance of brute force.
Nice.
Decrease your honor by 5. But
But
roll a d10 again.
-5.
And then a thing happens.
Now, once you're done with this, you'll take all of your stuff in the boxes and translate
Fill
that to
them
the
in.
front.
Yep.
Your
I've
Nine.
been trying to
9?
keep up with it.
Yeah.
You gain 1 rank in martial arts unarmed.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry. You get a 9.
Yeah.
Tactics. I'm sorry, I was reading it the wrong way.
A rank in tactics.
Tactics.
Okay.
So one of your ancestors like did a particularly brilliant and brutal, ruthless, tactic on the battlefield and devastated his enemy's forces, her enemy's forces, whomever.
Okay. Do I need to roll anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Cool.
And what is your character's personal name?
Well, fuck if I know.
Yeah, well, that's the hardest part.
The character typically is addressed by their family name with the appropriate honorific, but close associates may refer to them simply by their personal name. So in that case, your family's the Bayushi,
yes,
right? So you would be Bayushi something, right? And this is where you're figuring that out. And most people would say Bayushi-san or whatever, or But if it's your lover or your relative or something like that, they may say Jerry.
Good old Jerry.
And I have a little thing on my sheets to help you. We don't have to go whole hog into this. Do I call this guy Kun or Cho or
The honorifics.
You know what I mean? But I have a thing
Do you have a cheat sheet?
if you wanted to know how to address people, I do have a cheat sheet. It's not on your packet. So
Okay.
I have it for the thing.
Because I always vaguely remember it.
Person of higher station in a formal situation. You would call them family name Sama.
Oh, Sama.
Oh, do you literally have the basics on that right all there? Wow, that's pretty involved for a roleplay game.
Person of the same station, San. Depending on if you know the person or don't know the person, it'd be clan or family name. Person of lower station or a male child. Kun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Children in general, Chan. Sensei is teacher, master, doctor, that sort of thing. Daimyo
Kohai.
or admired person. Family name Dono.
Yeah.
Or family name and prename Dono. Whatever that may be. Anyway,
That's cool.
so for your curious, if you're curious, then that's
I learned something today.
Need a short chart that I can reference.
yeah. I can send you some. It's part of a PDF that I don't remember what the link is to. It's not readily accessible. You'd have to go onto the
Not-
Rokugan Reddit and look for it. You know what I mean?
Found what I was looking for. They've got root and then formal and informal versions. Yeah.
So, identify for personal names.
Going with
Okay, so is your character
Koretane.
male or female? Because I have listings of known Rokugani names for all of those things.
Cool.
So if you have a particular letter you want to start with or whatever, then I can do that.
Female.
So, female name. Any particular letter?
No.
So you are, what's your family?
Utaku.
Utaku. yeah.
Utaku.
Utaku something.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I thought you had some female names. Up.
I do. Do you want me to list all? There's like
Can I just look at them?
many of
Is
them.
that okay?
They're not in the book. It's just a web page. Do you want me to send you the?
Yeah. Leon, quit digging in the couch.
Okay.
Going for that gold.
I took his blanket,
Mm.
so he's trying to burrow down into the couch because he can't burrow into the blanket. Sorry, Leon, I'm cold.
Very much so is one of those little dog things. Big
Yeah.
dogs like to do the circling.
Okay. So I've sent you the female
I got
names.
it, thank you.
Male
Sorry.
names.
I'm good to go.
You good already?
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Nick,
Koretane.
do you know?
No, I don't.
I'll send you the link if you want to look at it. on your
Yeah,
phone.
that'd be cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me pull up your Facebook thing. Okay. There you go. Julie had to cancel the class, so board mission.
Oh, okay.
So she said.
Dono, Lord or Master. I'm just gonna make a cheat sheet on my phone. Because half the fun of it is sliding people by using the wrong honor effect.
Did you just call me coon? You motherfucker.
Okay.
After you've chosen your personal name, the final question of the game of 20 questions is, how should your character die?
Got that one figured out.
How would you like your character to end? There are no mechanical implications, but I'll remember what you've written down.
Following his ambitions.
Beer in hand.
No, you're supposed to hand that off to somebody else.
That's true.
Step 1, hold my beer.
It is said that every samurai lives at all times 3 feet from death, the length of a katana blade.
Alright.
There are plenty of
Weird
samurai
flex, but cool.
whose outward facade of courage hides a deep-seated fear of mortality.
Makes sense.
There.
Are you trying to find the most James Bond name, or
No, I'm just trying to like do the mental gymnastics of attempting to like pronounce it.
oh,
Now we have to fill out the front of our sheet, yeah?
Oh, just names in general.
Yeah, so
like-
you take
It's
the
it's
information
always-
from the
whenever I
worksheet
look
and
at,
just
like-
pop
Yeah,
that
that's
in
what I'm
the
saying.
front.
We need to do that, so.
I've got a cheat
Yeah.
for Japanese names, which makes it really easy to remember. Almost all the time, you will pronounce it with consonant vowels grouped together.
Yeah, because ko, bu, something like that. It's, yeah. Because they're little short, most of them are short, like, syllables that are like, kakiko, michiko. Chi is one of those ones that's like technically 3, but like,
Yep.
sakura, right?
And you don't worry about any like English pronunciation of, you know, E makes the vowel before it, say its name kind of stuff. No, you pronounce it strictly. That tends to be the easiest way to
Richard.
run through that.
I decided on Utaku.
So that's what
Taiko.
O-T-O?
Utaku Taiko.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I think I'm still I was pronouncing it correctly.
Yeah, I was like, that seems to be...
Taiko.
Taiko, like a taiko drum, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Utaku Taiko of the Unicorn Clan.
I love how this recording, only this is us going through just culture.
Culture and pronunciation, yeah.
Is it Utaku? U-T-A-K-U? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I accidentally put an A. Okay. So, Nick. Your character is Bayushi what?
Rioto. R-I-O-T-O.
Rioto? Of the Scorpion?
Oh, shit. Need to write this down. Okay.
Oh, right, yeah.
All right.
So, spelling again.
R-I-O-T-O.
And then family name was... Sorry, I missed that one.
Bayushi. B-A-Y-U-S-H-I. So, Stephen, your family was...
Shiba.
Oh, right, Shiba. S-H-I-B-A.
Yeah.
And your name? Your personal name?
Koretane. K-O-R-E-T-A-N-E. Koretane.
Koretane of the...
Shiba.
No, that's your family. What's the clan? Pheonix.
Pheonix, yes. Right
Is this death thing something that the character
It's how they want to go.
They want to. Okay.
Yes.
How they believe they will go.
This, in my ideal circumstances, this will be my death.
Maybe it is with sake in hand.
Tea in hand.
With tea, with a small cup of tea in one hand and a man's head in the other. Severed. The severed head of my enemy.
And then Rachel, you were...
Utaku Taiko.
Yeah, thanks.
U-T-A-K-U T-A-I-K-O.
Oh, okay.
Taiko of the Unicorn Clan. Utaku-san, Bayushi-san, Shiba-san. Right. But I think since the three of you kind of know each other, you may call each other like Bayushi-kun, or you may simply use the personal names. Because kun is like a... It's like a... It's not really an honorific, it's just like it's a term of endearment. Because it's used for, like, children or...
Often tends to have like a male bent to it.
Yes. The suffix kun may also be used to address women if the person who's addressing them is a man of the same age or younger, a relative, or a good friend. It may also be used by men to address a woman at a comradely kind of base. Utaku-kun, like, friend.
Scorpion.
Oh, there's where Wolf. Okay.
So kun implies that there is some kind of like age or station difference there. Like older people may call younger people of their like their relatives or good friends or whatever, like like, oh, this is my little brother. It's like, how you doing? Something kun or whatever.
Whippersnappers.
Yeah. But if you're the same station, then if you want to show respect to Koretane, you may say, Shiba-san, what do you think? Or if you have a really, or if you have a really intimate relationship between the two of you, then you mention Koretane.
No honorific. Ooh. Better know that relationship pretty well.
Don't worry
Yeah.
about the subtleties of this. Like,
I will hold you to it, Nick.
I'm not grading you.
I just feel like I'm gonna go "Hey you" a lot
No, that's fair. Yeah.
because I don't want to mispronounce anything.
That's fine, as long as you're not literally saying "Hey you," because that's probably not
That'd be dishonorable.
culturally kosher. Like,
Yeah,
it's obnoxious to like you.
right.
Good old Critical Mass Weeb Adventures.
Welcome to the Emerald Empire.
I'm imagining like those stupid one-liners you'd use at this moment of like, all those years of anime paid off.
Paid on. This is Otacon.
I've been training for this moment my entire life.
Just like my Japanese anime. Say. It's a shame. Is there a compatriots section? Like, other
There's
characters'
other
names.
characters'
Yeah.
names.
Yeah,
That
so-
would probably be a good
Yep,
place
there's.
to put it on.
I mean, I would check that first sheet. There's probably a space to put what you need. It's pretty well designed. A high D.
Girl,
What's a Russian gunship doing here?
It's history now.
Liquid. Ocelot. Can't do wait now.
I want to relive those games, but I started to play. I think it was Metal Gear Solid 2, the version that they made for the 360,
Oh,
right? The
uh-huh.
HD collection thing or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like the gameplay.
It's changed
It
dramatically.
just, I don't know if it's just like my tastes or the distance and time from it away, or just like
A lot of
it
it's
just feels
time
clunky
and
and like
a ton of it is controls.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, like the actual game itself, I'm like, cool. I want to
Yeah.
revisit this, but like the controls are like, come on, man.
I can only go as far back as Snake Eater.
Yeah.
Like that one still had modern enough controls that I can still
It's
enjoy it.
your last name's Cora what? Steven?
His personal name.
Oh, sorry, his personal name is.
Koretane.
it is
Oh, that's a T. Okay.
K-O-R-E-T-A-N-A.
It is a he.
Yes, it is a he.
T-A-N-A or T-A-N-E?
T-A-N-E.
Okay.
Koretane.
Tane. Koretane.
Was it ne?
Cool. Yeah, I went to not too long ago. I will be doing some of the combat, especially the boss fights, are like a little rough, but like I think I don't know, maybe like there's some especially like older gaming where some of the controls I can't really forgive as much, but like I think that particular game I can waive it a little bit for some reason or another. Nothing in particular that gets to me, but
It's like going back to the original Resident Evil and tank controls.
yeah, that's also another like probably because I've just played a lot of that. It's just so maybe I just deal with it. It's
Ingrained at this point.
yeah. I guess playing like that. It was the same with like Dino Crisis and.
Man.
I love
So
that
good.
game to pieces.
All the B games of that era. Dino Crisis and Parasite Eve.
Parasite, yeah. Mm-hmm. Parasite Eve, and then like
Just that series,
Other-
unfortunately, just went downhill.
it's just it's yeah. I never played through all the way through either one of them. Mainly because of last time I played either of those, it was pretty.
So I only have one rank in void. Does that mean I have one void point?
Yes, that would be a half your void with minimum one, and you can only carry one at a time.
Okay.
And does it say round up or down? Word
I'm trying to remember if it's round up or down. Hold on.
for starting, yeah, because your maximum is your
Just your void ring, period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then current. So I've either got 1 or 2, depending on that.
Hold on just a second.
Cool. Thank you.
One moment, please.
Please hold. Your call's important.
Void points. Begins the game with void points equal to half their void ring rounded up.
Nice.
Okay.
There's 2.
And can accrue a maximum number of void points equal to the value of their ring. Void ring, specifically, yeah.
So by carrying the name of like Bayushi, right? Is that implied that
Bayushi's your family name.
right?
Yeah.
That's what. Is that implied like we're a big deal, or
Yeah.
okay? Because of the family names,
You are the core family of the Scorpion clan, so
Right.
like the fact that you are a Bayushi and not one of the other families under the clan or a subservient clan or part of a minor clan, a family within that. Like, no, you're
That's
somebody
what-
to be you're
That's what I'm
to be
saying.
trifled
Like
with.
because of, I guess I'm having trouble like conceptualizing like everybody in Rakugan, right? Like where they fall within, like because of their. Is it possible to have a family name that just isn't a big deal?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's
It's possible to be a part of a clan that's a minor or like a practically unknown clan.
or not even just like let's
It's
say
possible to be a
Scorpion.
part of a family who like is like real low on the totem pole. Yeah, absolutely. But the Bayushi are definitely not that.
Of course,
Yeah.
It's just trying to figure out like who's like a nobody compared to like who's a somebody, right? Like commoners, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like do they carry that name but also are chumps, or
There may be some people in the Bayushi family that are clearly less capable, less powerful, less interesting, but they're still a Bayushi.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, because of the idea is that there are people within the Scorpion clan that are just normies, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we are not that. None of us are that. We are someone who of repute. That's what I'm understanding here. Because I'm just having trouble understanding like our this family name in relation to where we fit in the totem pole of society. Because like, are we forced to be? It's hard to phrase this question.
Sure.
I apologize. Like, because obviously Rakugan or like anywhere has like just normal people, right, and peasants or what have you. But are those?
Can you play as peasantry?
Yeah.
You can play as a peasant. Yeah, that's a whole different. Like, there are rules for that.
Okay, but yeah, but
If you wanted to play like a peasant who became a samurai because of their great deeds or whatever, like got promoted by a daimyo or the emperor himself, maybe like. you
but the
can absolutely
natural
do it.
state of the game is you are playing as a family member.
Born into a family, as part of a clan, you go into through your life. You train. You're expected to become a samurai.
And is this family big?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the other thing I wanted to know.
There are a lot of it's
Gruesome.
like bloodlines, and then those people branch off and marry, and they have children, and then some people are adopted into it. Like, no, it's not like just like the Smiths, right? No, it's it's a big tree.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of them.
So by carrying each of our names, we are representing something.
Exactly. You're
Yes.
representing your family and your clan, and you're expected to like honor
Okay,
that
yeah.
name and.
But
That doesn't mean that some Ronin can't come up to you and be like, "Oh, Bayushi, I heard they were goat fuckers," like,
right. It's just that's I guess what I was just saying, like how within my family name, how rare am I amongst everyone else in it?
Right now,
It's just hard. Yeah, it's just hard to conceptualize.
Right now, you are one of many promising sons, right?
Okay.
As an example, right?
Okay.
Because you haven't gone through your Genpuku yet, you haven't become a full-fledged samurai. So the samurai of the Bayushi family are above you,
The samurai of other families in the same clan are above you.
Yeah.
Right. But you're still technically above, like, the peasants, the non-people, as they're called, the burakumin, the hamlet
And
people.
do those people have clans that they belong to? Or
Not in terms of the game, like...
Yeah, they may...
They have families, but not in the same sense that...
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering. Actually, a better question, I think I know how to phrase it, is does everybody in Rakugan belong to a clan?
No.
That was my main question. So there are normal people
Yeah, there are normal-ass people.
that don't...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was... I didn't know if everyone in...
Specifically the Bonge or the Haimin, whatever you want to call them. Those are peasants that will cultivate the land, make the tools, transport goods,
Yeah.
farmers, carpenters, blacksmiths, like... They're not really permitted to carry weapons. Samurai can demand anything from them who belong to their lord without recompense and can kill any half-person who disobeys or fails to show them respect.
Mm-hmm.
Yet the samurai are also responsible for those people as part of their Bushido.
Right.
And so they have to protect them and administer the empire. And so if you slay a peasant, you have to answer to that peasant's lord, right? It's not just like, oh, peasants, I can kill them left and right.
Right.
You know.
Of course.
You cannot...
And then there's the burakumin, who are like criminals, torturers, undertakers, butchers, tanners, unfit for companions for samurai, save in the direst of circumstances. They're deeply unclean.
Gotcha. All right. Excellent. Thank you for answering that. Sorry about that. I was having trouble.
Yeah, no, not literally everybody in Rokugan is part of a clan.
Right.
Or part of a family within a clan.
Okay.
Sometimes they're just like, in that way, they're just like the Smiths, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, you're not part of Crab Clan, you're not part of the Hida family.
You're
You're not even related to any of these clans.
Right.
It's just like you're just a family, you're just some dude.
Your name has no history, it has no...
Yeah, or the history hasn't become significant. You know what I mean? Like, your family name might be Kojo or something like that. And the Kojo family hasn't become significant yet. Maybe they do 20, 30 years down the line. They get folded into the Scorpion clan, the Crane clan, whatever it is, right? And then they become a family of some weight. And then those people in that clan marry and have children and sire generations.
And do all the clans, do all the students funnel into the same schools? Or
It depends.
Okay.
You know, like, certain clans send certain people to... Like, again, sometimes they'll trade in between, like, this person that was born in one of the families in our clan is clearly meant for, based on their aptitude, to do this instead, so we will exchange people, or, like, you know, there'll be one school that the family, again, was meant to do, but it's like, oh, you're better for this, and so they say, okay, fellow family, can you train this person? You're still under the clan, but you've gone to a different family school. And, of course, there are other institutions that are just, like, outside of those structures and stuff, which any samurai in training or any person could just kind of go to.
Sure.
Finishing schools and Go academies and stuff like that, you know.
Cool. Alrighty.
Learn to play Go.
So, let's pick a dude or a lady. Has got some tokens here, so you can kind of look and represent yourself. That guy looks.
The dog has decided to take the blanket from me by sitting on my feet and sitting on the blanket.
There are also some over here.
You're immobile
This
at the current
looks
time.
very battle maiden-y, so I don't know if that's something you would want.
What about
Yeah, that's fine.
Can it be a Kenku?
I mean, sure. We're going to have to do some homebrewing, I think, is the response to that. But
Hold on, playable otters yet?
not in Rokugan. Like, all your players are human.
For now.
In your case, you're probably the farthest from human that you can be and still be player characters because you are tainted.
Mm-hmm. Who doesn't love a little?
Taint?
I wasn't gonna say.
Love some taint. Get right on in there.
You called me a child earlier for talking about it, so.
Well, I can do it. That's GMP on that.
Yeah, it's...
I'm talking about taints to erect a certain narrative importance.
What?
To really get into the thick,
Are you gonna work in penetration too?
really trying to massage the wrinkles of this narrative, right? And there we go.
I'm dead.
Fun.
And slightly uncomfortable is what I heard in Nick's voice.
This has been good. This has been a good day. It's a good Friday.
Leon, I want to get up and turn off the hallway light. See his bulge right here?
Mm-hmm. Got the dog.
Yeah. He decided the couch was not good enough. He could not dig it into a proper
Leon.
shape.
Yeah, Leon hole.
Do you have a piece, Stephen?
Yes.
That you would like to use? Great. There's a gentleman there.
Semi fancy looking.
Okay.
Pseudo fancy.
Now, some of these are obviously meant to be like some Shadowlands dude, like a goblin, or you've got many of these same eye patch dudes, or strictly Ronin, or something like that. And don't try to match.
Oh no!
This is clearly if I'm remembering correctly, this is like a Crab Clan armor, right? But whatever. Don't pay attention to that. You can
to match the details.
Whatever you want to use, you go right ahead
This'll do.
and do. Okay.
So, hold on, Tim.
Just keep hold of that. Because if we get into a skirmish tonight, and I'll draw the range bands, and you can use that token. Okay, I'm in this range band compared to this guy. Just to help you visualize the battle. Because
Do we know each other?
like Genesis and stuff, it does.
That's
use the
where we
range
assume that? Right.
Yeah.
How long have we known each other?
band. That's up to you guys.
That's why I guess.
A couple of years, probably.
You have known each other long enough to feel comfortable traveling together to the same place.
Okay, so yeah.
Whatever that may mean for the three of you.
So
Probably a
at
couple
least
years.
2 years.
Yeah.
Cool. 2 years we've bonded over the fact that we feel all somehow we've gone to some discussion of how we all feel.
Felt each other's taints.
Yes.
Man, I was thinking it and trying so hard not to say it.
Well, I've got so many choices for what to title this episode.
Yes, sir, we got.
I don't think we can release this to the public. I think it's not safe for anything.
This podcast rated AO for adults only.
That's our benchmark for adults only.
I think all of our stuff is rated
Yeah.
adults only.
I don't know about that.
The majority of it
Some
should
recordings
at
were
least have a
friendlier than
content
others,
warning.
I think.
I say
That's true,
fuck
yeah.
too much. I mean,
You do. So I wish you would stop.
Fuck you.
There's the response.
That's what she was thinking. She didn't say it yet.
I think I recorded this all down correctly. So
I
I
hope
think I
it
got most of it.
Yeah, make sure that none of your skills or your rings are above 3.
Yep.
It shouldn't be a problem, but
most of my stuff I couldn't get past 1.
Especially for skills.
Yeah, that was
well, skills are going to be pretty thin. Sometimes you will
because
double or triple up on survival,
know.
for instance.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like this
That's potent. Yeah.
this is a thing.
Yeah.
Powerful
Boy,
magic.
I hope we need survival a lot though, because I have a rank of 3
Dang.
and a rank of 2 in tactics.
See, the one skill I've got 2 in, I'm like, I'm glad I've got it. I'm just trying to think of maybe it's just because I've never been a fan of the word skullduggery.
Oh, it's such a good
come on,
word.
man.
I love the meaning. Just like the phonetics of skullduggery just never jive well with me.
And yet you went with jive?
Right?
Dude, that word's awesome.
It's a legitimate question. Yeah.
I think I need to bring out like urban jungle for you. I think I love that setting.
Okay, so have you
20,
jotted all your stuff down?
Yep.
Are we ready to go?
Yeah, we're ready to go.
Okay.
I think so.
All
Yeah.
5 of my koku.
We made it.
I got the whole 6.
In Rokugan, it is said that honor is stronger than steel. While even the finest blade can bend and break or twist under the heat of the forge, the Emerald Empire's society has been folded in the forges of politics and war for more than 1,000 years, and it has not yet broken. The society of Rokugan follows a divinely ordered pattern set down by the 8 kami, who shared their celestial blessings with the mortal realm. Rokugan is a land of strict social stratification, where an improper look at the wrong time can mean death. This is an era of sudden change and upheaval, however. Mortal schemes, natural calamities, and celestial turmoil alike have disrupted the political, military, and spiritual equilibrium of the land. Long simmering rivalries and fresh betrayals ripple through the courts and on the battlefield. The Chrysanthemum throne is beset by threats from without and from within. And the honor of the 7 great clans, the families descended from the heroes of legend and sworn to rule their lands in the Emperor's name, shall be put to the test. Here's what you need to know.
Indeed.
The recent untimely and mysterious death of the Emerald Champion, Doji Satsume of the Crane Clan, has thrown the Emerald Empire into turmoil. Each of the great clans suspiciously eyes the others and wonders whether the death was no tragic accident, but a dishonorable act of murder.
Mr. Scorpion.
In these times of strife, a group of youths approached the village of Sumo for the Topaz Championship and their Genpuku, the coming-of-age ceremony that will mark them as fully fledged samurai. Each contestant has come from a different clan and dreams of being the highest-scoring contestant in the tournament, earning the title of Topaz Champion. Despite being pitted against one another, they're all united in their desire to succeed and bring honor to their clan and family. Not everyone in Suma has honorable motives for the contest, however. Personal vendettas, supernatural visitations, and deadly sabotage may undermine the following days, unless the new arrivals stay true to the code of Bushido and act as the honorable samurai they seek to become.
Lame.
This is what we signed on for.
Okay. It's the 20th year of the reign of the Divine Emperor, Hantei the 38th.
Wow.
The Emerald Empire stood for 1,000 years, thanks to the guidance of the Kami and the wise benevolence of the Hantei Emperors. Each of the 7 great clans vies eternally to be first in the Emperor's favor, while safeguarding Rokugan from its many enemies within and without. The Topaz Championship is a chance for each clan to test their best and brightest against one another. Though all contestants can pass the tests and become samurai, the winner claims glory for themselves and their clan and may even earn a high-ranking position in the Empire.
So this is not for us. The Topaz.
No, it is.
Oh, it is. Okay.
You
Gotcha.
could, like, in the winning the Topaz Championship, you could become the Topaz Champion. Yeah. You absolutely could do it. Yeah.
Cool.
Even though you're young, like,
Yeah.
this could be your thing. As contestants, you are all traveling to the village of Suma, where the championship will be held at the Kakita Dueling Academy. Who knows, maybe you'll win it all and become the Topaz Champion.
Cool.
Despite coming from different clans, you've been traveling together on the road, occasionally encountering other travelers and peasants transporting goods back and forth. You can now see the village of Suma just ahead through the blossoming trees. Soon you'll have arrived and you can rest yourselves before the contest begins tomorrow. As you walk down the road beside the Tangu River, you find your way blocked by a cart upended across the road ahead. To your right, the river laps up against the edge of the path. To your left, an artfully crafted stone wall blocks off a broad and flooded field of rice. There's no way to proceed without either getting wet or setting the cart to rights. You can see an elderly peasant struggling to do just that as you approach. He notices you. He hurls himself to the road at your feet, forehead pressed to the dust. Honored samurai, 1,000 pardons for blocking your path. I will move the cart directly. Now you could wait, but compassion is a virtue of a samurai. Besides, maybe he knows something useful about the village or the championship.
So, full stop, real quick. What does everybody look like? I could start, if that helps.
Go for it, yeah.
Go for it.
So,
Imagine Steve Buscemi.
we're going to start there.
Let's start there.
Rioto is a, I think, particularly tall, black hair that is longer, probably comes down to probably just below his shoulder. It's mostly just it's not tied up. It's mostly just actually maybe set up in a manner that it keeps it kempt, but it's not tied up.
So you're flaunting tradition that you don't have the typical top knot exactly. You're just
yes.
So that's one example of your idiosyncratic kind of scorpion nature.
Sure.
Yeah.
Dishonor.
Also, the top knot is not necessarily as important in this game, so don't really worry about it.
Right. And really pronounced facial features, as far as really defined jaw structure, and it's just very
Finely chiseled
Yes.
features. Yeah.
and wearing a black and red, very lack of a better word, flashy robe, garb type get up with traveling with him the past or being around him the past 2 years, and know that he never leaves his stupid fucking fan around. Always has that there. With also I don't know, I'm unsure if what I was thinking sporting something even as ridiculous as something as a cane, but I don't know if something like that even remotely exists as an equivalent. But very very
the walking stick,
very showy.
Yeah.
Bamboo.
Yeah. But that's about that.
Okay.
So I figured that was
Koretane, Taiko.
very pretty.
I'm imagining Shiba-san as having definitely the hair up and back and the top knot.
Very traditional.
Yeah, kind of the longer face. Wearing the white robes, but with some red accents to it, to really kind of liven up the whole Pheonix element of things.
Sure. Yeah.
Even to the point that he always seems to be wearing this little Pheonix brooch.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Kind of cinching bits of the clothing together, depending just on what he's wearing. But that's something that always seems to be on him.
See a taller or shorter figure? He's got a long face, but
Probably a little taller, lankier.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Rioto? Is he average build or on the tall side or short side?
No, he's on the taller side.
But is he athletic?
Yes, but not swole.
Sure, he's like a runner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm. So.
Okay. Taiko?
She's probably not. She's not particularly tall because.
She has to be tall enough to get on a horse.
Yeah.
So that's sure. Why not?
She's probably about the same height I am.
Okay. On the shorter side.
She is not as dainty and diminutive as the stereotypical Japanese lady is.
So she's of like there are a lot of sort of broader bodied people, especially in the crab clan.
She looks more athletic.
Yeah.
Which is fitting because she's got a huge fucking pole arm strapped to her back.
Yeah.
And she has smallish facial features, kind of like I want to say almost like impish looking. Not unattractive, but like you look at her face and then you look at her body and you're like, hold on.
There's an incongruity there. Yeah. Okay.
Which one? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but she's dark hair and lighter eyes than are common for that.
Okay.
Region.
Yeah.
So
Some kind of genetic abnormality.
Yeah, they're not like bright blue or anything, but they're definitely not as black as.
Well, again, this is Rokugan, so
okay, cool.
Whatever.
Well, then
not
in
everybody
that case,
has
she's
brown hair, brown eyes.
cool. Then in that case, she's got green eyes because it's fun.
It's no big deal.
Oh, and
It's a good color.
as flashy as her companion is, she is very much dressed in just like dark colors, except she does have a bright purple belt on that.
Down to business, except for the belt.
Yeah, because she likes the damn belt.
Nice.
Like in just like a few words, do you have like a kind of a personality type that befits you?
Yeah. Studious but not bookish.
Okay.
Driven. That helps. Yeah.
Sure.
So yeah, the moment this man finishes apologizing, Shiba-san's just going to literally walk over and help wordlessly, effectively. Help try to right the cart and get things back where it needs to be.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would say that my character is probably a bit restless and adventurous. She likes to be out and exploring and doing and moving. But she's not unfeeling. She's pretty empathetic.
So you're ready to help this peasant's cart. So he raises up, as he's raised up and he's ready to go. You stride past him and begin to help set the cart straight, and you can see that this peasant is speechless with gratitude. And because he is elderly, he is not able to help you as much, but he puts hands on it and tries to assist. Yeah. And as soon as you are and you do this easily, you're a strapping young guy, it's not hard to move this cart. You get it set to rights and everything like that, and the minute you're finished, Ryu immediately helps pull the cart over to the side of the road now that it's been sort of set upright, and then immediately prostrates himself once more. He says, "My infinite gratitude, samurai. I thank you for you have honored me with your assistance."
There's no need to do that. We're not samurai yet.
I have no remark on your status, honored samurai. I know only that you will become samurai, and you are to be respected.
It's no problem. Be on your way.
He gets up, bows very well, very well.
Shiba-san, always the hero.
By the way,
despite knowing him over the past couple of years, he's actually
Rioto's actually fiercely loyal to both of you.
Is he one of those guys where people meet him and you're like, hey, he's not a dick. You just have to get to know him.
No, he's a
Okay,
total
good.
asshole.
No, he is.
No.
But he's good at...
No,
he's
you're
good.
you're the only two people probably he has any.
Oh,
Any
okay. All
respect
right. One of
towards
those
it
dudes
all.
instead. Okay, cool.
So,
Alright.
do you wanna let this guy pass and continue on your way, or like I said, you may be able to ask him some questions about Suma coming up, or the championship, or anything like that. He seems to be heading away from the village.
I mean, I'll start with the basics.
How far? How far away is the village? It's Suma.
How far away is the village?
Yes.
Yeah, he stops and turns around and bows significantly. You shall be there in a matter of moments, honored samurai. It is merely a brisk walk from you.
What happened to your card?
The one thing they won't have in the book.
You see, he instantly, like, his face goes red. He bows again. 10,000 apologies, honored samurai. I became startled when I thought I saw someone standing in the middle of the river. A gust of wind caused me to fall into the river and knock the cart over on its side. And you can see that he's damp from the knees down, so it kind of supports his story.
Who was in the
A
river?
small chuckle.
It must have been...
Elbow.
I am deeply embarrassed to relate this, honored samurai, but I thought I saw the Emerald Champion himself. And I know he has been unfortunately dead for several weeks. It must have been a trick of the light. I remember him fondly, and I still mourn his death, even now.
Would I make a fire theology check to make a theorization of what's going on there? Is this some sort of like supernatural occurrence? Is this somebody who has come back from the dead, or
Now, is fire appropriate to this task, do you think?
it is on theorize?
For theology? Is it within that same
Yeah.
skill bracket?
Mhm.
I'll allow it, yeah. Fire theology. Okay. The target number will be 2.
Okay.
All right. So ring dice.
This is the best skill I'm going to roll all night.
Oh, wow. Look at
Yeah.
that.
3 and 2.
Okay.
Use this pad to warp a bit. So I get to hold on to 3 of these guys.
Because of your ring, your fire ring.
So much opportunity. Oh, never mind. Those are all explosives.
Yeah.
Nice.
That might be a bad way to go. I mean, it's going to be really... I could, like, stress myself out immediately if I go that way, though. That's...
You don't have much composure?
No, I've got 6 composure.
Yeah.
I am
I
not a
do.
composed individual.
So, I'm gonna make
So
that.
we'll do the 1 success and then 2 on top
2
of
explosions?
that. So
Okay.
that's 2 extra, right?
Yeah. And again, you can choose to keep those or get rid of them. Now, you've already kept those. What
Yeah,
I'm saying is
so
like
those
those
gotta stick
extras
around.
you can discard. Okay.
So just question, I'm not actually going to use that, but if I get another explosion that explodes again,
Mhm.
oh jeez.
Mhm.
I'm going to throw the opportunity in there, but I don't need any other successes on top of that.
Okay, so you are keeping these 4 dice. You've got
Mhm.
1, 2, 3 successes, 3 strife. So mark down 3 strife. And you've got an opportunity. What would you like your opportunity?
That's the question.
Now you've passed it.
Mm-hmm.
You were so disturbed.
We're looking at,
But
let's see, general examples, conflict and martial, initiative, other skills, downtime. Let's try other skills. Fire.
Now so those are examples. You don't have to necessarily cue to that. You could say like, "Oh, I notice X," or "I remember blank," or something happens in the story that assists me in my success. Right?
Let's go with. So the Emerald Champion has died. Yes.
Yes, he's been dead.
To remember the details or whatever was mentioned about his or her death at the time, and see then if I can ask this peasant if the visage lined up with that.
Okay. So you discuss with the peasant. You give him sort of. You are confirming with him. Okay, so the Emerald Champion. This man is yay tall, looked like this. Usually wore this armor, and you see the peasant, vigorously nodding. Yes, honored samurai. Mm-hmm. That is what I presumed that I saw in the river, but it could not be. He has been dead. And you know that based on your check and the opportunity and everything, I mean, he's not trying to pull one over for you. He legitimately thought that he saw Doji Satsume standing in the river.
I mean, no one's going to willingly flip
this
a
is quite
fucking cart
ridiculous.
over.
Yeah, and could that be a spirit of some sort?
It's conceivable that it's not unheard of. It's not something that immediately people are like, oh, sure, you saw the spirit of Doji Satsume. It's like,
that makes perfect
not
sense.
you didn't.
No, yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, no, and
So it's
Bayushi is definitely, as he's theorizing, doing that. Like, that's ridiculous.
it's like borderline pushing my superstition, but are there many others in the town who have arrived for the Topaz Championship?
Indeed, honored samurai. This is, as I am sure you no doubt know, one of the most famous coming-of-age ceremonies in the Empire. The great clans send their best aspirants, of which I'm sure you count among them, each year. There are many individuals that have already arrived and are preparing themselves, mind and body both, to compete in the championship tomorrow.
So that is why we should be on our way.
Would I know the Emerald Champion is obviously common knowledge, right?
Yeah, everybody knows who the Emerald Champion is.
So
He's like the top dog.
They probably fought in this Topaz Championship.
Once upon a time.
Were they perhaps in attendance to it last year? Or around the time of their death?
Yeah, I mean, like the previous Topaz Championship, the Emerald Champion would have been there, yeah.
Where was this Emerald Champion last seen, or where did they die?
Give me a minute to load.
I'm so sorry.
One moment, please.
This is what I get for not reading the very back of the adventure. It doesn't. To be fair, it doesn't necessarily provide a lot of information about the circumstances.
Sure. Well, I just thought,
Of his death.
if they died, I don't know if it's a boy or girl, but if
It
they,
was a man, Doji Satsume.
okay, so
Yes, I'm
if
pretty
he
sure.
died, near this region, and his spirit is lingering or whatever, it may not be, vindictive or anything. It just might not have passed or whatever.
May just be hanging around.
I mean, I guess I could use my taint to.
You had to say it like that.
Yeah, I think I did.
Now it's a must. We're going to destroy Nick by the end of this.
So
aren't
don't
we?
look up.
No, I think it's great.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, so make
We'll
sure
not
that,
touch
yeah.
that. No.
Well, don't look up taint. No, I don't.
Well,
That's
definitely
a bad
don't.
idea. This is a Christian podcast.
I'm sorry. I'm really tired. It's not helping.
This is awesome.
Hit that giggle hour.
Yeah,
funny.
no, we hit that like an hour and a half ago. I'm very tired.
So there's some basic information. Satsume was recently appointed as Emerald Champion, so it was relatively in recent memory.
Okay.
When he attended the Topaz Championship, alongside other daimyo, such as the Lion Clan Champion, Akodo Toturu, and the Matsu Daimyo Matsutsuko. The Badger Clan Champion, Ichiro Akitomo, was at Suma while the tournament was held and was found murdered. One of the witnesses... blah, blah, blah.
What do you have to be? What do you have to do to be the Emerald Champion?
The exact nature of Satsumi's death was not entirely known. One commonly held record of events was that Satsume was severely wounded by a scorpion in the belly during the third day of the Scorpion coup of 1123, and later assassinated in his sleep by certain agents. He died in his home, his ear bubbling poison.
Ooh.
So to become the Emerald Champion, you are the leader of the Emerald Magistrates, which is like Rokugan's FBI, if you want to think like they like figure out disputes and crimes and everything that cross clan borders. That it's like empire related information, and the successor is decided by means of a tournament.
Oh, okay.
Specifically, I think it's the Emerald Championship.
Yeah. Emerald Tourney.
That's cool.
Gotta be good at what you do.
So he was poisoned, which obviously everybody knows that the scorpions deal in poison. So like everyone's like, if they have an idea, if they have a thought about it, they're like, it's probably some scorpion clan guy.
Yeah, that's and echoed the same by Rioto. The story flops. A lot of it's like, yeah, probably. Or the other one's also like, everyone says that. Everyone says.
And there's some people who think like, oh, well, it's actually some member of the Lion Clan did it and did it in a way that implicated the Scorpion Clan. You see,
of course.
So there's a lot of uncertainty and finger pointing about
false flags
about Doji Satsume's death.
Sure.
So, would I be able to make a roll to see if, like, no, I guess it's not there anymore, so...
The spirit? No, it's
Yeah.
you. Looking at the river, you can see it's the middle of the afternoon. The sun is still up. The river is still clearly flowing, and like sure enough, there is not a samurai standing in the middle of the river.
Okay.
Yeah, it definitely looks like not a samurai.
I mean, unless we want to bust out some rituals and attempt to commune with spirits.
We have a competition to be going to.
I don't know if ghost and spirits overlap.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
So you could, but you'd have to like. I'm going to sit down in this somewhat muddy road and like do the ritual.
Maybe we'll come back later.
I was like, who? I'm pretty sure you asked any other peasant around here, and they also thought they've seen the dude. Slang appropriate. It's always something I have to do in D&D as well.
I think it's something we could just kind of, keep an ear and eye open towards and keep going.
I misspoke earlier. You actually see the peasant also heading into Suma.
Oh, okay.
It's just that he was waylaid by this vision and then a cart upturning. And so he like you guys are. If you're continuing to walk, he's also kind of like idling to the side.
I mean, I'm on my horse, but yeah.
So, as I assume you're done, peasant friend.
Yeah.
As he is beginning to move his cart along, he stoops to gather a couple of things that have still become, sort of upended from his cart. There's another gust of wind. It scatters papers that are in the cart into the air, and one sheet dances away from the others, right into Shiba-san's face.
There's just the slow moment before grabbing the paper
We're just stuck.
and just like slowly pulling it down as I'm displeased by this.
You notice there's writing upon it. Seems to be a letter. It reads, "You have often told me you are a better father to my children than I am. I can only hope the fortunes bless you, or curse you, with children of your own one day, that you could see the true challenges of fatherhood. And it appears to be addressed to the writer's brother-in-law, Kakita Toshimoko.
Toshimoto?
Moko.
Moko.
Kakita Toshimoko. You can see that the peasant is become agitated and upset by this, and he turns and sees you clutching the paper and
Totally
he
reading
again-
over your shoulder, by the way.
again leans down and is, Honored Samurai, I am afraid that is one of my master's personal effects. I humbly request that you return it.
I will take a moment and then hand it over to him.
1,000 pardons.
See that you do not lose any other of your master's important documents.
Agreed. And he gathers up some papers and gets in and continues on.
Are you meeting your master in the city?
I am sad to say, Honored Samurai, that my master was Doji Satsume himself. I remember him fondly. I still mourn his death.
Rioto just gets taken aback.
So, did your master have a lot of history in this particular part of the country? Enough so that his apparition would be here. If you are inclined to believe in such things.
Ghosts.
I am inclined to believe, Honored Samurai. I have seen many a spirit of ancestors and occasional demons in my long years alive. But I have no reason to believe that Doji Satsume himself would haunt this particular river, if you will excuse
Sure.
my saying so.
Obviously, you know him far better than we do.
He was a good and honorable man. I am here to take his personal effects to their new home here in Suma. I have just come from the Emerald Champion's castle near Otosanuchi. I am one of many of his servants tasked with taking his things, attending to them, and then moving them to storage in Suma.
I'm sorry you have such a sad task upon you.
I am honored by your concern, Samurai. There is some understanding, some softness related to my heart that I bring his personal effects to his brother-in-law. Perhaps you have heard of Toshimoko-sama?
Let's go with yes.
So I know you need to make a check for that. You're vaguely familiar that Doji Toshimoko-sama, right? Because the peasant, is the honored head of the Kakita Dueling Academy in Suma, which is where the championship's being held, right? You also know that Kakita Toshimoko was the guy who the letter that you read was addressed to him.
And it sounds like it was from...
Sounds like it was
Emerald
from
Champion.
the Emerald Champion.
How is he taking his brother-in-law's passing?
With a respectable grief. A quiet, reserved, but nonetheless deeply felt grief.
Should we walk with him?
I see why not. Do you think Kakita-sama would be interested in any sort of investigation of what you saw earlier today?
I cannot say for certain, Honored Samurai. I do not presume to speak for.
Oh, so this event, his murder was
Recent.
It was
like-
relatively recent.
like
Yeah.
that recent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, what'd you say, a couple weeks?
If I remember correctly, it doesn't specify a time, but like, I would say it's been like a few weeks.
Okay. Cool.
Like, so it's in fresh, recent memory. Like this just happened.
News is just hitting all corners of Rokugan.
Yeah, of course, because I mean,
Takes a while.
it has to travel, right? I do not presume to speak for Toshimoku-sama. I am merely executing his will and the will of his mother-in-law.
And we also have things to do.
We should ask to see if we can be invited to his court and perhaps discuss this with him. This is...
I see. Shiba-san, I understand your play now. I was wondering if it'd take you... You're a late bloomer, but your eye for courtship is good. It's starting to develop. See, we get in with him, and then we start to... Well, get in with the brother-in-law, so to speak.
I just
As
want...
this elderly gentleman looks at two teenage men, and
As though Rioto has started to scheme.
yeah,
You get this like blank face response of like, no, this is a matter of investigation. This is interesting.
Rioto, we just want to know if it was there or not. But if you would like to use this as an opportunity to get
To practice your
in
courtship.
with someone,
please, honored samurai, do not disturb yourself with my old
You're fine,
feeble
stop it.
vision.
Keep going.
He sort of bows again and continues on his way.
You
He's
could-
now making distance between. He's just
not-
going on and
you
doing.
could not be rude.
He was interrupting us.
Take an apple out of my pack and feed it to my horse. Love Rioto.
Is it so your feeling is it you as in you or ooh?
The letter U.
Okay, so Utaku. That's the okay.
Utaku.
Yeah, Utaku.
I thought it was Utaku.
Utaku.
Maybe, yeah. I guess it would be pronounced Utaku.
Hold on,
Utaku.
there's
Pronunciation guide?
So it's like a it's a mix between you and
You is oo as in who.
Utaku.
Yeah.
So
Utaku.
Slight
Utaku.
difference,
Gotcha.
sorry.
No, that's cool. I just wanted to. Gotcha.
Okay, but you continue along the path to Suma.
Yeah, I mean,
Trailing
there's not
behind
much
this
to
gentleman.
investigate
Of
here.
course, just want to be sure. So you can see as you begin to enter the village, it's buzzing with activity. Peasants and samurai moving along the street on their business. The peasants, of course, they all bow and wait for you to pass. Samurai, of course, they rush by you. They don't give you a second glance. You're teenagers. You know.
Right.
You see streamers affixed to the trees around the town, paper lanterns in the colors of the great clans, blue and red and orange, hanging from posts, kites in the shape of carp flying in the air, and glass chimes singing in the breeze. All of it welcoming contestants and observers and all kinds of visitors to the Topaz Championship. You quickly make your way to the town magistrate's estate to formally register for the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're directed to the house of the Laughing Carp, the tea house and inn housing the contestants.
Great tea.
As you step into the courtyard of the inn, a loud voice catches your attention. "This is unacceptable!" bellows a lean, tall young man, still dusty from the road, as are you somewhat. His sea green attire, an unfamiliar family crest, mark him as a samurai of a minor clan, which you're not necessarily familiar with. The samurai seems to be in mid-argument with the innkeeper, an utterly implacable peasant woman. "Forgive me, honored samurai," she says, very dryly. "All my rooms are spoken for. If I should give you a room, I must displace another samurai, one who made these arrangements in advance. Perhaps you could try another boarding house in the village." "They are all full," the samurai hisses, struggling to regain his composure. The innkeeper notices your arrival and quickly turns to you and bows. "Honored guests," she says, apparently recognizing you, your clan crests. "Your rooms are waiting."
Thank you.
What What is this samurai's insignia, or I should say, is it apparent the clan that he's a part of?
Would you like to try to recognize it? It is a minor clan, so it's not something you're definitely
Oh,
familiar.
sure. Why not?
Okay.
Make the roll.
Government.
That would be a culture thing, not technically government. Because
So-
government would be like the imperial stuff and the capital and like the strictures of that.
Can I analyze?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Use your wind.
What about your skill? You don't have any skill in
Not in culture.
Okay.
So.
We're so
But you get to
uncultured.
keep 2 because you're using a fire ring, right?
Well, in air.
Okay, yeah, you get to keep
So,
3,
okay.
so you keep all of those.
Nice. If you want to. You may not want to. Ooh, nice. That's a roll again.
So you've got 2 successes there already.
Have we decided what or is it hidden what the success threshold is?
No, I told you it was 2.
There's 2?
Usually
Okay.
two.
Then I'll keep it. Why not?
Okay,
I'll
so you take
actually
1
just-
strife.
Do you want to roll another one on top of that?
Yes, that's the just an additional, right?
It's an additional die of the same type.
And you can choose to keep it
With
or
opportunity.
With an opportunity.
not.
Okay.
Nice, yeah.
So you take 1 strife.
As I am annoyed by loud.
It's
Yeah,
it's kind of bothering you. Like, oh, this guy's a shrill, loud voice and he's making a scene.
He's only a minor clan.
Yeah.
But given the way that he looks, you see, and based on his clan crest, that he's of the Mantis. The Mantis.
The
clan.
Mantis clan.
A
That's
minor
cool.
clan.
Sweet.
And you can tell that, given his age, and of course the ranking of the Mantis clan and everything, he's probably also here to compete in the Topaz Championship. He's not a full-fledged samurai. Like he's like you guys. And he also looks like he is on the cusp of like exploding on this woman.
Personal meltdown.
It's an insult to his honor to be dismissed by a peasant or forced to sleep rough in town. Right.
So he's a spoiled brat. Okay.
I'm trying to see if I could like incite him to leave in some way.
I mean, you can. There are a couple of. Do you want to? I can give you some examples of like how to.
Yeah,
how to do it.
That'd be cool.
So you can say, here's some examples. I'm happy to share my room. This must be a mistake. Surely this man was intended to be on your list.
Really looking.
A peasant has no right to turn a samurai aside. Find this man a room. This house is not for you. This house is for the great clans. Tell me about yourself, samurai. I believe I saw an inn with some available rooms as I was entering town. Or you can simply say nothing and try to study the situation instead. But that threatens to make this a bigger scene, and you may be caught in the fallout of that. Right?
Is the I'm not going to steal the scene because I just rolled, so I want someone else to do something. But Like,
Yeah.
just know that like the
you-
finger's coming up, right? Like Rioto is
Ready to say, yeah.
ready to say something.
Do you kind of
Trying to think how
communicate?
much of an ass
Do
I
you
wanna
communicate to the other two that like this Mantis guy?
Oh, well, I just say it, just kind of like as we approach.
Matter of fact,
just like
Mantis guy.
Mantis.
Okay, so you guys are aware of who. All right.
I think I'll lean into the clan, the fact that it's a minor clan,
Oh
and
shit!
just
I just need to go inside, don't I?
Okay.
probably I'm leaning on my fire a little too much.
Well, good because you need to pass a
Insight.
command fire check,
Okay,
and that's
just
TN2.
fire.
Because you
known
got
each
2
other-
successes.
So we've all known each other for over 2 years.
Yeah, we know
So I'm
each
gonna be
other's
able to look at your
quirks.
two's faces and go,
This is
I'll see you inside. Take my
Assholery
horse to the
is
stable and just fucking go. Let you guys handle it.
Ooh, nice. 2 successes and another opportunity.
Okay. So how would you like to spend the opportunity? Also, remember to keep in mind
Can I do
your
a backup laugh? Can I do as an opportunity? Like, yeah, reinforces Joe.
I mean, that's fine if you. It's a story detail.
Only
if
if
you
that's
wanna do
cool. I want you to use your opportunity the way you do. But
As I said,
Yeah,
also,
I
also
like the
keep
idea
in
of drawing
mind
attention to it.
your advantages and disadvantages over
Mm-hmm.
here. If they apply, we need to
I need to-
get them to come into play.
no, sure.
Yeah.
sure.
Not that I think they would here, but
Not, yeah, at least not for me in this
Yeah.
one.
so what do you say to Hitoshi? Because you're trying to goad him, right?
Trying to get him to kind of step out of his. He's clearly at that moment where he could break, and I'm trying to see if I can get him to snap a little bit. So I'll go with the line of. Oh yes, this inn was booked up for all the major important clans, not the minor ones.
So you see his eyes flame with rage. He is barely able to contain himself, straining against his composure. There's a split second, and then he breaks. He whips around to the innkeeper, and he looks around at the lot of you and says, "I will not stand here and be insulted like some peasant." His face is turning red. He's actively shouting now. And he starts to take a threatening step towards the innkeeper. You hear a sharp voice behind you coming from the door. "If you wish to be treated as a samurai, behave as if you are one." Now, a lot of you look and you see that there's a man thin as a sword blade in a kimono of elegant blue and gray silk standing at the door to the courtyard. You see he wears 2 swords in his obi sash at his hip. So a full-fledged samurai.
Yep. So I'm going to bow a bit.
And his
that is a
and his gray hair is loose in the crane fashion. Hitoshi-san, you may find lodgings elsewhere. Should you find yourself sleeping in a haystack, recall that fortitude is a virtue. You see that he sees this clear social better, fumes, and then storms out past him and into the courtyard, away from him.
I'm listening as I stable my horse.
So you see him, he comes past you,
Give a proper even shoulder bit of a tilt
he
to the bow.
acknowledges you. He then goes to the innkeeper and gestures for her to follow him, and they move away just slightly. And he says a few private words with the innkeeper, sees the lot of you and everybody else in this initial kind of lobby area, and kind of a stern frown, and then leaves.
It is impolite to remember others' conversations. We should check ourselves in.
absolutely.
I'll probably meet you at the check-in counter just because by this point I'm sure
Yeah.
I've got
Horses set up.
So proud of you,
Nico put
Shiba-san.
away.
This probably isn't the first time he's done it.
So you guys.
And every time it gives Rioto just a little bit of a grin. Let's see the fire come out.
So now that this Hitoshi character has stormed out and everything, diffused by this elder samurai. The Indian keeper gladly gestures you up to your rooms. You don't have to pay for it because you're samurai. It's expected, your clan is paid for it, or you're just expected to serve, right? So don't worry about that. So she escorts you up the stairs to your modestly furnished rooms.
I will ask her if she's okay.
Many thanks for your concern, Honored Samurai. I have, in my time as innkeeper, known many a impatient man, and I imagine that I will continue to brook their difficulties for many a year.
Well, if something else happens, feel free to call upon help.
Understood, Honored Samurai. I hope you will enjoy your accommodations.
They look splendid, thank you.
And she bows deeply and then leaves to attend.
Utaku-kun is more than capable of handling any man.
With this knife.
She's got a knife.
No.
She'll knife you.
Constantly jibbing the Lana type.
Right.
Just give you that look of... I need to start pulling up some Taoist sayings. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm going to go get some tea.
That sounds like a
Yeah,
wonderful idea.
when you walk off, I'll turn to you and go, a man with outward courage dares to die. A man with inward courage dares to live.
I have no time for your adages.
That means I'll stab you if you don't shut up.
Let's get some tea.
Indeed. Let's.
Okay, so you settle into your rooms as the afternoon started turning into evening. And so is there anything else you'd like to do, in your rooms before you're settling in for the night and getting a good rest for the championship tomorrow?
I'm guessing it's too late to try to get an audience with Toshimoku-san?
Yeah, it's too late in the day for that.
I would probably kind of sit in the downstairs area and just kind of people watch while I drink my tea. Just kind of notice the comings and goings of who all's here. And
you see some more people mill about. You
Yeah.
see the innkeeper explain to them, your room is here. Oh, we only have so much room. I'm sorry, my apologies. You'll have to another inn. Some people are frustrated by that. Some people accept it, graciously and leave.
I may or may not sit in plain sight with my massive polearm too, and just sip my tea, watching everyone, hoping they aren't too fucking rude to this lady who's just doing her goddamn job.
You see, among the many people that filter into this inn, you see two in particular that strike your eye, right? That look markedly different than the rest of the people that you see. You see a broad-shouldered, broad-faced a woman with the rough features of a farmer.
Okay.
You also see a short, already balding, despite his youth, man, who seems, from what you can see and hear, a bit of a fast talker.
Okay.
The broad-shouldered woman was of the Dragon Clan, and the short, balding man was of the Crab.
Okay.
Fast talking crab. Who would have thought?
They say, I guess eavesdropping's impolite, huh?
Extremely.
Okay.
But also, the conversation that you do, if you're not actively listening and eavesdropping, the snatches of conversation that you do hear or not, it's
not interesting.
Is my room prepared? Oh, yes, it is. Please come this way. And
Yeah.
it's all very businesslike and mundane.
I'm more just trying to get a feel for who else is here and what the competition is and that kind of stuff.
So you see, I mean, as you work, you see some people who are clearly like something about it sets them apart. They're clearly look like they're people to be reckoned with, and there's some that look just snot-nosed kids who are just like
the one who just was shouting earlier.
Yeah. There are people who are going to be there. They're probably like, I can kick this guy's ass.
Yeah.
There's no problem.
But those two stood out.
Those two did stay out to you, not necessarily because you felt like they were worthy competition, but because they were something about them was different than the rest of the people who were coming in.
Just kind of stow that knowledge and information away in my head. For a leader.
Okay.
Enjoy an evening of tea.
Mm-hmm.
Enjoy that passion.
Okay, so you're indulging your passion?
Yep, I need it.
Okay, then you can remove 3 strife, is that right?
Yep. Which will get me back to 0.
It was like passion fruit tea.
Tea?
Oh, no, passion. Okay.
Also remember at the end of the scene your strife naturally goes back down to half of your composure value.
Mm-hmm. Which is what I was at.
Okay, so yeah, it was needed for you to go back down to 0.
Actually, yeah,
Right.
clear it out.
Okay, sounds good.
Recenter and clear the mind.
So the night passes, and you set yourselves up in your rooms. Are any of you sharing rooms, or you have your individual rooms? Now, this being a championship, there's incentive for people to room with each other, but of course your samurai in training, I mean, if you request single rooms, like, you'll be granted.
I would like a single room because,
Okay.
Don't think there are a whole lot of chicks for me to room with.
I mean, not ones that you
No,
know.
that I
You don't
know,
know these
yeah.
people, yeah.
So no, I'll
trust
probably have a single room. Because if there's not another lady to room with, I'd rather be by myself.
Sure double, or you snore?
As Rioto just is like, please. I'm not surprised that Utaku-san decided not to share a room with us. She's manlike enough. Indeed. With a grin on his face, he just moves towards his own room.
Okay, so you're all in your individual rooms. Okay, cool.
I'm amazed you're still alive.
Oh, she loves me.
Rioto, you awake in the middle of the night. No clear sense of why. Your room is just as it was when you slept. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it. However, you do see that there is light shining in from the courtyard outside, which is unusual because they doused the lights not too long ago. It should be completely dark outside.
Okay. All right. So there's like a window, I assume?
Yeah, since you're on the second floor, there's like a paper screen window, and there's light pouring in from there.
Okay.
Either that woke you up, or there's something. For some reason, you woke up in the middle of the night, and there was this light streaming in from the courtyard.
Sure. Since I'm bothered with it, I go to see what stupid commoner has decided to disturb my sleep.
So you head downstairs and go outside of the court.
I look out the window first to see what my.
So you you slide the paper screen out of the way and look through, and you see, standing, actually kneeling by a formal tea set at a low table in the center of the courtyard, a stern-faced older man kneeling. You see the moon outside is like a full. Which is unusual because you have a rough understanding of like We had a crescent moon last time, and
Right.
it shouldn't be full. Moonlight is streaming in and shimmering on his blue and emerald silk kimono. As you're looking out at him, you see him turn to you, raise his hand, and gesture for you to join him.
Stupid fucking disturbing my sleep. Go and head towards him to give him a piece of my mind.
Okay, so you go downstairs and make your way out of the courtyard. Again, it's the dead of night.
Right.
He again gestures for you to sit by me. Who will pour the tea? Now that you're closer and you're up in visually, you recognize this man.
Yes.
Because you overheard Shiba-san describing this man. That is Doji Satsume, the Emerald Champion. Kneeling before you, well, kneeling by a formal tea set in the center of the courtyard. The Emerald Champion himself.
Just drink the tea.
I sit thinking that I've been. I must. Right. Yeah. I do whatever social graces are necessary, while also wondering if I've been poisoned by my enemies.
So it's clear that as he's gesturing and towards the tea, it's clear that he wants you to perform a tea ceremony.
Okay.
Do you wish to do that, or do you want to argue with this ghost?
No, I guess I'm a little awestruck, though I would never admit. So,
if you're going to try to do the tea ceremony, give me a performance void.
Ooh, nice.
However,
voidy man.
the target number is only one. You only need one success.
You got a chance.
so you're saying there's a chance?
Oh, but you were stressed out.
I'm staring at a ghost.
You've got two successes. One of them explode, right? So you could roll another die.
Sure. So this.
So you get to keep one of them because you're void, right? And you can roll an extra one.
Yeah.
No, might get lucky. Hey,
Yeah,
opportunity. There you go.
So what we have is one success, one strife, and an opportunity.
How's your
Yes.
strife doing yet, too?
Okay, so mark down your added
yes.
strife.
What's my threshold? It's.
Your composure.
Oh, that's easy.
You should be fine for a while.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
So you've done your one success, so you've passed. You see Satsume kind of does a brief sniff of approval, and he begins to speak. What do you want your opportunity to be, by the way?
I suppose I want to do it flawlessly. If that's, I want to, I guess, do it in such a manner that aim to impress.
Okay. So you, because you only have the one success,
Sure.
you do so with, I'll say, you do so with a mechanical precision. It's not necessarily graceful, but every
Yes.
motion is correct.
That's fair. Okay.
Right. So he sees that and nods slightly with approval, and then he looks at you, and you can see that there's something strange about his appearance. He looks at once warm and also distant.
So, what's the deal with witnessing ghosts? Is this a thing? Is this a natural occurrence, or is this kind of like something like, oh man, that's cool, I did it this month, or
No, I mean it's still like, oh shit.
Yeah.
But also you guys, the people of Rokugan are spiritual enough. They are connected enough to the kami and their ancestors and all that stuff to know, like not to. If they see it with their own eyes, they're like, okay, yeah, no, I'm on board. I believe this.
That's what it is.
You know.
I mean, we've been out and tainted by the Shadowlands, so I'm assuming that...
Yeah, I mean, you're more likely because of that experience to be like, no, this probably is legitimate shit. I'm not hallucinating.
Sure. Okay. Then I said,
I have a mission for you. You are Bayushi?
yes. And you're dead?
If I am dead,
Rude.
who is enjoying this tea?
Good point.
It's got you there.
You can actually do a check if you want to know more about like ghosts, right? If you want to kind of recall what you know about spirits, if that's what you want.
I'm gonna say I'm on too much, like,
Stress.
not even just, I'm too,
Taken aback.
yes,
Yeah.
by what's going on
Oh.
to want.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. So, what is this task that you have for me?
I want you to ensure that Hitoshi, the young mantis, survives the Topaz Championship. I want to see that he becomes a samurai worthy of his father. Hitoshi, you remember, is the same tall, lean, pissed-off youth from the inn that was scolded by the elder samurai of the Crane clan and stormed out.
Only has to survive.
Yeah, I was like, this.
It's not
true.
too bad. Yeah. We don't have to somehow, like, get him to win.
Do you feel that he would not make it through the tournament alive?
Words like guts of the sword can never be called back once spoken.
4 inches.
Get used to it.
Why? Put frankly, why myself? Do you need me? Why do you feel I'm best fit to perform this task? It's quite the...
I see promise in you.
The ego stroke in his head.
In you and your associates.
Yeah, they've got some promise.
Though you are young, I see that your skill, your perseverance, and your passion can easily accomplish this goal, if you have the wherewithal to attempt it.
Alright, fine. I will look after the Mantis competitor. Seems easy enough.
Why did you say that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Jinx that.
Exactly. Yeah. Again, he's just so like taken back by all this. What? Before we, can I ask something in return? I know this is a little odd, considering that you are, well, you're the Emerald Champion.
why? How did you die? Sorry, I want to retcon that. I want to ask, if I perform this, can I ask him, like, in return, can he reveal to me the events of his death?
So if you do this,
yes,
he'll communicate to you how he died.
Yeah.
He gives a slight smile, just a bit of the corner of his mouth turning up. And he says, "The fallen blossom can never return to the bough, yet all can see from whence it came."
Man's dead, homie.
Right. Thank you for your infinite wisdom.
He acknowledges you. You have my thanks. May Lady Doji favor you with eloquence and courage in your task. With that, he finishes his tea, places it on the set. He gets up, straightens himself out, and walks out of the courtyard.
Take a look at the tea, make sure, like, maybe, was there something in the tea?
Well, you've tried it. It's a good blend. It's nice and nice brew.
What? So is the lighting still on? Is
the light that you saw earlier appeared to be a combination of the moonlight and something else, but you were unable to see when you came out where that other light was coming from.
Right. Okay. Alright, I'm going back to bed.
Sounds good.
It's too spooky.
So you get up from the tea table, and you look back to where Doji Satsume was, as he was walking away, and suddenly he's gone. It was a lot faster than you expected. Like in the quick turn of a head, he's disappeared. You discover that the teapot below is cold. And the teacup belonging to your guest still sits undisturbed and dry on the tray.
Go acknowledge the spooky events.
Okay. So you kind of, okay, all right. That's, and then you try to go back to sleep.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So you do manage to succeed and get a decent amount of rest in, despite this supernatural, this spoopy occurrence. And since you all have rested and recuperated, you can remove all your strife.
Hey.
Thanks to your peaceful rest.
Yay.
Okay. So it is 12:01.
Oh, wow.
We can continue right now. I know you have to go. You have to get up at like 6:30 in the morning tomorrow.
I sure do.
And this next portion of the game is when the actual competition begins. So we can either do we can do a single event in the next competition. It's broken up, I'll go ahead and tell you, into 2 days. There are 5 events on one day and then 6 on another.
I mean, if you want to do like a single competition with the 2 of them, that'd totally be fine. I won't be offended. I'm assuming,
it would just be really like
say we're not like competing as a team.
No, yeah, you're individually competing,
So-
and the notion is that what I'm suggesting is that we'll go to the next day, the championship will start, I'll explain the rules, and then we'll do just one of the events, right? So you'll all make your individual rolls, and we'll see how many points you get. Right?
Okay,
That make sense?
sure. Yeah, let's give that a try.
So the next morning dawns, pure and golden as the voice of the lark.
Is that a real thing you had to read?
You make your way across the river to the sandy courtyard and training field of the Kakita Dueling Academy.
How do you get all these names right the first time?
Because I took Japanese when I was in college.
That's right. I remember that.
Oh.
Sorry.
And I don't know.
Chinese
I don't know if I'm
Japanese.
getting them terribly right, but
They're sounding good.
pretty right
Yeah.
to me.
you see that same gray-haired Crane Clan man who you saw earlier scolding Itoshi, standing in the courtyard, giving a brief speech. May I remind you all that you are present here in the vision of your clans, the eyes of your ancestors, and the eyes of the Empire. All of them, their gaze is upon you. May you conduct yourself with honor and glory. And you see him bow, and then he gestures towards the door of the dueling academy, and from there comes out two figures. He introduces them as the current Topaz champion, Kitsuki Yukimi, and last year's runner-up, Bayushi Sugai. And he says, if you have any questions regarding the upcoming tournament, I ask that you relate those questions to the Topaz champion or Sugai San. Sure, I'm just going to use that.
Okay.
With that, he gestures to leave. You hear both Kitsuki Yukimi and Bayushi Sugai say, "Thank you, Toshimoko-sama." And it then occurs to you, like, that's Kakita Toshimoka of the Kakita Dueling Academy. That was the guy you saw in the inn earlier. He's the guy who's running
the
this
brother-in-law.
championship. Yeah. Also, the brother-in-law
Of
to
the-
Doji Satsume.
Yep.
So things are starting to like connect for you. So you then see as Toshimoko-sama leaves, there is a white-clad priest who emerges. He gathers everybody together and does a blessing of the assembly, and then the contest begins properly. So, here's how this works. Oh, let me give you a brief description. Toshimoko, as you saw earlier, nearly 50, long hair, gray. He is definitely the guy you saw in the inn earlier. Then you have Kitsuki Yukimi, resplendent in her blue and gold armor, and clearly a Dragon Clan member. She looks like a bushi, too, like a warrior, you know. She also looks like, both in her conduct and her attire, the model samurai.
Fantastic.
Who is this? The
Kitsuki Yukimi.
Was she the winner or the runner-up?
She's the current Topaz champion.
That's what I thought.
She ceremonially passes on the title when there's a new winner.
and
right?
what clan?
Dragon.
Dragon.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then we have Bayushi Sugai, Sugai, and Bayushi spelled just like our friend Rioto here. He is a bitter-looking man. He is lean and angular, and he has what seems like a permanently furrowed brow.
Second place.
He's clearly of the Scorpion clan.
Clearly didn't appreciate being runner-up.
Okay, so
This is scrub.
Here's how this championship's going to work, okay? And this is explained by Kitsuki Yukimi. Explains that basically each event of the tournament is going to be presided over by a judge from one of the great clans.
Cool.
And they're going to rate your performance.
Oh, okay.
Each participant's performance. And most, but not all, of the events are also competitive, right? Mm-hmm. So sometimes you'll be called upon to draw names from or tiles from a clay pot, right? That will then pair you with certain people. Like sometimes you may compete against each other or somebody that you don't know in this particular event. And the notion is that you have to earn at least 8 points to make your Genpuku, to graduate as a full-fledged samurai. Okay. You have to get at least 8 points. That way you're invited back for the final competition on the 3rd day, which is Ijutsu, which is like dueling.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Quick draw.
However, if you are the front runner, right, if you gain the most successes, the most points, right, in the tournament, you will be crowned the Topaz champion. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So your threshold here is like you got to get at least 8 to graduate.
So is the Topaz Championship only available to people who have not graduated to samurai status?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so
it's all
the junior league.
Yeah.
Got it.
No, it's not meant for like other samurai.
That's
It's like these are young people who are trying to.
Right.
Here's the next generation of samurai, right, coming together.
You're up and comings.
So, now, because these events are judged by a certain member of a great clan, they're going to favor a certain approach. If you satisfy the judge, if you succeed on the check, you get 1 point. If you succeed in a way that wins the judge's approval, you get 2 points. Not 2 points added on, but you get two total points. Right. So 1 point for passing, an extra point for doing it in a way that the judge approves of. Also, if a contestant beats the listed frontrunner, succeeding and getting a specified number of bonus successes, you earn an additional point, and you get 1 glory. So you could, if you do exceptionally well, get 3 points and a point of glory for yourself.
Nice.
Dang.
Cool. That's pretty sweet. That's pretty cool.
So what is our first challenge?
So, you are led to a nearby courtyard. So here we are at the Kakita Dueling Academy. Here you are. And you're led out to a courtyard where you see a priest drawing a circle in the sand of the training yard. Ooh. He begins to mark it with rope and begins to invoke blessings on a pair of teenagers that you can see who are going before you, who are stripped down to their undergarments. They're beginning to throw sort of a light powder on themselves and prepare themselves. They both step into the arena, and then you hear the judge, Hida Goruharu of the Crab Clan, you see the judge say, you hear the judge say before these two begin to come at each other. Remember, in Sumai, as in life, a steady stance creates a solid foundation for success. And then you see the two brace themselves and then clash. They begin to wrestle, and the stockier one manages to toss the other one over outside of the ring and gains a point for himself. So who wants to go next?
Hey, Rioto. You want to grapple?
With you?
Scared? I'm kidding. Put it away.
As I just start, I'm like,
Snickering in the background.
glares.
Like you didn't really know what was happening.
So you recognize this as being sumai. It's a traditional wrestling match, right? That's going to require a martial arts unarmed check.
Yeah, you two can fight. I have no skills.
Well, you'll all be participating.
Yeah, we all have to do it.
I want to fight somebody who's not you two.
No, I absolutely didn't want to fight you. I just thought I'd rile you up because you've been poking at me. Fuck it. Why not? Got quick reflexes, which should help, right?
Yeah, maybe an example where that call comes into play, yeah. But remember, so you'll roll your dice and then you say, okay, I want to call this in before you start keeping dice. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So, what approach are you going to take? I mean, what ring, basically?
Oh God, what would be some examples?
Well, if you take a look on your
Okay, let me see.
on your approaches, it'll give you an idea of kind of what each of them do.
So remember that earth is cautious and grounded.
Yeah.
Fire is creative and fierce. Water, fluid and reactive. Air, evasive and clever. And void is a character in a flow state, unclouded by thought, reacting instinctively.
Where are you guys finding?
So on the front sheet, you'll see just the short single word for approaches. In this case, you're looking at overcome an opponent, and breaks down into the martial skills. Your approaches would be air to do some sort of like feint.
I
Yep.
see.
There
Withstand,
you go.
overwhelm, shift, sacrifice. Okay, cool. My bad. Sorry.
So here's where the strategy comes in. You can use the approach that's going to get you the most dice to try to get the most successes. Or you can use the approach that the judge favors and try to get bonus points.
Right.
He's crab, right?
The judge? Yeah, he's of the Crab Clan.
Cribman.
So
And Koretane will definitely mention. I would assume he's interested more so in the earthen approach.
that's what I was thinking as well. I will use earth and withstand.
Okay, give me an
You
earth.
said, that brawny body of yours.
So earth, martial arts, unarmed.
So I have 3 earth.
So that's 3.
I don't have any unarmed.
You don't have any unarmed.
No,
So
I
you're
have,
just rolling that.
I have
Cool.
melee.
The nice part about these dice are pretty favorable.
Because you said it was 2 ranks in tactics and not an unarmed. You read it wrong, right?
You should have gotten 1 rank in tactics.
Yeah, that's
And then you
right.
got another rank in tactics from something else.
Okay.
Yeah. So because you're earth,
But I call the reflexes thing before I take die.
hold on a second. We'll get to that. So your earth ring is what?
3.
3. So you get to keep those 3 dice.
Okay.
So it should be a pretty good.
Go ahead and roll. Give it a decent thing.
I don't know. What do these mean?
Okay, so
successes.
that is 2 successes, 2 strife,
Oh, good.
and then an opportunity.
I mean,
Now,
that'd be pretty striking.
your quick
That's wrestling a big
reflexes,
man.
because are you using an earth approach?
Yeah.
I would say that your caution in this respect, allows you to react quickly.
Yeah.
It's not out of the ordinary with an earth approach. Though it is cautious and grounded. You're using it to act upon your caution, right? So, what does quick reflexes do for you?
I was hoping you would.
No, it should say what is it listed under over there on the right?
It's fire.
No, I mean, what heading is it under?
Distinctions.
Okay, what is a distinction?
Reroll up to 2 dice of your choice when a distinction helps you on a check.
Okay. So if you want to apply quick reflexes, you can re-roll up to two of those.
Yeah,
dice.
but if I re-roll 2 of them, I could lose my 2 successes.
Yeah.
True.
I'm just saying, if you want to do that, you got to do it now before you start keeping.
No, I'll just keep these.
Okay,
It's
so
fine.
you'll suffer 2 strife.
Yep.
Not that bad.
You can put that on the back.
Okay.
There's a place next to your composure where you can mark down strife.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you've got 2 successes, so that you've succeeded, right? Because it was target number 2. And you have an opportunity. What do you want to do with the opportunity? You can perform this task in a showy way, a graceful way. You can also notice things about your opponents or bystanders, observers, like if you're trying to get information about fellow competitors or the feeling of the day, like, you know, what it seems like the mood is. You can also remove 1 strife per opportunity spent.
You have investigated. You made an investigation, and you have 1. Power 1. You get to ask your 1 question.
I would probably just try to get a read on the crowd. Kind of just investigate how they're...
Like, in relation to your win?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you do so. So you are able to, with your caution in conjunction with your quick reflexes, able to quickly assess and then disable your opponent. And the crowd is like, there are murmurs of some light applause. Like, it's clear that they are satisfied and of this result. I was like, You get the sense that they didn't know who you were, but now they're paying attention to you.
The tiny woman who just like handily threw this person.
Suplexed a guy.
So, you use the earth approach, and you succeeded. You got 2 successes, so you get 1 point.
Just 1?
Oh, I'm sorry, you get 2.
I was gonna say, hold on, I
'Cause
did
you
that
used
thing to
the-
impress the dude.
Hold on a second.
Now you can just skate on through everything else, and you'll be fine. Graduate.
Taiko,
C's
I have
get
to get 8,
degrees.
don't I?
you have to get at least 8 to become a samurai.
Yeah.
But there's like 11 competitions.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Actually, yeah, no, that's no problem.
Still.
But you could fail several of them in a row and then
That's possible. Yeah.
try to scramble.
Also, one of my
Just succeed.
anxieties is perfectionism, so...
That's fair.
Make sure that you let me know if your disadvantages.
It's technically in composition, not in melee unarmed, so...
Okay, all right. Well, I'm just saying, perfectionism is designed to like stretch over to some respects because that's really a mental thing rather than just specifically with that. It bleeds over into the rest of your life, is what I'm saying. So, if you have a disadvantage that applies, please let me know because I don't have them listed right now.
Okay.
No problem.
Oh, yeah, so I need to remember to keep them right.
Okay, the crowd, you know, there's some murmur, there's some approval, some light applause, and you are given your points.
Great.
You
No
have 2
one,
points.
no one is shocked. That's a good thing.
Okay,
Does she have to defend her title, like, or are we constantly going against new opponents? So
you're going against just people. The Topaz champion doesn't participate in the
right.
championship.
Oh, I don't know. If we're going against each other, though, right?
Sometimes you might.
Okay.
I'll let you know when that happens.
Oh, sure.
Probably
Right
not
now,
the
it
very
just seems
first
like
one,
there's
though.
just like random guys
Cool.
and gals, I should say.
Jobbers.
So who wants to go next?
Go for it.
All right, I'll
You-
go.
You're serious enough to rock, paper, scissors. You go next.
So Rioto, there's a portly looking gentleman with a top knot who is, you know, stripped down and is ready in the arena, ready to fight you.
Absolutely.
He's all greased up.
I need a martial arts check. Again, it's TN2. What approach are you going to use?
So, I am going to. Understanding that he is not able to move very quickly because of his portly self.
Okay.
I realize that probably being more maneuverable than him will yield more positive results. So
Okay,
I will
yeah,
try
makes
to
sense.
use my acrobatics to gain some type of advantage. On
Sure,
him.
you're moving quick.
So I will try to use a shift,
Okay.
With the
a
water.
martial arts unarmed shift.
So you're going to be water.
Yes.
Okay. So water is 3, and then do your martial arts unarmed skill rank.
Mm-hmm.
And roll that for me. The beautiful bean footage. One success, an exploding success, and we've got an opportunity and a strife. And
Before I
you
take
can keep
any
3 of those.
Cool. And so I can re-roll this, right? Or
You
roll
can add another
yeah.
die onto that.
Only if you take.
Now, hold on. Before you keep that, any of your advantages or disadvantages apply here?
Do they have to be used right now, or
For
can,
distinctions, yes. I think so.
well, it's like can I roll dice first and then decide?
No, you have to apply those before you keep any
Oh,
dice.
you mean this?
Yeah,
Oh,
those things right there.
Unless if he's really into me, I don't think so.
Hey, you never know, man.
You never know.
Does my dangerous allure work on the portly fellow in front of me?
I think
You
he
have to
is.
strip down to undergarments.
It's conceivable.
I am beautiful.
Let's say this. So he takes it. So as he's wrestling with you, he takes a look at you and sort of like how sort of well formed your body and your face is, like that you can see that he's intimidated. Like there's a level of like you can see there's a little bit of self-deprecation and like self-loathing there as he's like, why can't I look like that guy?
Awesome. I'm gonna prey on that.
So it is throwing him off.
Yeah.
So what does that allow you to do?
If it's a distinction, yeah, I get to re-roll up to 2 dice of your choice.
Okay.
So, but I can use that whenever, only on the first roll. Say I roll this in, can I re-roll?
So in order to make that happen, you would have to keep it.
Yep.
So what you're doing is re-rolling 2 of these right now.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
Gotcha.
Because if you're going to explode the dice, you have to have kept it. And before you keep, you're supposed to apply those advantages and disadvantages.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
makes
I
sense.
won't. I'll re-roll this then, and that's
Okay.
so
Sure. It says up to 2, so yeah, you can just re-roll the
cool.
one.
But then after that, though, I can't explode this.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Okay, so, all right.
Okay. So we get another exploding success and a strife.
Want to trade something out instead? Get that extra explosion in there?
That's why I'm like, yeah, because when I roll this, I just add another one of the same dice, right?
Yes.
So-
That you get to keep.
Right. Yeah. So
However, you can only keep 3 of these individual ones.
Yep. And you've got to make that decision before you roll any extra dice.
Yes.
what dice I'm going to keep right now?
Yes.
Oh.
So, for
I
instance,
see.
if you don't keep this, you don't get to roll another.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense?
Gotcha. I understand now. So we'll do
If
that.
I'm understanding the rules correctly.
No, that's fair.
It makes sense to me.
Right. Opportunity I won't take, but I will take these
I mean,
two.
yeah, that's 3 successes.
Okay, so you can
get
add another
2 extra
black and
dice.
another white.
Yes.
So the black didn't get you anything.
You got another opportunity.
Well, I got an opportunity, so I'll keep it.
3
So what do we got there?
successes.
1, 2, 3 successes, 1 strife, and an opportunity.
Cool.
So mark down your 1 strife, and what are you going to use your opportunity for?
Sure. For the opportunity, understanding that it seems to be, at least from what I've gathered from advice from this tournament, that excessive wins gain an extra point, correct? Is that the other thing of it?
If you beat the listed front runner, so you have to earn a certain number of bonus successes. I'm not going to tell you what that is because they don't make the scores public. But I will tell you how many points you earned. So you may be able to infer from that.
That's fine. Okay, well, then what I'm going to ask is, I don't know if it'll happen, but I want, given my ability to also perform, even though I'm doing it in a very shifty way, I'd like to also act given moments where I'm not in danger, the ability to pretend I am more stoic and grounded than I actually am.
Yeah. Okay.
So like
yeah.
when he's going for me, I do my slippery bullshit, and then like when it's time, I'm like,
Okay.
grounded.
That sounds good. Okay, so you've got 3 successes there. You mark down your
Yes.
strife. Okay. So you can see that the judge, he's like, sort of was watching this fight, and his face is a sort of a roller coaster of reactions as he sees you approach in a kind of a cautious way. He's like, yes. And then he sees you do this like spider monkey style, like whipping around and redirecting of this portly man's grabs and stuff like that. And then there's, and then again, you can see that the judge is like, I don't know what to make of this. But you have earned 2 points. Because you got your TN2. Also, gain a point of glory.
Ooh.
Guess who's currently the front runner?
I have to find a way to beat you.
But I got 2 points. Okay.
Got 3. 3 successes.
Oh.
Because the TN was 2. He got a bonus success, and that was enough. I'll just say that was enough to beat the front runner.
Take
I
the front
see.
runner right now.
Okay.
Now, obviously, in certain competitions, it'll be harder to beat the front runner because of the number
Of course, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
someone's going to tell me to fucking basket weave something. I'm gonna be able to create-
It'd be underwater. So,
I'm so good at water.
Koretane?
I'm going to approach and head out there and just kind of like take a moment to stand, focus, take that deep breath, and then just kind of like empty myself for this battle and come out with the approach of the void.
Void. Okay.
Yeah.
Void, martial arts, unarmed.
So just 3 from void.
Empties himself.
So you're keeping 3, you're rolling
Takes
3
a
and
shit.
keeping 3.
Yep.
Right? Cool.
Well,
Now,
there's a
before you
chance.
keep any of that, do any of your advantages or disadvantages apply?
Famously successful?
I can see that.
kind
Your
of.
efficiency, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'll take that. I'll re-roll the opportunity and see if I can get another success. Well, got another
What
opportunity
we got
out of
here?
it.
Okay, so that is 3
Extra
strife,
Yep.
1 success, and you can explode.
So that's
Come on, another success.
Now remember,
I'm
you
hoping
can
for
choose to keep that or get rid of it.
ooh. There's 3.
So much strain.
Yeah.
So it looks like 4 strife, but 3 successes.
I'll take that.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
And then with the, what do I want to do with the opportunity? With the opportunity, well, I'm like reacting based on like instinct and motion. My thoughts are more focused on the crowd and trying to pick out where is Hitoshi right now, and then is anybody like trying to keep an eye on him when a match is going on? Is anybody's attention where it shouldn't be?
So because of this split focus, you're stressing internally because you're not only trying to try to win this match, but also to keep awareness of your surroundings. So that's why I think that's where the strife is coming from. Like,
Did he take the full 4?
Oh yeah.
Man.
4 strife.
Out of
You
what,
couldn't-
6?
You could use one of the opportunities.
Now you could use the opportunity to make
take
it 3
one to
strife
strike
instead.
down.
It's tempting, but we'll see how things go.
Okay, so you use that opportunity. You take a look around. You notice that because of the nature of the battle, the rotation, the close quarters combat, it's difficult to get a good idea of who's looking at who. But you do notice Hitoshi off to the side.
Hitoshi is the
Green
the,
Mantis clan.
yeah.
the,
Yeah,
the Mantis Clan guy who's like the
Did you even
douchebag in
tell
the
us
end.
about what happened?
Yes, we'll come back to this. I just didn't want to like clog up. I
That's
was trying
totally
to
fine.
recap,
I
yeah.
just That will influence.
In the
my
short
character.
term, yes, but there will be some slight. I had a bad dream.
I had some bad mustard. So you see that same Hitoshi fellow, the Mantis Bushi, tall, lean, flexible like a bow staff.
Beanpole.
You see that he is watching with like a mixture of fascination, uncertainty, jealousy. Like there's a complex mix of emotions across his face. None of them particularly good. But you notice as you're going that the way that he's comporting himself, he has the tall, graceful demeanor. If you didn't know any better,
I would agree with you.
if you didn't know any better, you'd think he was a crane clan.
Yeah, no, he's obviously the brother-in-law's son,
Damn it.
and the letters were
sense.
definitely about him then, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, you do.
I'm not in the game. Nor can I reveal any information to you before this time.
So that being said, is it? Do we know anything about the Emerald Champion?
You got 2
as
points
far
for
as
it.
like
Sweet.
You also beat the front runner.
Yes.
what?
So that's glory as well?
Yes, you get one.
Oh,
point.
he was grounded.
Glory to
Oh,
mankind.
that's bullshit.
No, you got one extra success for the TN, right? And that was all needed. That was all that was needed to beat the front runner.
Nice.
So it's not like you become the new front runner. It's like there's one person who's like expected to like be the front
He's
runner.
the seeded one you want to beat.
Right. In this case, it was a she, Bayushi Mailin.
There you go.
Anyway, so everybody's tied currently at 2 points.
It's stressed the f- out.
And that is the first event.
I go and congratulate you. I'm like, awesome job. I'm just
sweating.
as I'm like, but I don't know what the hell you were thinking in there. What's going on?
I wasn't.
You see another tall, graceful Crane Clan member. He introduces himself as Doji Murashige. And he begins to gesture for the contestants now that they're done with their sumai to follow him one at a time into what looks like a small gallery in the nearby dojo.
Okay.
That's where we'll give in his
Oh,
pick up
okay.
next time.
Gallery.
We will be observing art. How does this make you feel?
Well,
Like shit.
maybe.
It could be, yeah.
I mean, it's not just like wrestling dudes.
Yeah.
They're all every lion clan would just take the chain.
Yeah, right.
Every time.
It's a wrestling competition. I win.
What up, nerd?
Basically.
Let's see, the lion clan is just a bunch of
Jocks.
yeah.
Jockeys.
Doyle rules.
Oh god.
Doyle-sama rules.
They are a lot of fun to play.
Oh, yeah.
In the card game, they're just also very one-dimensional.
Okay, so that was our beginner's game run through. Sorry, it was a little slow in the beginning.
Oh no, that was.
But I
that's good.
But I figured you guys would want to create your characters more than to use the pre-gens. Although the pre-gens are nicely flavored, but you know, it's more satisfying, I think, for
When you get to pick that.
when you get to
flavor.
make your own stuff.
Yeah, I think so.
So well worth it in my
Well, and since I knew we were going to be doing this next week too,
Yeah, we're gonna do it next Friday.
take
as
some
well.
of the pressure off to like get your character done and get in the game immediately. You know.
Yeah, I knew we weren't gonna like. This wasn't gonna be a
Finish
one
this.
and done thing. We gotta do the next Friday. Okay, cool.
I'm looking forward to it. I like
good.
the system.
Leon, you jerk.
Pretty interesting. Stealing your
Oh, I thought that was somebody else's, so I kind of moved it out of the way.
Oh no, it's fine.
I was trying to figure out why there was a sock over here. I'm
sorry,
like,
I was
remember
like-
you wearing black
Leon.
socks today.
So,
Liam getting the blame.
thoughts about the system and how
I
it
think
works
it's cool.
today?
It's
I
cool and it's different.
Very.
I like
It
that.
makes a very adaptable approach to whatever you want to a situation.
Yes.
Yeah,
That is
yeah,
very
that's
nice.
cool.
And I like I have always loved Rokugan as a setting. It's something that I will always happily come back to.
Looking over having read a good portion of the book and looked at all the stuff, and I have got like the PDFs of like the old editions and the old adventures and stuff like that. That's actually something I'd be interested in, like maybe trying to do a longer thing in. You know what I mean?
I like this.
Like make some either continue with these people or make some proper samurai right away and like jump into some stuff, higher level stuff. Yeah.
Either way, I enjoy our builds.
Yeah, I like our teenagers. It's kind of fun.
Well, the good
Our
thing
samurai
is
champion.
the good thing is that if you guys have a good time with this adventure and want to keep playing, on the website there's a bonus adventure that continues after that, so you could keep going. Right. So it's designed to like
Just age up the characters, or
well basically
later
you'll be
kind of
about you'll be about roughly around the same. You won't be significantly older, but basically you're full-fledged samurai now, and now it's time for you to do
samurai
stuff, right?
Yeah.
go out there.
Go do samurai.
So
Yeah, that'd be fun.